You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome to the show. I'm Greg Fordyce of An Evening of Old Time Radio. And tonight's presentation, Heart and Soul Drama, features a collection of some of the very best dramatic stories that have ever been broadcast on radio. Some of them ones that I'm sure you've heard of, like Little Women, Philadelphia Story, The Virginian, etc., and others that might be new to you. I've selected these because they all have great writing, direction, production values, and acting, with some of the best radio actors of the day, such as Orson Welles, Lionel Barrymore, Gene Herschel, Maren McCormick, William Holden, Rosalind Russell, Fred McMurray, Robert Cummings, Loretta Young, and many others. As always, I have remastered and optimized each track to bring them up to your high-quality audio standards. So sit back, relax, and enjoy these shows. And as always, thank you very much for watching.
The makers of Campbell Soups present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we take you to Shangri-La in the Valley of the Blue Moon. You may not believe this story, but ladies and gentlemen, remember please that ever since the human race was articulate, men have returned with tales of such a place as Shangri-La. Usually they've been laughed at. Always they've been doubted, but never yet been proved that their stories were untrue. And so tonight we bring you James Hilton's Lost Horizon, and as our guest of the evening, Miss Sigrid Gurry. But before our story begins, before we move on into the future, as embodied in the earthly paradise of Shangri-La, Ernest Chappell invited us to hark back for just a moment to an occasion or two, and here he is.
An occasion or two, ladies and gentlemen, when dinner and the choice of a main dinner dish were especially important. Perhaps it was a birthday celebration or a wedding anniversary, and you were eating out. Together you consulted the menu, looked up, and...
Well, dear, this is your occasion. What looks good to you?
Let's have chicken, shall we?
Sounds good to me. Oh, here's our waiter now.
And then when important company was coming to dinner at your house...
But what shall we have for dinner, darling?
I say let's have chicken. That's something everybody likes.
Let's have chicken. Haven't you said those very words yourself many and many a time when you wanted to enjoy or to serve an especially fine dinner? I'll wager you have, because there's no disputing the fact that just about all of us do have an exceptional liking for chicken in one form or another. And I think it must be this general liking for chicken that accounts for the constantly growing popularity of Campbell's chicken soup. Every golden drop of this chicken soup brims with rich chicken flavor. Steeped in the taste of chicken, too, is the fluffy white rice Campbell's measure into this homey, old-fashioned chicken soup. And you'll enjoy pieces of tender chicken meat in every fragrant plateful. Have it soon, won't you? Perhaps tomorrow. I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, Orson Welles in James Hilton's Lost Horizon with Sigrid Gurry.
I say, Sanders, did you ever know a chap named Conway?
You mean Glory Conway? Oh, yes, of course I do. Remember him very well. Wonderful fellow.
He was. Our civilization doesn't breed people like that nowadays. Remember the uprising at Basco?
Summer before last. Yes, I remember.
They sent Conway up there, you know, to take over.
That's right. And there was a wild yarn going about, wasn't there? But one of the planes that went out never came back.
Yes, the plane did disappear. There were 4 people in it. Conway and 3 others. I can only tell you the story as he told it to me. I don't ask you to believe it. I wouldn't believe it myself, except for one small fact. There were 4 of them in that plane. There was Conway. There was Melanson, his assistant, just a youngster, but he'd come to be quite fond of him during the 6 months they'd worked together at Basco. And 2 others he didn't know. Miss Brinklow, a missionary, and an American named Barnard. Conway said he was dog-tired. All he wanted to do was sleep. As a matter of fact, they were hardly off the ground, he said, before he was dozing off. And he doesn't know exactly, but he thinks he must have slept for several hours.
Conway! Look, there's a break in the clouds. Conway, where are we?
I don't know, Mellon.
Hey, what is it? Something wrong?
I think we're way off our route, Mr. Barnett.
Off our route? We're being kidnapped.
Kidnapped? I've been thinking for some time, Miss Conway, that something was wrong.
Well, I'll be darned. What's he doing it for?
Where's he taking us?
Yes, there aren't any tribes living round here. We're far past the frontier country by now. Oh, we'll be in Tibet by morning. Get the gas holes out. Why, nobody but a lunatic would fly into this sort of country. Yeah, nobody but a darn fine airman could.
What's wrong? What's happening?
The motors are lighting up. Have to land.
How the fella can see the land in pitch blackness, I don't know.
Well, at any rate, I'm glad it's over.
Conway! He's going to crack us! Well, here we go. Rotten landing. Rotten. Oh. Cracked up his left wing. Well, we'll have to stay where we are now. That's certain. Come on, Conway. I'm going forward.
Melanson.
I must take care of this fellow on land, wherever he is. I'm going to tackle him right away. Go after him from the outside. Hold on here. Just hold about. Looks like the end of the world.
Better stop him, Conway, before he does something foolish.
Yes. Melanson.
Melanson, come back. Melanson! Melanson! I say, Conway. It's queer. I think the pilot's dead. He's all doubled up over his panel.
All right, come on. Let's get him out of the cockpit into the open. That's right. Oh, lay him down here.
Well, what's happened now?
Let's have a look at him. Strike a match, will you, somebody?
Yeah, here. No use in this wind.
His heart's very faint. Say, this isn't our pilot. He's Chinese. Be quiet, Melanson.
Well, I can't help it. We look such fools standing about striking matches over a corpse. He isn't much of a beauty, is he?
Look, he's coming too.
I just so talking. My sight. Can you understand him, Conway?
How are you?
Shangri-La. Well, what's the matter, Conway?
He's dead.
Could you understand anything he said?
Very little. That we're in Tibet, which is obvious. And I gather there's a place near here, along the valley. Some sort of monastery, it sounds like. We can get food and shelter there. He kept saying we must go there. He said his name. It was Shangri-La. I shall never forget Conway's vivid description of that lonely place. It was like a vast emptiness, he said, with mountains on every side. Mountains rising on top of mountains. There was a range of them gleaming on the far horizon like a row of dog teeth. But it was the wind, I think, that impressed him most. Not an ordinary wind, not even a strong wind or a cold wind. A sort of frenzy that lived all round us. That's how he spoke of it. And all through the night, he watched. At dawn, the wind dropped, and in the lessening gloom, the valley took shape. A floor of rock and shingle sloping upwards. And then, suddenly in the distance, he saw climbing down the steep incline of the mountain, coming towards him, a party of men. Tibetans, they looked like. There were a dozen or more, carrying with them a hooded chair. In this sat a figure, an elderly Chinese, gray-haired, clean-shaven, robed in an embroidered gown of rich blue silk.
My name is Xiang. We have with us food and wine, if you will honor me by accepting our slight hospitality. After that, we can start, but our journey is long and somewhat difficult.
Well, if we could borrow a couple of your men for guides and some stores, I think we can get along all right by ourselves.
I'm afraid that would be quite impossible. I regret that it will be necessary for you to return with me to the lamasery.
The lamasery?
Yes. I shall try to arrange for guides for you there.
I'm sorry, we must intrude on your hospitality this way.
We are always delighted to receive guests from the outside.
Well, we won't be there long, I promise you that. And we'll pay for everything we have. We'll pay for our journey and our guides back. We want to return to civilization as soon as possible.
My dear sir, Are you so very certain that you are away from it?
From the plateau to the lamasery, it took them 10 hours. It was bitterly cold. At one time, they were forced to rope themselves together. Conway seemed very pleased that here at least he was of some use. He'd done a lot of mountain climbing in the Swiss Alps and knew all the tricks. And then, very late in the afternoon, without warning, Conway said, they stepped out onto level ground. Out of that mist and cold into clear, sunny air. Far below them, under the setting sun, is the lamasery, a group of colored pavilions clinging to the mountainside with the chance delicacy of flower petals impaled upon a crag. That's how he described it. And beyond that, in a dazzling pyramid, shimmering against the deep electric blue of the evening sky, was the most beautiful mountain on earth. It was so radiant, so serenely poised, that for a moment he wondered if it was real at all.
There's our valley. And there is our lamasery. It is called Shangri-La. I hope our simple dinner has pleased you, Mr. Barnard.
Well, I've been around a lot, Mr. Chang, but I've never tasted food like this. I've never seen anything like this place. Bathtubs from Akron, Ohio, steam heating. Lord, what haven't you got?
You see, here at Shangri-La, we are less barbarian than you expected. We have a rather complete library for a monastery, a certain of our art treasures.
That girl up there playing. I've never heard 17th century music played so well.
She's charming. Who is she?
Her name is Lutsen. She has much skill with Western keyboard music.
Why, the girl looks hardly more than a child.
How old is she?
I am afraid I cannot tell you.
Not giving away secrets about a lady's age, is that it?
Precisely.
Yes, well, that's all very interesting. But it's time we began to discuss plans for getting away, Mr. Chang.
I am sorry. I'm very, very sorry.
Well, surely you can do something. You have maps, I suppose?
Oh, yes, a great many.
Well, all right. I suppose you must have some communication with the outside world. How far is it to the nearest telegraph lines? Well, where do you send to when you want anything civilized?
It is quite true, Mr. Mallison, that from time to time we do require certain things from distant parts. And there is such a consignment expected shortly. Perhaps when the porters arrive.
When do they arrive?
The exact date is, of course, impossible to forecast.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll say no more then. Not tonight. But in the morning. I warn you that in the morning I intend leaving. Good night. I'm sorry my friend is upset tonight.
I, too, am sorry. You will none of you, I am sure, regret your sojourn with us in our little valley in the shadow of Caracal.
Caracal. Is that the name of that mountain we saw?
Yes. It is beautiful, is it not? And very tall. Over 28,000 feet.
Caracal.
In the valley tongue, Mr. Conway, Caracal means blue moon.
Blue moon.
Please, don't stop, Mr. Conway.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you come in, Lutsen.
You play very well.
Oh, no, not really. I lead a pretty busy life, and I don't get near a piano very often.
Please go on playing. If you don't, I shall have to go away.
Oh, but why?
It is not usual in the beginning that we talk with the guests.
But it's not forbidden.
No, but I'm not sure that Zhang would approve. There are subjects we do not discuss, Mr. Conway, either with you or amongst ourselves.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your friend, Mr. Mallinson, is not so polite. He tries to make me talk.
Oh, you mustn't mind Mallinson. He means all right, but he's rather an excitable young man.
I don't think he's very happy here.
No, he's not at all happy.
It is sometimes very lonely.
Oh, well, he's young. That makes a difference.
Yes. Yes, it makes a great deal of difference.
Conway said that in that place it was difficult to estimate the passage of time. He said it must have been about a fortnight after they got to Shangri-La that Jung came to him one day with a message. The message was a summons from the High Lama. Together they went across the empty courtyards, then up a steep spiral staircase, and as they climbed, Conway said he was aware of a strange sensation, a dry, tingling warmth, as if all the windows were tightly closed and some kind of steam heating plant was working at full pressure. Then, finally, they were standing before a door which opened and closed again, and Conway found he was alone. He said he stood there for a moment, hesitant, breathing an atmosphere that was not only sultry but full of dusk, so that it was several seconds before he could accustom himself to the gloom. Then, slowly, he became aware of a small, pale, and wrinkled person, motionlessly shadowed, like some fading antique portrait in the warm dusk. He felt dizzy under the gaze of those ancient eyes.
So, you are Mr. Conway.
I am.
It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Conway. Please sit down beside me. I am an old man and can do no one any harm.
Oh, I feel it a signal honor to be received by you.
Thank you, my dear Conway. I shall call you that according to the English fashion. Jung tells me that you have been asking many questions about our community and its affairs.
I'm certainly interested in them.
Then if you can spare me a little time, I shall be pleased to give you a brief account of our foundation. Tell me, my dear Conway, are you familiar with the general outline of Tibetan history?
I found in your excellent library some interesting annals of these regions, but curiously enough, nothing of the history of Shangri-La.
There is a reason for that, as you will see.
And in all the maps of this area, both ancient and modern, there's no mention of Karakal or the Valley of the Blue Moon.
That, too, is for a reason you will soon understand. The ancient history of Shangri-La is the history of a Catholic priest named Father Perrault. Before devoting himself to Far Eastern missions, Perrault had studied at Paris, Bologna, and other universities. He was something of a scholar. But he was not an ascetic. He enjoyed the good things of the world and was careful to teach his converts cooking as well as catechism. In the year 1719, Perrault set out from Pekin with 3 other Capuchin friars. They traveled southwest for many months, by Langchao and the Coconor, facing terrible hardships. The 3 others died on the way, and Father Perrault was not far from death, when, by accident, he stumbled into the rocky defile that remains today the only practical approach to the Valley of the Blue Moon. Perrault began to preach here in the year 1734, when he was 53 years of age. His was a full life, and he had accomplished much when in the year 1789 news descended to the valley that Perrault was dying at last. He lay in this room, my dear Conway, where he could see from the windows the white blur that was all his failing eyesight gave him of Karakal. But he could see with his mind also. His mind had straightened to a snow-white calm. He was ready, willing, and glad to die. He gathered his friends and servants round him and bade them all farewell. Then he asked to be left alone a while. And it was during such a solitude, with his body sinking and his mind lifted to beatitude,
that he had hoped to give up his soul. But it did not happen so. He lay for many weeks without speech or movement. And then, my dear Conway, he began to recover. He was then 108. When the last of the old monks died, in 1794, Perrault himself was still living. He was then 113 years of age. You will wish to know how he spent his time during those unprecedented years. You see, Father Perrault's attitude may be summed up by saying that as he had not died at a normal age, he began to feel that there was no discoverable reason why he either should or should not do so at any definite time in the future. Having already proved himself abnormal, it was as easy to believe that the abnormality might continue as to expect it to end at any moment.
I think I understand, Father.
Can you indeed? And can you understand anything else after this long and curious story of mine?
It seems impossible. Yet I can't help thinking of it. It's astonishing and extraordinary and quite incredible. And yet not absolutely beyond my powers of belief.
What is, my son?
That you were still alive, Father Perrault.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of James Hilton's Lost Horizon. And in that moment, I'd like to take you back across the high plateau of Tibet, back from this strange corner of the world to the familiar surroundings of your own home, in order to remind you that more soup is eaten in December than in any other month of the year. There are a number of good reasons why December is the top soup-eating month, but of them all, I think these two are most important. First, December ushers in winter, and most mothers realize that good, hot soup in the winter diet not only nourishes and warms us pleasantly, but, served frequently, can help fortify us. Second, December is of all months the month of entertaining, of open house when relatives and friends drop in and gather at the table. And wise hostesses have learned that no dish can more quickly or more successfully transform even a simple meal, give it a festive holiday touch, than a well-chosen soup. Will soup be on your table frequently this month? And will you let Campbell's make this soup for you, as millions will? I know that whatever Campbell soups you may select, you'll be delighted to find the same full-flavored, nourishing soup that you would strive for in your own kitchen. And now Orson Welles resumes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri.
Another whiskey, Sanders?
Thanks.
Say when.
That'll do.
It's getting awfully late.
Never mind. Please go on. About Conway.
Yes, it is quite a story, isn't it? You see, from the time Conway got to that monastery place till the night when he told me about it, nearly a year had passed, and heaven only knows what he'd been through. But the way he told his story and the way he described it all, it was as though he were living it all over again. Every minute, every detail of it. I remember the tone of his voice as he spoke of the High Lama. I remember the silence, exactly as he described it. The silence between him and that ancient figure in that airless, half-lit room. It may have lasted but a second, though it seemed an hour, an eternity, that he sat there staring at the ancient face of the High Lama. It was disembodied. It seemed to glow out of that yellow dusk like a fragment of an old parchment.
In the course of those next years, a few rare strangers found their way to the valley and were welcomed. A Chinese merchant found his way here in 1822. A Greek trader in 1830, and in 1845 a French musician, a pupil of Chopin's. Later an Englishman, 2 Russians, and a German. and night and day sentries kept constant watch on the entrance to the defile. And more than one party of explorers, glorying in their first distant glimpse of Caracal, encountered messengers bearing a cordial invitation, one that was rarely declined.
Just as we were greeted and welcomed?
Yes, my dear Conway. Of course, our invitation is subject to one very important and invariable proviso.
And that is? Oh, you intend to keep us here? That, I take it, is the important and invariable proviso.
You have guessed correctly, my son.
In other words, we are to stay at Shangri-La forever?
I should greatly prefer to employ your excellent English idiom and say that we are all here for good.
For good. Yeah. What puzzles me is why, out of all the rest of the world's inhabitants, we four should have been chosen.
In recent years, our number has been shrinking. Even in Shangri-La, we are mortals, and a serious problem was beginning to arise.
What, you mean that pilot was sent out deliberately to bring someone back by air?
My son, you are still, I should say, a youngish man by the world's standards. Your life, as people say, lies ahead of you. Yes, in the normal course, you might expect only 20 or 30 years of gradually diminishing activity. Youth and old age. Between those two clouds, what small and narrow sunlight illumines a man's lifetime. But you, it may be, are destined to be more fortunate, since by the standards of Shangri-La, your sunlit years have scarcely yet begun. You will have time. Time, that rare and lovely gift that your Western countries have lost the more they have pursued it. You make no comment, my dear Conway.
I've been deeply impressed, Father Perrault, by the things you've told me. I still don't entirely comprehend their significance.
Here in Shangri-La, my son, we have a dream and a vision. It is a vision that first appeared to me when I lay dying in this room in the year 1789. I looked back then on my long life, as I have already told you, and it seemed to me that all the loveliest things were transient and perishable, and that war, lust, and brutality might someday crush them until there were no more left in the world. I saw the nations strengthening, not in wisdom, but in vulgar passions and the will to destroy. And I perceived that when they had filled the land and sea with ruin, they would take to the air. I foresaw a time when men, exultant in the technique of homicide, would rage so hotly over the world that every precious thing would be in danger. Every book and picture and harmony, every treasure garnered through 2 millenniums, the small, the delicate, the defenseless, all would be lost like the lost books of Livy, or wrecked as the English wrecked the summer palace in Peking.
I share your opinion of that.
And that, my son, is why I am here, and why you are here, and why we may pray to outlive the doom that gathers around us on every side.
You think that when that time comes, that Shangri-La will escape?
Perhaps. We may expect no mercy, but we may faintly hope for neglect. Here we shall stay with our books and our music and our meditation, conserving the frail elegancies of a dying age and seeking such wisdom as men will need when their passions are all spent. We have a heritage to cherish and bequeath. Let us take what pleasure we may until that time comes.
Yes. And then?
Then, my son, when the strong have devoured each other, the Christian ethic may at last be fulfilled, and the meek shall inherit the earth.
I declare, I believe there's a storm coming up. Somehow I never expected that here.
I don't think it'll touch us here in the valley.
Sure hate to be out there in that pass, though. That place is murder.
Well, we've all got to face it sooner or later. All four of us. Those porters will be here any day now. I don't imagine we'll have perfect weather all the way to India.
No, I don't think we will. That's one of the reasons why I think I'll let this first trip pass. There'll be other porters later.
You mean, sir, you're not coming with us?
That's it.
Well, I suppose it's your own affair. Nobody can prevent you from stopping here for all your life. It's not what everybody would choose to do, but ideas differ. What do you say, Conway?
I agree. Ideas differ.
As a matter of fact, there's a very practical reason why I think I'll stay on. I don't know whether you people guessed it or not. It was not Barnard.
Not Barnard?
Never was. I'm Chalmers Bryant.
Chalmers Bryant? You don't mean that Wall Street fellow?
The international swindler?
That's me.
I had some friends in Woodstock that lost all they had through you.
I'm sorry.
Well, you certainly played fast and loose with a lot of other people's money.
And why? Because those same people all wanted something for nothing and hadn't the brains to get it for themselves.
That's nonsense.
I'll tell you another thing, too. There's gold in this valley, tons of it. What's more, I've got permission to prospect it. Maybe I can give them tips on how to increase the output. Maybe even someday I'll have...
a common thief, facing a life behind prison bars. No wonder he wants to stay here.
Well, I'm not facing a life behind prison bars, Mr. Mallinson. And I think I'll stay on, too.
What?
You, Miss Brinklow?
Yes. I've done a lot of thinking the last few weeks, and my mind's made up. It's quite obvious that I have a call. This place is in urgent need of a mission. I'm strongly opposed to this doctrine of moderation. In my opinion, it's nothing but slackness and laxity. It's plain to me now that I've a lot of work to do here. A lot of work.
Thank you, Lutsen. It was beautiful.
Mr. Conway, you have seen the High Lama.
Yes.
He told you everything.
What do you mean?
The story of Father Perot, of the Lamas, of me.
The High Lama did not mention you, Lutsen. He told me a great deal about the history of Shangri-La and the work he's doing.
And you found it interesting?
More than that. I was thinking just now as you played how much Shangri-La has come to mean to me. How much these hours here in the music room with you have come to mean.
Do the others feel like this, too?
I'm afraid not. But then, we're all of us different. For each of us, I dare say, Shangri-La holds a special meaning.
Except, I think, for Mr. Mallinson. He will never be contented here, Mr. Conway. Never.
No, I suppose not.
He has no idea, then, of what the Lama has told you. You haven't told him.
Naturally not.
And you believe? You believe all that you've been told?
Well, I see no reason why the High Lama should lie to me.
No. No, of course not. Of course not.
Tell me, John, have there been many who have tried to escape from Shangri-La?
Escape, Mr. Conway. Is that really the word that should be used? After all, the pass is open to anyone at any time.
Right, yes.
I can only hope none of your friends would be so rash as to attempt so difficult a journey. There's Mr. Marison. He's young, of course. But others, too. Lutzen, for instance, was young when she first came to us.
Was young?
Her carriers lost their way in the mountains. She was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan and was traveling to Kashgar to meet him. The whole party would doubtless have perished but for the customary meeting with our emissaries.
When did this happen?
1884. She was 18.
18? In 1884?
Yes. If you will forgive me a personal question, Mr. Conway, is it possible that you are falling in love with Lutzen?
What makes you ask that?
Because if it is so, it would be quite suitable. Always, of course, in moderation.
Even love, then, fits into your scheme of things.
The hospitality of Shangri-La is of a most comprehensive kind, Mr. Conway.
Yes, I think I quite realize that by now. Tell me, Mr. Jang, How old were you when you first came to Shangri-La?
I was quite young, only 22. I am now 104.
When did you first begin to grow old, in appearance?
I was over 70. That is often the case, though I think I may still claim to look younger than my years.
Oh, decidedly.
Thank you.
And suppose you were to leave the valley now. What would happen?
Death. If I remained away for more than a very few days. But even if I were fortunate enough not to die, I would immediately acquire the full appearance of my actual age.
The atmosphere, then, is essential?
Mr. Conway, in the whole world there is only one Valley of the Blue Moon.
You sent for me, Father?
I did. You are unhappy, my son.
Not for myself, Father. I've never known such happiness as I've enjoyed here. It's as if I'd been searching for a long, long time. At last I'd come to the end of that search.
Then it is for the others you are unhappy.
For one of them. The other two are quite content, it seems.
Yes, Miss Sprinkler wishes to convert us. Mr. Barnard would also like to convert us into a gold mining corporation. But your friend, to whom neither gold nor religion can offer solace, how about him?
Yes, he's going to be the problem.
I'm afraid he's going to be your problem.
Why mine?
Very storms, they are nothing. Caracol sends us storms at this time of the year, but we are quite secure.
You said, Father, that Melanson was going to be my problem. Why mine, particularly?
Because, my son, I'm going to die. Yes, you're surprised. But surely, my friend, we are all mortal, even at Shangri-La.
Father.
It is charming of you to appear so concerned. And I will not pretend that there is not a touch of wistfulness, even at my age, in contemplating death. Fortunately, little is left of me that can die physically, and as for the rest, all our religions display a pleasant unanimity of optimism. There remains to me, before I go, one final duty. Concerns you, my son.
You do me a great honor.
I have in mind to do much more than that. I am about to place in your hands, my son, the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
Father.
I have waited for you, my son, for quite a long time. I have sat in this room and seen the faces of newcomers. I have looked into their eyes and heard their voices, always in the hope that someday I might find you. My friend, it is not an arduous task that I bequeath, for our order knows only silken bonds. To be gentle and patient, to care for the riches of the mind, to preside in wisdom and secrecy, while the storm rages without.
The storm? This storm you talk of?
It will be such a one, my son, as the world has not seen before. There will be no safety by arms, no help from authority, no answer in science. It will rage till every flower of culture is trampled and all human things are leveled in a vast chaos. Such was my vision when Napoleon was still a name unknown, and I see it now more clearly with each hour.
And you think this will come in my time?
I believe that you will live through the storm and after, through the long age of desolation. You may still live, growing older and wiser and more patient. You will conserve the fragrance of our history and add to it the touch of your own mind. Beyond that, my vision weakens, but I see, at a great distance, a new world stirring in the ruins, its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son. preserved as by a miracle, hidden behind the mountains in the valley of the blue moon.
The speaking had finished. The voice was silent. Conway stood there, looking at that face before him, full of a remote and drenching beauty. Then the glow faded, and there was nothing left but a mask, dark-shadowed and crumbling like old wood. And Conway told me that it was only after a long time that it came to him as part of a dream that the High Lama was dead.
Conway! Conway! I've got the porters.
The porters?
Yes, they're about 5 miles down the path. They came yesterday loaded with books and things.
You're thinking of going out to them?
Oh, naturally.
Oh, Mallinson, suppose you do get beyond the pass and find the porters waiting there. How do you know they'll take you with them? It all needs arrangement, negotiations beforehand.
Well, they have been arranged. They have been paid in advance. And they've agreed to take us.
Who's been making all these plans?
Lotsen.
Who?
Lotsen. She's with the porters now, down below the path. She's, waiting.
Waiting?
Yes. She's coming with us. I assume you've no objection.
Lotsen, that's nonsense. It's impossible.
It's not impossible. You think you know a great deal more about her than I do, I dare say. But it seems you don't. Oh, just think of it, Conway. A kid of her age shut up here with a lot of old men. Naturally, she'd get away if she had a chance. She said she'd come. She wanted to come. Hang it all, Conway. Don't stare at me like that.
Mallinson, I've got to tell you the truth. I hope when you've heard it, you'll realize at least why Lotsen can't possibly go back with you.
Well, there isn't anything that would make me believe that. But go ahead.
There's something about this valley, Mallinson. Something that makes it different from other places. From any other place on Earth. There are men living here. You've seen them. Who were young when your grandparents were already old.
Oh, and you think that
Lotsen is no different from the others. Lotsen is not young.
Not young? I suppose you'll tell me that
she came here in 1884.
1884?
And she was 18 then.
What? That makes her...
She was 18 then.
Conway, you're raving. You're raving!
Her beauty, Mallinson, like all other beauty in the world, lies at the mercy of those who do not know how to value it. It is a fragile thing that can live only where fragile things are loved. Take it away from this valley, and you will see it fade like an echo. You will see her for what she is. An old woman.
Conway, I don't believe you. I never will. I think you're off your head.
I'm sorry if you think that, Mallinson.
They warned me about that in India. I thought they were wrong.
What did they warn you of?
Well, they said that you'd been blown up in the war and that you'd be queer at times ever since.
Mallinson.
Well, that settles it. I'll go now alone. I don't know how I'll manage to climb without you. And those tricks with a rope. It's almost certain death. But I must go. I gave my word.
To Lotsen?
Yes. Oh, won't you come with us, Conway? I hate imploring you for my own sake, but I'm young and we've been friends. And Lotsen, too. She's young. Doesn't she count at all?
Mallinson, there's just one question I'd like to ask.
Yes?
Are you in love with Lotsen?
I dare say I am. Oh, Conway, it's that stupid nonsense about her being old. Conway, you can't believe that. You just
How
can't.
can you really know she's young?
Because I do know she's young. Because you'll think less of me for it. Because I do know. Oh, I'm afraid you'll never properly understand her, Conway.
And you do. And she's young. And you're sure of that?
Just a girl, Conway. I was terribly sorry for her, and we were both attracted. I don't see there's anything to be ashamed of. She's young. I know.
I understand. Mallinson, I don't know whether I've been mad and am now sane or whether I've been sane for a time and I'm now mad again.
Well, Conway.
Do you think you could manage that tricky bit on the pass with the rope if I were with you?
You see,
I think at the last moment, the thing happened to Conway that so often happens to the dreamers of the world. His dream had dissolved, like all too lovely things, at the first touch of reality. I think he realized, too, that his mind dwelt in a world of its own Shangri-La, and that with their going, Mallinson and Lo Tsen, that world was in peril. He saw the corridors of his imagination twist and strain under the impact. The pavilions were toppling, and all about was ruin.
But good heavens, man, you talk as though... You don't mean you really believe this story, do you?
I wouldn't believe it, except for one very small fact.
And that is?
2 weeks ago, I went back to the hospital at Jungyang and looked up the young Chinese doctor who'd had charge of Conway's case. You remembered him perfectly. The Englishman who'd lost his memory. Was it true he'd been brought to the mission hospital by a woman, I asked. Oh, yes, certainly by a woman. A Chinese woman. She said something about a companion, a young Englishman who'd died on the way. Did he remember anything about her? Nothing, he answered, except that she'd been ill of fever herself and had died almost immediately. Then I asked him one final question. I dare say you can guess what it was. About that Chinese woman, I said. Was she young?
Yes, and what did he say?
He looked at me solemnly for a moment, and then he answered, "Oh, no. She was most old. Most old of anyone I have ever seen."
The last you heard of Conway was 3 months ago from Bangkok, eh?
Yes. And he was going northwest.
Could many places lie northwest of Bangkok?
Including the Valley of the Blue Moon. Do you think he'll ever find it again?
My friend, it is not an arduous task that I bequeath, for our order knows only silken bonds. To be gentle and patient, to care for the riches of the mind, to preside in wisdom and secrecy while the storm rages without. Such a storm, my son, as the world has not seen before. There will be no safety by arms, no help from authority, no answer in science. But I see, at a great distance, a new world, stirring in the ruins, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, preserved, as by a miracle, hidden behind the mountains in the Valley of the Blue Moon.
You have been listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri. Mr. Welles will return to the microphone with his guest of the evening in just a moment. Meanwhile, one quick reminder. You'll be serving soup frequently these December days, won't you? I'm sure you will. And in letting Campbell's make your soup for you, as I hope you will, may I suggest you think often of Campbell's chicken soup? You'll find its full, rich chicken flavor will delight your family and your guests. And they'll enjoy, too, the fluffy rice and tempting pieces of tender chicken meat that help to make this chicken soup of Campbell's so homelike in taste and good nourishment. Have it tomorrow, why don't you? If you will, then I know with your very first spoonful you'll understand why I say, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now I see Orson Welles is ready. Mr. Welles.
Here by my side, ladies and gentlemen, is a lady whom you've already admired in many continents of the world. In Asia, in Marco Polo, in Africa, in Algiers, and more recently in South America, in the picture Rio. And tonight she was in Tibet playing La Tsen. but for whose charms the story of Shangri-La might never have reached the outside world. The beautiful Sigrid Guri.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Orson Welles. And thank you especially for inviting me here to Campbell's Playhouse. I hear your productions very often, and tonight being here in the studio with you, acting in one of them, is really an exciting experience for me.
That's very nice of you, Miss Guri. Thank you.
Good night, Orson Welles.
Good night, Miss Guri. And ladies and gentlemen, next week, next Sunday night, our favorite and foremost guest, Miss Helen Hayes, returns once more to the Campbell Playhouse. Our production, Vanessa, Hugh Walpole's magnificent love story of modern England. And Vanessa is not only the heroine of a great love story, she is also one of Helen Hayes' favorite characters. Indeed, it was Miss Hayes' own choice for her next appearance on the Campbell Playhouse. And so until next Sunday night, until Vanessa, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you our exclusive Playhouse star, Miss Helen Hayes, and the delightful love story, Vanessa. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
The Shenley Laboratories, producer of Pencil and Shenley and Shenley Pharmaceuticals, presents the Encore Theater. The Encore Theater play tonight, A Man to Remember. Our star is Mr. Lionel Barrymore. Tonight, Shenley Laboratories presents another in a new series of great dramatic programs. Some of our stories are fact, the struggles and accomplishments of great men of medicine. Others are fiction, stories of devotion to an ideal, individual heroism, or great courage. By these programs, Shenley Laboratories would remind you that medical science and progress are not cold, impersonal research or pages of statistics, but a warm human story told in living terms, whether it's the life of one of medicine's immortals or the everyday record of service rendered by your family physician. And now, A Man to Remember, starring Mr. Lionel Barrymore. The doctor was dead. The funeral was over. It had been an impressive afternoon. The town band had walked before the funeral coach, and the people of the town had thronged the sidewalks to pay their last respects. The doctor was dead. The earth was in place, and the stone, and the words that honored him. And before the afternoon sun had set, the vultures had gathered in his lawyer's office. George Sykes, the banker, Homer Ramsey, owner of the local department store, Jode Harkness, president of the school board.
Sit down, gentlemen. I've brought Dr. Abbott's strongbox with me. I find that in most cases of this nature, the creditors prefer to wait until, well, the day after the benediction has been delivered.
Now, looky here, Clyde. That ain't fair. The doc would want us to have our money. I hold Doc Abbott's personal note for $600, plus 100 interest.
How about you, Homer?
I had the bookkeeper figure up his account today. He owes the store $726.37. Hasn't paid a bill since 1928.
And you, Jude?
He owes me $1,100.
His son gave this box to me this morning when I explained how eager you were to get his father's affairs in shape. Gentlemen, here is the estate.
The estate?
That's right. A black signet ring, an ashtray, and some papers. Suppose we take the papers one by one. This one is headed Westport First National Bank. It reads, 60 days after date, or on demand, I promise to pay to George Sykes and, or, the Westport First National Bank, the sum of $300 with accumulated interest at 7%. Signed, John Abbott. Dated, June 16, 1919.
That's the date, all right. He walked into my office with Dick. Dick was, about 8 then. 2 of them looked about as poor as church mice. Well, if it ain't John Abbott.
Yeah. How are you, Joe?
I'm fine. Sit down. How are you? It's been a long while.
Yeah, pretty near 25 years.
Dad, you left for college right after we graduated from high school, didn't you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you were voted the boy most likely to succeed, weren't you?
Yeah. It seems kind of funny now, doesn't it?
It sure does. Aiming to stay here for a while?
Well, as long as it can be useful to the community, George.
Well, I don't know. We got some doctors here already.
Well, I thought there might be enough room for one more.
Well, might be at that. A lot of poor folks on the other side of town built up quite a little factory section over there. A lot of them folks need doctoring.
Well, I guess I'll stay then. I need a little eating money, though.
How much?
About $300.
That's a whale of a lot of money, John.
Well, I aim to do a whale of a lot of eating in this town.
What have you got to offer as security?
17 years' experience as a practicing physician.
Yeah, you know what we say about horses, John. There's horses, and then again there's horses. I always say that about doctors, too.
Well, I've done pretty well.
You're broke, ain't you?
I meant about keeping my patients alive. That's my business, you know.
All right, John. I'm going to make out a note for $300, and I'll give you $250. Got to have a little bonus, you know, when there isn't any security. But I always like to help an old friend.
Yeah. Do you help out many of your old friends this way, George?
Sign on this line.
They should have elected you, the boy most likely to succeed.
That sure was a long time ago.
Here's the second paper. It's a bill, one of Dr. Abbott's statements. It's made out to Howard Johnson. It reads, June 17th, 1919, delivery of child, $25. Beneath it is the notation, Johnson has no money.
Well, Doc, you have a fine baby girl, Johnson.
Girl.
And a healthy one, too.
Girls ain't no good on a farm. I wanted a boy. I wanted somebody who could help me work this land when I get old. Girls are for people who can afford them. How's my wife?
Johnson, I did everything I could. I'm afraid she wasn't in very good condition to begin with, and, well, I did everything I could. I know how you feel. I lost my wife that way.
She never had nothing while she lived. Bad crops, bad times. Who was going to have a good crop this season? I was going to buy her something.
Yeah. Now keep the baby warm, and...
You get out of here. Get out of here. Don't ever come back.
But, man, you want to know how to take care of the baby.
I told you to get. Get, I said, get.
Boy, that was some shiner, Pop.
It is a beaut, isn't it?
What's that?
Sounds like a baby crying.
It's outside.
Come on.
It is a baby. Look, in that box.
Well, I'll be... Come on, let's get her inside right away.
Here's a note.
Let me have it, son. Dear Doc, I'm sorry I hit you. Give the kid to somebody who'll be good to it. Johnson.
She sure is little, isn't she?
Eh? Well, son, it looks as though you got a baby sister.
I'd forgotten Jean wasn't his own child.
What's the next paper?
This is a bill to Dr. Abbott. It's from you, Homer. See? Homer Ramsey, General Merchandise. June 17th, 1923, to Dr. Abbott account, 1 baby doll, $12. Please remit.
Happy birthday to you. Now, take a big breath and blow the candles out, honey. Hey, that's wonderful. All 4 at once. That means you're going to get your wish. Now then, what did you wish for?
A dolly.
A dolly? Well. Now, suppose you go and look in your bedroom and see what you find. You go with us, son. Turn the lights on.
Yes, sir. Come on, Jean.
Hello? Yep. Who? Oh, Homer Ramsey. What's the matter? Oh, I see. Doc Robinson's out of town. All right, I'll be right over. Doctors have the doggonest time trying to give parties.
How is she, Doc?
Well, Homer, your wife has acute appendicitis. I'm going to have to operate right away.
How much are you going to charge me for this operation?
I understand. Are you by any chance interested in how your wife is doing?
Well, I certainly am, Doc. But I don't want any of this funny stuff about the price of the operation. I want a fair price. But I don't want to be stuck, you understand?
I understand. Are you interested by any chance in how your wife's doing?
How is she?
Well, she's very low. Hello, Homer.
Hello, Doc. What can I do for you?
I have the bill here with me for your operation.
$100. That's right, John?
That's right, Homer.
How much of your time did the operation take?
About 4 hours, I calculate.
Pretty good money for 4 hours' work. Look here, John. Let's get down to the facts. I don't mind paying a just fee, but $100 for 4 hours? That's pretty steep.
You really mean that, don't you, Homer?
You bet I do.
Mm-hmm. What do you pay your janitor around here?
Oh, 40 cents an hour.
Yeah, you see, I made a mistake in figuring the bill, Homer.
Well, that's more like it.
Yep. The only place we differ is the value each of us puts on your wife. I was a mite too high, so I'll settle right now for 40 cents an hour. $1.60 cash.
Now, John, I didn't mean that. Perfectly willing to pay a fair price.
Give me $1.60.
But I feel ashamed to settle for that, John. Really, now you know...
Give me the money.
Yeah, sure.
I'll just fix the bill. To Homer Ramsey, Count Appendicitis Operation, Mrs. Ramsey, $100. Settled for $1.60 cash. You got a bargain at that, Homer. You'd have had to pay a gravedigger for 6 hours.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our play, A Man to Remember, to bring you an important message from Shenley Laboratories. Today, in the supply room of 8,383 American hospitals, you will find penicillin. Yet only 3 years ago, the wonder drug was almost a medical rarity. The firms who devoted themselves to increasing the supplies of penicillin available struggled against many obstacles inherent in its production. Numbered among these firms was Shenley Laboratories. Although these companies have seen the realization of their goal, enough penicillin to fill essential needs, they cannot feel their work is done. Up to the present, research workers at Shenley Laboratories have developed such products as penicillin tablets and troches for administration by mouth, and penicillin ointment and ophthalmic ointment. Now these men are looking forward to the perfecting and production of other and perhaps entirely different types of pharmaceuticals. It is ever the aim of Shenley Laboratories to know more of what benefits to mankind may be derived from medical research. It is our aim, too, to translate the knowledge we gain into production of more and greater aids to healing for all members of the medical profession. And now, back to the second act of tonight's play, A Man to Remember, starring Mr. Lionel Barrymore. The doctor was dead, and the afternoon sun was still haloing the freshly turned earth. The doctor was dead, and in his lawyer's office sat his creditors, the banker, the merchant, the president of the school board.
What's that next paper there, Lawyer Perkins? Anything of value?
Not to you, Jode. It's the announcement of Richard's graduation from Curtis University. We all remember how proud Doc Abbott was that day. Richard was valedictorian of his class.
Yes, it was 1934. Right after graduation, Dick went to the New York Medical Center for postgraduate work. What's that paper there? The bill?
October 8th, 1936, to Paul Lubanovsky, deceased.
Paul Lubanovsky?
You remember Paul Lubanovsky, don't you, Jode? Of course you do. The doc mentioned him when he was arguing with you about building a hospital. As a matter of fact, all of you were there. Homer, George, as well as Jode. It was a Board of Supervisors meeting.
Last week, this Board of Supervisors appropriated $18,000 to fight hog cholera. I have always worked on the theory that a man is more valuable than a hog.
Now, that ain't fair, Doc, and you know it. Hogs are big industry around here.
Well, so are people. You figure that a dead hog represents $20 loss, and a dead man costs nothing. Isn't it as much your business to take care of human beings as it is to take care of hogs?
As far as I'm concerned, the whole scheme is ridiculous.
Our budget won't stand it.
The whole thing's impractical.
All right, gentlemen. All right. Sorry I can't spend more time with you, but I got work to do. There's a fellow on the other side of town named Lubanovsky. He's a foreman at the flour mill. They tell me his crew puts out more flour than any outfit in the mill. He's a good man. Mm-hmm. Almost as good as a hog. Yesterday he got his arm caught in the mill. I had to amputate. I couldn't move him because I had no hospital to move him to. No ambulance if there had been a hospital. Now, I don't think Paul Lubinovsky can pull through. Now, you take care of the hogs. I'll take care of the people.
Dad! Dad, where are you?
Dr. Abbott, what's happened? What's the matter?
It's my arm.
It was my fault, sir. I was showing her my gun. It was an accident.
Come in the other room quickly. Come on. Come on, Howard. I'll need you too. How does that feel, honey?
Fine. You're a good doctor.
Well, at least I'm the best one handy. It's not very serious, Howard. May leave a small scar, but that's about all.
I'm awfully sorry, sir, and I know there isn't anything to be said for me, but I'll do anything I can to make it right.
You mean that, Howard?
Oh, I certainly do.
Well, I got a little plan in mind.
Anything. I'll do anything.
Relax, son. Relax. It isn't that drastic. Now, my plan is this. Your father loves you, doesn't he?
What? Yes.
And you're sorry for what you've done. So sorry that you'll make your father show how much he loves you.
Yes, sir.
Howard, Jean may have needed surgery tonight. X-rays, transfusion, and time might have been very important. You wouldn't have been a very happy boy, Howard, if Jean
Doctor, what? I didn't know. I didn't realize.
No. This near tragic little accident may be a blessing in disguise, Howard. I want you to go to your father. Tell him a man as big as he is should engrave his name in the history of this town. He should leave something big for the town and for himself.
Like what?
Like the George Sykes Memorial Hospital.
That was a fine gesture you made, George, building that hospital.
Well, I probably would have done it anyhow.
I must admit it's come in handy.
It was rather small of you, though, I think, restricting Dr. Abbott to the charity ward.
Well, the charity cases were always his pets anyway. Let's get on with the box.
This is a bill, a statement sent September 21st, 1937 to Mrs. Walter Lamb, account Sally Lamb, $6.
Oh, I remember that.
I think we all remember that.
Now, keep Sally in the house, Mrs. Lamb, and don't under any circumstances let any children come in. I'll write out exactly what I want you to do. Of course, you'll be quarantined, but I'll be back this afternoon.
Do you think it's anything serious, Doctor?
Yes, I think it's typhoid fever. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm sorry to have to interrupt a board of the supervisors again, but what I have to say today won't take very much time. You're having a county fair in 2 weeks, and I've come here to ask you to cancel it.
Cancel it? Are you crazy?
What for?
Unless my diagnoses are completely wrong, we're in for an epidemic of typhoid fever.
What gives you that idea, Doc?
I have 4 patients who have all the symptoms.
Well, quarantine them. 4 people out of a town of 4,000 don't strike me as being an epidemic.
4 cases of typhoid, gentlemen, are quite enough to start preventive measures so there won't be an epidemic.
The merchants of this town have put up $12,000 for the county fair. You suggesting that we throw that money up the flue just because 4 of your patients might have typhoid?
All right. You leave me no other course than to go to the newspaper. I'm going to warn this town whether it costs our merchants $12,000 or not.
Newspapers won't print nothing we tell it not to, Doctor.
How much is your son worth to you, Joe?
That's not a fair question.
You're willing to risk him for $12,000?
Oh, he won't get it, will he? Typhoid fever?
He might. He can. Only don't worry, Joe. I'm going to see he doesn't get it. I hope all you gentlemen sleep well tonight.
The boys are all waiting on the front porch, Dad. I have 10 of them.
Good. Give them each a pile of handbills. Tell them I want one in every house in town and all along Main Street.
Here, let me see one. Warning, typhoid fever. Do not attend the county fair. Boil every drop of water you drink. I am making a house-to-house canvass to assure that everyone is examined. I will give each of you medical advice on purification of water and provide chlorinated tablets for those who have their own water supply. If I do not get to your house, come to me in the evenings. John Abbott, M.D.
Oh, Dr. Abbott, I'm so glad you came. The children are all inside, and I've talked to every mother in the block. They brought their youngsters over here to save you time.
Fine. Now, let's get to work.
There's the doctor now.
We weren't home today, Doctor, so we came here to your house.
I haven't got any money, Doc, but I'll pay you payday.
Good evening, folks. Now, if you line up by one, we'll take care of you in the living room.
Dad, the city council is all stirred up about us. They say you've alarmed the whole community and ruined the fair. I'm afraid we're in trouble again.
Probably. Jean, I'm tired. I never felt it before, but, well, I'm an old man.
You heard the charges, Dr. Abbott. There's nothing personal in them. The county fair and the reputation of us all has been put in jeopardy by what we must consider unwarranted action on your part. Have you any defense to offer?
No defense.
Then I have no course but to put this matter into the record.
Do. Meanwhile, I think I'd better go home.
I'm sorry to be late, gentlemen. I've been very busy. We have 6 cases of typhoid fever in Wellington.
I shall assume we shall disregard all action taken in this meeting. Do I hear a motion that a committee be appointed to appear before the Board of Supervisors and insist upon cancellation of the county fair?
I make such a motion.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye. 42 cases in Wellington. 23 cases in Palmdale. 68 cases in Wellington. 39 cases in Palmdale. 4 cases in Westport. But no new cases reported there since the beginning of the epidemic. Well, that's the report, gentlemen. I, for one, think we owe Dr. Abbott a mighty big debt of gratitude.
Daddy, there are some people to see you.
People? Well, send them in.
I think maybe you'd better come out on the front porch. The minister's there, and, well, there's quite a mob of them.
Huh? Oh, well, all right.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Reverend. Oh, good evening, all.
Doctor, you've been among us for a long time, and you've worked hard. You never made much money, I guess, because the people you worked for didn't have much. But you didn't care. You just kept right on working. Maybe a lot of us have been ungrateful. Maybe you think we've forgotten. We haven't. I have here a letter. It's a letter of thanks for all you've done. It's got 4,000 signatures, Doctor. Almost every man, woman, and child in this town. It's just to let you know that we love you.
Dr. Abbott?
Yes, Dr. Robinson.
In my mind, and in the minds of my colleagues of the County Medical Association, you performed the most outstanding service in the history of our community. You have taught us all something, not only about medicine, but about humanity. The Westport County Medical Association has delegated me to inform you that if you will honor us with your presence, you have in advance been elected president by acclamation.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Dad. I'm mighty proud of you.
Dick, well, when did you get back, son?
Got in on the afternoon train. I wanted to surprise you. I was just in time to hear the speeches.
It's so good to see you. Well, I'm certainly having an exciting day.
That shingle out there is too small, you know. You'll have to get a bigger one.
Bigger one?
That's right. There's another name going under yours. Dr. John Abbott and Dr. Richard Abbott.
Oh, yeah. We'll have it painted the first thing in the morning. I've waited a long time for that.
Kind of a shame he had to die just when he was getting little recognition.
His heart was worn out, and so was he. He gave until he didn't have an ounce of strength left to give.
What's in the envelope on the bottom?
The money for his debts. According to his calculations, he owed the three of you $2,426.37. Do you think?
Why don't we give the money to the charity ward at the hospital?
Give it? I kind of agree with you, George. Those debts should have been written off a long time ago.
I guess you're right. He was a fine man. We might not have always seen eye to eye.
Leastways, not until he swung around to his way of thinking by one means or another.
But he was a fine man.
I agree with you. Dr. Abbott was a man to remember.
In a moment, we'll bring back our star, Lionel Barrymore. But first, a word about doctors from our sponsor. Shenley Laboratories, maker of penicillin Shenley, would like to remind you that the American standard of health is higher than that of any country in the world. We feel sure you'll agree that the man who has done most to make the situation true is the American doctor. Shenley Laboratories pledges to do all within its power to aid America's physicians in their work of maintaining America's high standards of health. And now, the star of tonight's play, Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
Ladies and gentlemen, to sum up the spirit of this Shenley Laboratory program, this simple and beautiful prayer of the physician, written centuries ago by Maimonides, seems to me to be apt and fitting. The eternal providence has appointed me to watch over the life and death of all thy creatures. May I always see in the patient a fellow creature in pain. Grant me strength and opportunity always to extend the domain of my craft. Now, this is the prayer of the physician. Its age is old, yet today it's as new as the hope for a peaceful way of life for all the world. May we invite you to listen again next week at this same time when Shenley Laboratories presents The Prisoner of Shark Island, starring Zachary Scott, a great star in a great story. Good night.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 45, as written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Ladies and gentlemen, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Fred. Friends, as some of you know, Radio City Playhouse is now on the air twice weekly, Mondays and Thursdays. The Thursday evening show is called 8 by Request and consists of 8 of the best broadcasts which Radio City Playhouse has presented during the past year. This Thursday at 8:30 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, 8 by Request will present the gracious and charming Irene Dunn in Treasure Trove, a tense and compelling story of 3 good friends and the mysterious evil which almost wrecked their lives. We hope that all regular Playhouse listeners will be with us on both Thursdays and Mondays. Our show tonight stars Carl Swenson, one of the busiest, best, and most popular actors in New York. We're very happy to have him with us. Here then is Carl Swenson in Murder is the Easiest Way, Attraction 45 on Radio City Playhouse.
I had no idea that anything was going on between my son and Diane Rodell. When Doug told me that he wanted to marry her, I did everything I could to stop it. When I saw finally that I couldn't stop it, I decided on murder. You possibly understand how a father feels. Doug was my whole life. From the day his mother had died, the boy had been the center of everything. Perhaps because he was slightly lame, I felt deeper about everything he did. I didn't want his physical handicap to warp his life. I wanted him to be happy, successful, well-adjusted. Maybe I wanted too much, I don't know. I always had the sneaking feeling that he was a little bit ashamed of my business. I manufactured girdles and foundation garments. I think that he thought it was a sissy sort of business for a man to be in. I guess the fact is I never knew what Doug thought. When he told me he wanted to marry Diane Rodell, I'll never forget the blinding stab of pure fright I experienced. He came bursting into the office, glowing with pride and pleasure.
Hi, Dad. Got a minute?
Well, hello, Doug. Of course I've got a minute. Come on in and sit down.
Dad, I want you to be the first to know that you're going to be a father-in-law.
Doug, you mean you're going to get married? Well, who is she?
The gal who makes millions of women think they can have her figure if they wear smooth-skin girdles.
Doug, Surely you don't mean Diane. Not Diane Rodell. Now, wait a minute, Dad. I don't like the tone of your voice. Just because she's a model is no reason for... now isn't it possible that you've let yourself get carried away? I mean, a beautiful girl like that and what? Doug, I want you to be happy, but please, Doug, not Diane Rodell.
Why do you say not Diane Rodell like that for?
Because I know what she is.
Dad.
She's a very experienced little number, and she knows that you'll own this business someday. She's the patient, careful type.
Dad.
And she's grasping and greedy.
Cut it out, Dad.
She's cheap and common and no good.
Cut it out, Dad.
Doug, you can't. You can't. I won't let you.
If you're going to talk like that, let's drop the subject.
Doug, now, please, let's not quarrel, but please, let's talk this thing over.
There's nothing to talk over.
Doug, you're making a mistake. You're making a terrible mistake. The girl is no good. Believe me, I know. I just can't let you do this.
What do you mean, let me?
That's exactly what I mean. I won't let you.
Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me.
Do you mean to say that you've never figured out why Diane Rodell, with her looks, would marry a 24-year-old kid with a lame foot?
Dad, after that one, there's nothing much left for us to say.
Hello, Miss Campbell. Mr. Feeney there? Oh, would you ask him to step into my office for a moment? It's urgent. Thanks. Oh, he can't do it. He just can't do it. Mary, I promise you, I won't let him do it. I won't let our boy marry that girl.
Hello, Frank. You got something on your mind?
Doug's going to marry Diane Rodell.
Yes, I know.
You know?
Diane phoned me this morning.
What about?
She said that if I had any idea of showing Doug that picture, she'd know what steps to take.
Harry, we've been partners for 10 years. But if it's a choice between your happiness and Doug's, Harry, please, the boy is only 24. You're older than I am. You're nearly 50. Now, please, Harry,
I'm afraid the answer is no, Frank. I'm sorry.
I can't let Doug throw his life away on a girl like that. She's a tramp. She's no good. Doug was just here, and I handled it badly. I hurt him. I said something about what could a girl like Diane see in a kid with a lame foot.
Oh, that was a bit rough, wasn't it?
What did you expect me to say? Congratulations?
Well, don't start yelling at me,
Why
Frank.
shouldn't I yell at you? If it wasn't for you, that girl would never have met Doug.
I know.
What exactly happened that night?
Oh, Jimmy Davis in our advertising department found her and introduced us, and we had a few drinks after work one evening. She asked me up to her apartment. She had a guy in the closet with a camera. It wasn't exactly a shakedown. She just wanted a 5-year contract as a sole model for smooth skin girdles at $400 a week.
How bad was the picture?
Oh, if my wife ever saw it, she'd throw me out.
Harry, Agnes is reasonable. She'd understand.
Frank, Agnes hasn't understood anything for years. She owns my half of smooth skin now. And if she ever saw a photograph of me kissing Diane Rodell, she'd throw me out. I'm sorry, but I can't risk that.
Harry, you've got a big salary. Surely you can live on $15,000 a year.
I've gotten used to a good living. If I show Doug that photograph, Diane will mail Agnes another one the next morning. As long as she has that negative, I'm staying out of the whole thing. Why don't you try buying her off?
You think I could?
Diane Rodell will do anything for money. It's just a question of settling the price.
All right. I'll try.
I'm sorry, Frank. I'd like to help, but I've got my own neck to think about.
Hello?
Diane?
Yes, who's this?
Frank Wineglass.
Well, how nice to hear from you. Not that I haven't been expecting to.
Have you?
Yes, I have.
What about?
Oh, let's stop playing games, Mr. Wineglass. I knew how you'd feel about my marrying Doug. Do you want to discuss it?
As soon as possible.
The date with Doug tonight. The dear boy's so impetuous, he'll probably want to run off and get married somewhere this very evening.
What time is your date?
Dinner. He's picking me up at 7. Supposing you come up here around 5:30.
All right. I'll be there.
Good evening, Mr. Wineglass. Come in.
Thanks.
My living room's a little cramped. Of course, I expect to change all that soon.
Look, Diane, let's be frank. I don't mean to sound crude, but I know what you are.
Oh, don't make it sound as though I had leprosy.
I'm sorry. Look, please leave the kid alone. He's only 24. He's always been very sensitive. Being lame has given him all sorts of, well, not neuroses exactly, but Diane, he's idealistic and sensitive. And he's in love with your looks, and I can't blame him. But, Diane, it's not right for him. It'll break his heart if he finds out that you...
That what?
That you blackmail. That you've got an incriminating photograph of Harry Feeney. The disillusionment would break his heart. Now, I'm not here to quarrel with you, Diane. I'm here to beg you to let that kid alone. Now, I'm willing to pay you anything within reason. How much do you want?
Oh, I didn't think we'd get down to figures quite this quickly. However, if that's the way you want it, how about 100,000?
Diane, please, now let's be reasonable.
I think that's very reasonable.
I'm making you a fair offer. I expect you to meet me halfway.
Why should I?
$100,000 is out of the question.
What did you have in mind?
Half that amount.
$50,000?
I can't possibly afford any more.
Look, Mr. Wineglass, I have my own sources of information. You're worth almost $500,000.
But not in cash, Diane. If you figure the plant and the equipment, yes, but I can't give you machinery. I just couldn't raise $100,000. Now, please, Diane, please be reasonable. I can't let this happen to Doug. I just can't.
Oh, this broken-hearted father act is getting tiresome, Mr. Wineglass. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be bad for Doug at all. We might hit it off rather well. If you can't pay off now, that suits me. I'll get it eventually anyway.
Diane, I can't raise $100,000 in cash. It's impossible.
Then I'll wait.
You can't marry him, Diane. It'll ruin his life. He's terribly in love with you, and when he finds out...
But he won't find out. If you try to tell him, he'll never speak to you again. He'll say you're jealous and that you're lying. You see, I don't care which way it goes. 100,000 now, or we get married, and eventually it means the same thing.
I'll cut him off. I'll kick him out of the business and cut him off.
You think that'll help? You really think you could stand being alienated from Doug, from your only son?
How do you women get so rotten? So rotten?
If you know what's good for you, Mr. Wineglass, you'll keep a civil tongue in your head.
You're cheap and common and no good.
Why,
You are. You're dirty and rotten, and you're not going to marry Doug.
Just try and stop me.
I'm warning you, Diane. I'll stop you if I have to kill you. This was the girl that Doug wanted to marry. Cold, calculating, bad all through. The thought of it made me physically sick. Doug with his fine young face and his blonde hair. I couldn't stand it. This was my son. This was the reason I worked, the reason I lived. If this thing happened to him, my life would be over. Even at 45, I'd have nothing more to live for. Well, it wasn't going to happen. The next morning, I apologized to Doug. The words stuck in my throat, but I made him believe them.
The things you said yesterday, Dad, are pretty hard to take.
I know, Doug. I know. I'm terribly sorry, and I want you to have the cottage in Newport for a wedding present.
Are you trying to buy me off?
Oh, Doug, please don't hold a grudge. Give me a chance. I've said I'm sorry. Can't we let bygones be bygones?
Okay, Dad. Let's forget it.
Thanks, Doug. Thanks. Well, now, can we talk business for a moment?
Sure, what's up?
Would you mind going out of town for a few days?
Where?
Well, I'd like to have you represent us at the National Underwear Manufacturers Convention in San Francisco. You'd have to leave on the Century tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I know it isn't much notice.
Well, Diane and I had a
couple of things planned, but... Oh, she'll understand. Sure, I can make the train tomorrow.
Well, take her out tonight on your expense account. Really do the town.
Okay.
You'll only be away about 10 days. Take Diane out tonight and then take the morning off, and I'll meet you for a late breakfast, and you can catch the Century at noon. Okay?
Sure, Dad. Whatever you say.
In one conversation, I'd regained Doug's confidence and gotten him out of town for 10 days. That was step one. Step two was my alibi. This was going to be a perfect murder. They're not hard, you know, if you use your head. At 9 o'clock that night, I went to my club, the Hampton Club on 48th Street. As usual, Colonel Dover was in the reading room. That's the way he spent all his evenings, reading the Times. At 9:01, I said good evening to him. Good evening, Colonel Dover.
Good evening, Wineglass.
I sat down behind him and watched him for a few minutes. At 9:10, I slipped quietly out of the reading room, through the French windows that opened into a little court, and out onto 49th Street. I walked a half block to Diane Rodell's apartment. At 9:13, I was climbing through her kitchen window that opened onto a service porch at the back of her building. At 9:15, I was sitting in front of the portable typewriter on the desk in her living room. I left my gloves on while I typed. Come. Alone. Diane. Dear Harry, I need a little extra cash, $5,000. Not much for a rich man like you. If you don't want Agnes to see that photograph, you'd better turn up for the money. Thursday night, 10 sharp, all 20s or smaller. Be sure, darling, that you come alone. Diane. It's foolproof. It's foolproof. At 9:24, I was back in the Hampton Club reading room. I slipped quietly back into my seat. The whole thing had taken 14 minutes. Colonel Dover hadn't budged. He was still there, still reading. I was positive that he hadn't missed me. On my way home, I mailed a letter to Harry Feeney, and then I slept a good, comfortable 9 hours. The next morning, Doug and I had breakfast, and afterwards I put him in a cab with a suitcase and plenty of time to catch the Century. And I went up to the office to see if Harry Feeney had received Diane's letter. Right after the first mail delivery, Harry Feeney came in with Diane's letter in his hand.
Frank, I'm absolutely desperate. I've got to raise $5,000 by tomorrow night.
Oh, well, what for?
Here, read this.
Well, who's it from?
Diane, read it.
Dear Harry, I need a little extra cash. $5,000, not much. You better turn up for the money Thursday night at 10 sharp. All 20. So I'll be sure down to come along, Diane. Harry, this is blackmail.
Yeah.
Getting us to sign a 5-year modeling contract is one thing, but this is blackmail. This is a matter for the police.
Frank, will you try to understand? Diane is no fool. She knows darn well I can't chance Agnes seeing that picture. So I stick her in jail for blackmail. She'd still send that picture to Agnes. And while I'd love to see Diane in jail, I'd hate to have Agnes throw me out.
In other words, you're going to give her the $5,000?
If you loan it to me.
I'll give you a check in the morning. You can cash it and take the money up tomorrow night. Things were going very well. The alibi and a motive. I could get rid of Harry Feeney, too, this silly, slightly alcoholic little man who's held me back for years. The letter went in my drawer as Exhibit A. The next morning, I gave Harry Feeney a check for $5,000. Then I telephoned Diane.
Hello?
Diane, it's Frank Wineglass. I've been thinking things over. I'll meet your price.
100,000?
It's worth that much to me to prevent Doug ruining his life.
When can we get together?
How about tonight?
All right. What time?
9:15?
9:15 will be fine.
I want the negative of that picture that you have of Harry Feeney. Will you have it there?
I have it here now. I'll see you tonight at 9:15.
All right. Goodbye. That night, I went again to the Hampton Club. As usual, Colonel Dover was in the reading room. Again, I said good evening, and again he answered me. Good evening, Colonel Dover.
Good evening, Wineglass. Good evening.
I sat down a little behind him and to the left. At 9:10, I slipped quietly out of the reading room, through the French doors, across the court, out to 49th Street. I was sweating, nervous, tense. In my pocket, I had Harry Feeney's gun, the one that he'd kept in his desk drawer at the office for as long as I could remember. I walked through the crowds like somebody in a trance. And this time, I used the front entrance of her apartment. And at exactly 9:13, I was ringing Diane's doorbell.
Hello, Mr. Wineglass. Come in.
Hello, Diane. Thanks.
Would you like a drink or anything?
No, thanks. Sit down.
Say, what is this? What are you doing? What's the idea of the gun? What is this?
I'm going to kill you.
Look, let's not play Alan Ladd, shall we?
Last night, while you were out with Doug, I wrote Harry Feeney a letter on that typewriter, over your signature, also typed.
You were here last night?
In it, you asked for $5,000 for the picture that you got of him. He borrowed the money from me, and he'll be up here at 10 o'clock.
What?
He'll find you dead with his gun beside you.
You're crazy. You're
At the
absolutely
trial, Colonel Dover in the Hampton Club reading room will swear I was there all evening.
Now, look, let's not get excited. I'll be glad to give you the picture now.
I'm sure you will.
I'll give up, Doug. Now, look, Mr. Wineglass. Here's the negative. Here, take it.
Just don't move. Don't move.
Frank, for heaven's sake.
Some men will do anything for their sons. Have you seen Death of a Salesman?
You mean it. You actually mean it.
This could be the death of a sales girl. Except that what you have got to sell has been picked over so often, I doubt if there's a market anywhere. Good night, Miss Rodell. I had to fight with myself not to run all the way back to the club. Somehow I did the necessary things. The gun beside her, the incriminating negative, the front door slightly open. I was almost hysterical by the time I got back to the club. I caught my breath in the courtyard and slipped into the chair behind Colonel Dover. And very quietly, I picked up a magazine from the table beside me. I'd been gone exactly 11 minutes. It was 21 minutes after 9. And then I let the Colonel have it.
Good Lord, Wineglass, if you've got bronchitis, why don't you go to a doctor?
Oh, I'm sorry, Colonel. There's something in my throat.
How can anybody read with that racket?
Oh, I'm sorry. Since I've disturbed you anyway, would you mind telling me the time?
It's not quite 22 after 9.
Thank you. It was perfect. All evening I'd been in the reading room of the Hampton Club. Colonel Dover would swear to it. At 10:30, there was a telephone call for me. I knew who it would be. Be Harry Feeney. Be hysterical. Desperate. Want advice. He'd gone up with the money and found her shot. I was quite calm when I stepped into the telephone booth beside the club desk. Hello?
Frank, it's Harry.
Oh, what is it? You sound upset.
I'm nearly crazy. Something terrible has happened.
Oh, well, what is it?
I was supposed to take that money up to Diane tonight at 10 o'clock, and Agnes has dreamed up a bridge game. And
What?
I can't get away. I'm afraid if I don't turn up, she'll mail that picture to Agnes.
But
Frank, you've got to go over and explain. She's not far from the Hampton Club, and, well, I've tried to call Diane a couple of times when I've been dummy, but she's not answering the phone. Please go over and stall her off. Frank. Hello, Frank.
stark terror clutched at my insides. If Harry Feeney played bridge all evening, he'd have a perfect alibi, too. I sat there in that close, hot telephone booth and let the fear rush over me. Somehow I got home. After 3 Nembutols, I got to sleep. About 5 in the morning. When I woke up, the telephone had been ringing for a long time. It was past noon. That horrible, insistent bell beat its way into my consciousness. Hello? Dad, where have you been? We've been phoning all over for you.
Why, Doug...
Dad, something terrible has happened. Somebody shot Diane last night. They say I did it. Please, Dad, can you come down right away? I'm at the 72nd Street station. I don't know what's going on.
Doug, are you in New York?
Dad, can't you understand? Diane's been shot.
Where are you? Where are you? You're in San Francisco.
No, I didn't go. I decided to fly instead of taking the train. That way I could spend a couple of extra days with Diane. Dad, I didn't do it. I didn't. You know I didn't do it.
Doug, I don't know what to say.
I know I should have caught the Century, but by flying I could spend 2 extra days in New York with Diane and still get to San Francisco for the opening of the convention. I got a seat out on a plane for tomorrow. I went up there late last night and I found her shot. There was a photograph, a horrible photograph that I couldn't believe it. I just sat there numb. And I phoned the police. It was a nightmare asking me questions, talking about a lover's quarrel.
What did the police say?
Some big guy kept harping on the motive. That I'd found out about Diane, that I killed her in a jealous rage. Dad, what can I do? I didn't kill her.
I know you didn't. Believe me, I know that you didn't.
Dad, the way you say that, Dad, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Dad, what is it?
I can't tell you, Doug. I'll tell the district attorney.
You have just heard Murder is the Easiest Way, Attraction 45 on Radio City Playhouse. Kyle Swenson starred as Frank Weinglass. Marilyn Erskine was Diane. Nelson Olmsted was Harry Feeney, and Bill Lipton was Doug. The music was composed and conducted by Roy Shield. Script was based on a story by Jules Archer and was written and directed by Harry W. Junkin.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week on Radio City Playhouse, Louis Van Rooten in Disintegration, a tense psychological drama of an actor breaking down mentally. All 12 parts are played by Mr. Van Rooten in the most exciting job of acting we have ever heard. We hope you'll be listening to Disintegration, starring Louis Van Rooten, next week, Attraction 46, on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
From Hollywood, California, Chapter 5 of the Chronicles of River's End.
The star of the show, Gene Hersholt, in his greatest of all roles.
The title of the show, Dr. Christian.
The sponsor of the show, the Cheeseburger Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline. These programs, which bring you the outstanding Hollywood star Gene Hersholt in the role of the wise and kindly small-town doctor which he has made famous, are presented every Sunday afternoon to remind you of one of the most widely known home remedies in the world, Vaseline Petroleum Jelly. Don't neglect any skin abrasion, no matter how slight. Wash it immediately under running water and apply Vaseline Jelly. It costs only 10 cents a bottle anywhere in the United States, so there is no reason for any family to be without this standard first aid product. We take you now to Dr. Christian's office, where he and his friend Roy Davis, the druggist, are spending a quiet evening over a game of checker.
Well, go ahead, Roy. It's your move.
Yes. Now, let's see here. There.
You walked right into a trap. There goes your king.
Yes? There goes your whole game.
I guess you're right, Roy.
You know, Doc,
You get as much fun out of losing as you do out of winning.
Oh, why not? It's only a game. If you lose, you can always start out and try it again. Want to play another?
What time is it?
Oh, it's early. 25 minutes after 10.
All right, I'll go you another. Did you ever play with Ed Meadows? Say, if he loses, it spoils his whole evening. Yeah. To hear him, you'd think a game of checkers was a matter of life and death.
Well, I suppose that's only human nature. We think the things we do are important just because we're doing them. Want to play with the black or the red this time?
I'll stick with the black. They're lucky.
Well, now take the two of us. There we are, having a friendly game of checkers. A nice, quiet evening with no interruption, and yet I'll bet that... Yeah, I spoke too soon.
Dr. Christian?
Why, Frank.
Could you come over to the hotel right away? The man in room 14. I think he's killed himself. Say, Roy, don't you think Dr. Christian has been up in room 14 an awful long time? What's he doing?
I don't know, Frank. He's doing everything that can be done. You can count on that. If there's a chance at all of saving him, Doc will bring him out of it.
You think there is a chance?
Well, if there is, I'd say it's pretty slim.
He seems such a nice young fellow, too. Not like a man to do a thing like that. Why, at first I thought he was asleep, just like Amelia did. Then I saw how pale he was. And that bottle. What was in the bottle?
It was poison, all right.
Oh, it's terrible. Did he take much of it?
If the bottle was full, he took enough.
I was afraid to telephone to Doc, afraid somebody might come in the lobby and hear me talking. If the news got out, it wouldn't do the hotel any good.
How long after he took the stuff did you find him?
Well, I couldn't say when he took it. It was about 6:15 when he registered. He said he'd come in on the 6 o'clock bus from St. Paul.
That's funny.
What?
6 o'clock bus doesn't come from St. Paul.
Anyway, that's what he told me. And he registered from St. Paul. And I showed him up to his room. And that's the last I saw of him till Amelia called me.
Well, did he say anything when he registered? Anything special?
No. No, he didn't have any luggage, so I told him I'd have to charge him in advance. And he said that'd be all right. He didn't talk like a man who was planning to, well...
Timmons.
Yes?
He's going.
Poor devil.
You think I better go up?
I wouldn't. There's nothing you can do.
Well, you might as well get to bed, Amelia.
I'll stay up if you'll need me. I don't mind.
No, it's after midnight. You go ahead.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Amelia. Well, I suppose he wanted to die. I wonder why.
I wonder who he is.
Why, his name's John Blake. I thought I told you.
That isn't his name.
But he signed the register.
I know. But Blake isn't his name, and he didn't come from St. Paul. I'd swear to it. I'll tell you something else, too. Doc asked me to go through his pockets to see if I could find any letters or anything that had his address on it. You know, in case we'd want to notify his home about him.
Yeah?
Well, there weren't any. He didn't have a thing in his pockets except some money. Now, that's kind of peculiar in itself. Most men will have a billfold or cards or something.
Yes, that's right.
Then I started to look for laundry marks on his clothes, figuring if the worst came to the worst, we could get a line on him that way. Well, there weren't any laundry marks either. Even the label inside his coat had been ripped off.
You mean you think...
I think he wanted to make sure we'd never discover who he was.
I don't see why he'd go to all that trouble to fool us.
Maybe it wasn't us he was trying to fool. Maybe it was someone else. Frank, that fellow was afraid of something. Running away from something. Something that he feared even more than death.
What do you suppose it was?
I don't know. There's not much chance of finding out. No.
Yes, I guess it's just one of those things that never will be...
Oh, Molly.
Yeah, yes, Doc, huh?
Oh, I call up Mrs. Stone and tell her I have a nursing job for her. Right away.
What?
I want her for the night. All night. Or maybe longer. Ask her to bring a suitcase.
Why, Doc, I thought that you...
I haven't time to talk now. I've got to get right back.
Doc, you have... He isn't...
He's going to live. All right. I'll be there in a moment. Oh, Mr. Blake. What are you doing here? I told you to stay in bed another day.
Yes, I know, but...
Oh, come in.
I hope I didn't get you out of bed.
No, I was reading.
I came to tell you I'm all right. I'm leaving in the morning. Going back to work in the lumber camp.
The lumber camp?
Yes.
But I don't know whether that would be wise. You've been pretty sick. You ought to stay here and rest for a little while. Get your strength back.
No, I've got to leave in the morning. I wanted to have a little talk with you first. Pay my bill.
Oh, yes. Sit down, will you?
Thank you. In the first place, about that poison I took. You understand, of course, it was a mistake.
Yes. I'm sure it was a mistake.
An overdose, that's all. No doubt the ethics of your profession make what I'm about to ask unnecessary, but you You won't mention this to anyone?
No, of course not.
And regard it as a favor if you'd forget all about the incident. Forget you'd ever seen me. Now, about your fee. How much do I owe you?
$500.
Sorry, but I haven't that much cash on me.
Oh, that's all right. I'll take a check. I think Judy keeps my checkbook in this drawer. Yes, here it is. Or you can just write in the name of your bank if that's satisfactory.
Yes, that'll be all right. Oh, I don't believe I know your first name.
Paul.
Dr. Paul Christian. Wait a minute. If you don't mind, I'd rather send you the money.
Suit yourself. I'll mail you a bill in a few days. Where will you be? What lumber camp?
Why, I'll be at... I haven't decided yet. I have several offers.
Well, then maybe better just make out the check now.
I'd rather not.
Why?
Why? I make it a rule always to pay cash. I've made a banking connection. You see,
Why don't you give the real reason? If you signed John Blake's name to a check, it would be fictitious. There isn't any John Blake.
I don't know what you're driving at. I am John Blake.
And you're a lumberman?
Yes.
Look at your hands. You haven't done one day's manual work in your life. I asked you $500 as my fee, and you don't even question it. To a lumberjack, $500 is a fortune.
Well, I didn't stop to think.
I see you didn't. Nor stop to get the name of the lumber camp to make your story ring true. Before you leave, it seems to me that you have a number of things to explain. Or would you rather tell your story to the police?
Well, this is ridiculous. You'll get your money tomorrow. Good evening, Dr. Christian.
Hello? Hello?
Wait a minute.
Hello?
I'll stay. But I don't know what you're driving at. I haven't any story to tell.
Well, then perhaps I can tell it. I came across something in the Chicago paper the other day. Oh, just by accident, only a few lines. But it mentioned that a young man by the name of Bruce Harwood had been missing for 3 days.
Well, what about it?
Oh, I think I can guess what happened to him. He came to River's End, an out-of-the-way little town. He registered at a hotel under the name of John Blake. He had been very careful to remove from his clothing all marks which might serve to identify him. But he overlooked one thing, a signet ring with the initial BH. It tallies pretty well, doesn't it, Mr. Harwood?
I presume you're very proud of figuring that out. Very proud of saving my life. Well, you needn't be. I hadn't expected to encounter an amateur detective, or a doctor who didn't know when to leave well enough alone.
I don't think you'll do it again.
Oh, yes, I will. Quicker the next time. I know how easy it is. It's been very funny. I made a botch of life. Now I'm even prevented from dying successfully.
Oh, no. You haven't made a botch of life. Life is too big for you or anyone else to make a botch of it.
Well, my own life, then.
How can you tell? You haven't lived enough of it.
I lived enough of it to know it's a dark welter. Without purpose, without justice.
You're like a person who stands in front of a great painting which is covered by a curtain and sees only a tiny portion of it through a little tear in the cloth and says to himself, there's no beauty here, no pattern, only chaos.
I've heard all those arguments before. I don't want to be preached at. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything about me.
Oh, on the contrary. I know a great deal about you. Why, you are a young man who's had an excellent education, a considerable amount of money, perhaps a position in society.
Are those important enough to live for?
No. You haven't seen the things important enough to live for yet. They're still covered by that curtain. It has to be torn aside.
Those are simply words. Empty. They haven't any significance. I suppose you mean well enough. But it's no use. I've gone over this and over it and over it. And there's no other way out.
Tell me about it, son.
Well, why not? You might find it amusing. You were partly right about my having money. The Harwoods have been eminently successful. Empire builders, merchant princes, that sort of thing. I was raised on success stories. Well, after college, my uncle put me in charge of the Chicago branch of the business.
Well?
I couldn't make a go of it. I didn't dare to tell him that. No Harwood ever failed. So I took the firm's money and gambled with it. Well, not for myself. I wanted to show a profit for the firm. For a while, I did. Then I began to lose. Got in deeper. Well, you can guess the rest of it. They probably found me out by this time. You know how it will look to them, that I'm a thief.
And so you came here and registered at the hotel?
Yes. And you should have let me die. Why didn't you?
Oh, you can always take that way. I have another suggestion. If it doesn't work, well, you're no worse off than you were before.
I'm not going back and face them.
No, it isn't that. Come in tomorrow morning and I'll tell you about it.
But what is it?
Not now. You're tired. In the morning you'll see things much more clearly.
You won't tell anyone who I am?
No, I won't. Come in early, about 5 o'clock, before anybody is around. Will you do that?
Well, all right. I'll be here.
Vaseline Hair Tonic performs two vital functions for your hair. First, it lubricates and cleanses the scalp. If you apply it directly to the scalp and rub it in briskly with the fingertips, and then shampoo with any mild soap, you will find your hair cleaner than ever before. Because the tonic loosens the dirt that collects in everybody's hair and scalp. The sooty air of our cities and the dusty air of our country deposits dirt on your hair and scalp just as it does on your face. Women know that cold cream will take off this unwelcome dirt from the face without irritating the skin. Well, Vaseline Hair Tonic does exactly the same non-irritating cleansing job for your scalp. So get a bottle tomorrow and use it every time you shampoo your hair. The function of Vaseline Hair Tonic is to help you keep your hair well groomed, neat, always in place. Brush a few drops on each morning and your hair will look well throughout the entire day. A 40-cent bottle of Vaseline Hair Tonic will give you many weekly shampoos as well as daily groomings. We believe you'll agree it is an inexpensive way to keep your hair looking its best.
Yes, the mornings are pretty crimpy this time of the year. Especially down here where you get the mist off of the river. Road's kind of bumpy, isn't it?
Yes.
They ought to do something about those chuck holes. But then there's so few people live out this way that I suppose it isn't worth spending the money.
Isn't it?
The land is hardly worth farming. But the people seem to get along all right. Now take the Jenkses, the place where we're going. George works in the lumber camps most of the year, and Mrs. Jenks and a hired man runs the farm. Of course, when the boy's older,
Will you please tell me the purpose of all this? What are we doing?
Why, I've already told you. I have to make a call and get back to the office. It's a long way, so I had to start early.
Why am I alone?
Well, I didn't think you had anything else to do.
Well, I have. I have an appointment. And this time I intend to keep it. Last night, I almost believed what you told me. That you had another way out. I see now you were stalling. All you have is a nice little set of phrases. You can't do anything. You can only talk.
No. I'm afraid I can't do anything.
Then why did you lie to me? Why don't you let me alone? Oh, I know the answer. You think if you can stall long enough, I'll lose my nerve. You think you can persuade me to go back, humiliate myself, do a term in prison. You'd have a nice little moral victory to your credit, wouldn't you? No doubt you'd get a lot of smug satisfaction out of it. Well, you're due to be disappointed. I haven't lost my nerve. I'm going through with it.
Better not talk so loud. Here we are.
I'm going through with it right now. There's the river over there. It's as good a way as any.
Wait.
Let loose a bit.
Will you listen a moment?
I've listened to you too long already. By now they've found out about me. They'll be trying to trace me. Let loose, I tell you.
Don't be a coward.
What difference what I am? I don't want to hit you. But I'll have to if you don't let me.
Oh, only listen to me. I can't let you do this. I'm responsible for you.
All right, I absolve you from the responsibility.
But I brought you out here. Mr. Timmons at the hotel knows that you came with me. I've got to bring you back.
Oh. Who's the coward now? So you're afraid. Afraid something will happen to hurt your precious reputation. You should have thought of that before you tried to interfere. I'm sorry, Dr. Christian, but this time you're not going to be able to stop me.
Wait! Listen, what difference would a few minutes make? All I'm asking you is to go back to town with me.
You're stalling again.
No.
You'll get me in town and turn me over to the police.
If I'd wanted to turn you over to the police, I could have done it last night. After all, my intentions were good. You could do me this one favor. Be a little generous.
Why should I do a favor for you? Or for anyone? What favors have I received? How generous has life been to me?
I won't argue with you. I'm only asking you to wait for just a little while.
How long will you be in this house?
An hour, not more than that, and it's early, only a little after 5 o'clock. We can be back again in town by 6:30. You want to leave this morning? You can still leave.
And You won't try to stop me?
No, no.
Or phone anyone about me from the house?
On my honor.
I'll go in with you. Come on.
Oh, Dr. Christian. I was afraid you weren't coming.
I'm a little late. I stopped for a friend of mine. Mrs. Jenks, Mr.
My name is John Blake.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Blake. Are you a doctor?
No.
But I thought the case might interest you, Mrs. Jenks.
Oh, doctor, do you think everything is all right?
Oh, I'm sure of it.
After all these years, I couldn't stand it now if...
There's nothing to worry about. In a few minutes, we... Well, hello there, young man.
Oh, Dr. Christian, I thought I heard your voice. Spot, stop that barking. It's only Dr. Christian.
Yes, Bud, you should be ashamed of yourself. Come here.
There's someone else, though, isn't there?
It's Mr. Blake, dear. Dr. Christian's friend.
Oh, hello, Mr. Blake.
How do you do?
Well, Bobby, how do you feel this morning?
I feel swell, Dr. Christian.
Oh, that's fine.
Have you and Mr. Blake had breakfast, Doctor?
No, but we leave when we get back to town. Mr. Blake is in a little hurry.
I could make you some coffee.
No, thank you. Just get Bob ready and bring him back here.
In this room? Not the bedroom?
Oh, this room is as good as any.
How do you want me to get ready, Dr. Christian? What do you want me to do?
Well, you might wash your face.
Come on, Spot.
And while you're at it, Bobby, wash behind your ears.
Okay.
Oh, Mrs. Jenks,
Yes.
It might be a good idea to have a basin of warm water handy.
I'll heat some right away, Doctor.
All right.
Who are these people?
Jenkses. Don't you remember me telling you? Mrs. Jenks runs the farm and her husband works in the lumber camps. That's why he isn't here.
I've often wondered how the other half lived. To seeing this hovel, I understand. They don't.
They're very poor.
Can you imagine why anyone living in circumstances like these would want to go on living? What incentive is there? What reason? Nothing but a biological urge to hang on to life, no matter what it does to you.
That's a cruel doctrine.
But it's true. What's the matter with the boy?
He's blind.
Oh.
He's been blind from birth for 14 years.
But he seems quite cheerful.
Yes. He's never known anything else. He's lived always in darkness. Yet in a certain fashion, I suppose he sees. Probably clearer than many of us.
I noticed he realized there was someone else in the room.
That's what I mean. There's a kind of vision which doesn't depend upon our eyes, which permits us to see in spite of the darkness. When we lose that, we are very blind.
Why, the bandage around his eyes was, well, something temporary.
It is. Robert was born with congenital cataract, something only an operation could remedy. Rather an expensive operation because it couldn't be performed here. And as I told you, the Jenkses are very poor. But they wanted a boy to see. For 14 years they've lived for that, sacrificed, saved what little money they earned. Last week I took Robert to the hospital in the city.
And was the operation?
Well, we'll know this morning. That's why I came here. To remove the bandages. To tear aside that curtain which has been hanging over that great painting I spoke of.
You might have been more merciful to leave the curtain as it is.
Here's the water, Doctor.
Or just put it on the table there.
How's my face look now, Dr. Christian?
Well, you've done a very nice job. Behind your ears, too.
Say, Dr. Christian, can Spot stay here and watch?
Why not? Now, you sit down here in this chair, Robert, and facing the window.
Shall I pull down the shade, Doctor?
No, the morning light is very soft. Now, sit still, Robert. This isn't going to hurt a bit. I'm just going to take off the bandages.
I'm not afraid, Dr. Christian. But, gee, I'm excited.
Lean back in the chair. That's right.
Oh, Doctor.
There.
It isn't going to work. He can't see.
Mother. I can see. I can see. I can see your face, Mother.
Oh, for the first time. Oh, Bobby,
Here. Why is everybody so sad? This will never do. Look, Robert. There's Spot.
Oh, Spot. Gee, you're swell. I didn't know you had a mark around your eye.
And here's the room you've lived in.
Oh, it's beautiful. Let me touch things. I can see them, can't I? The table. And the big chair where Dad sits when he's home. What are those things in the box? Outside the window.
Geraniums, dear. They're dead now. You see, the frost killed them.
But they're so pretty. Dr. Christian?
Yes?
What's that? In the sky?
Why, that's dawn breaking. The beginning of a new day.
Dawn? That's dawn. I've heard about it, only I didn't think it would be like this. So beautiful. It's like I dreamed heaven might be. Is it this way every day?
Yes.
Oh, Dr. Christian, the world is wonderful, isn't it?
Yes, Robert. Wonderful.
Dr. Christian's office? Yes. Oh, yes, Jerry. I'm just ready to leave. Yeah, sounds swell. I'd love to. In about 2 minutes. Goodbye.
Say, look here, young lady. Seem to meet that young
So
man.
long, Dr. Christian. I'll see you in the morning.
Oh, hi, Roy.
Hello, Judy. Hello, Doc.
Oh, hello, Roy.
Where have you been all day? Phoned a half a dozen times. Judy told me you were still out.
Yes, I had to go out to the Jenks place to take the bandages off Robert's eyes.
How is the boy?
He's just fine. Sees as well as you do. Maybe better if the way you play checkers is any indication.
Is that so? I can beat you any day in the week.
Yeah?
This is no place for me if you men are going to start in on that interminable game again. I'll be in early tomorrow, Dr. Christian.
All right, Judy. Have a good time. Good night.
Good night.
All right.
Now then, Roy. Today I'm lucky. Want to try it?
Well, you'll be playing with dynamite, Doc, but you've asked for it. You get out the checkerboard.
Now, what did I do with it the last time I beat you?
Huh? What?
Oh, here it is. There it is. Now, just sit down and relax. This is going to hurt a little. You want the red or the black?
I'll take the black.
Well, black would be just the proper color when I get through with you.
Say, whatever became of the young fellow at the hotel?
John Blake?
Well, that wasn't his right name.
Well, whatever it was, he had a change of heart. Decided the world wasn't such a bad place after all. After he'd seen it through somebody else's eyes.
Well, how do you mean, Doc?
He was with me when I took the bandages off the Jenks boy. Gave him something to think about. This afternoon he made up his mind to go back home.
What was the matter with him, anyway?
Oh, he'd had a few business reverses, that's all. It's so silly to take anything like that seriously. Why, it's just a game. If you lose, you can always start all over again.
Like checkers, huh?
Yes, like checkers. Trouble is, we think the things we do are important just because we're doing them. Say, it seemed to me that I said that someplace before.
You did.
Oh, that's where I heard it. Go ahead. Your move.
And so we leave Dr. Christian playing a well-earned game of checkers with Roy Davis.
And return the microphone to Art Gilmore, playing the question and answer game with Judy Price. Only this time you ask the questions, Art, and let me give the answer.
Very well, Judy. Explain to me and the radio audience just what Vaseline petroleum jelly really is.
Well, in the first place, the word Vaseline is a registered trademark owned by the Cheese Bureau Manufacturing Company and used by them to identify their large group of medicinal and toilet preparations.
But where did it come from?
Robert A. Cheesebro, founder of the business, coined it. When the first oil well was sunk in 1859, he became one of the pioneer manufacturers of oil products.
And was he the first to make petroleum jelly?
Yes, through a special process of distilling and filtering. Vaseline jelly is odorless, absolutely uniform in color, purity, and melting point. And it's made without the use of chemicals.
And a jar or tube of Vaseline jelly purchased in New York and one purchased in Cape Town are exactly the same as to content?
Exactly. All Vaseline products are manufactured with the same degree of scrupulous care, are sterilized in the process of manufacture, and packed in sterilized containers.
Well, what can people who have to stand on their feet a great deal do to relieve the tired, aching foot muscles?
A hot foot bath at night, followed by a massage with Vaseline jelly, is very restful. It helps you avoid calluses and chapped heels, too.
Well, Judy, here's the last question. How can I keep a friend of mine from walking in his sleep?
And here's the last answer. Get him a bicycle.
The prices of Vaseline preparations mentioned on this program apply only in the United States. When you purchase any Vaseline product, be sure to look for the trademark Vaseline on the package. If you don't see it, you are not getting the genuine article. Join us again next Sunday afternoon at this hour when the makers of Vaseline preparations again present Jean Hersholt, one of the foremost stars of Hollywood, in the role of Paul Christian, the Doctor of River's End. And by the way, if you haven't seen Heidi, the current 20th Century Fox hit, in which Jean Hersholt appears with the world's most engaging child, Shirley Temple, you have a treat ahead of you. Jean Hersholt appears on this program through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. This is Arthur Gilmore bidding you good afternoon for the makers of Vaseline Preparation.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Desk clerk. Journal American 411. Right away.
Good afternoon, Arthur.
Oh, hello, Mr. Shelby.
Any messages for me?
Well, not since I came on, sir.
May I have my key, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Shelby, but the manager says not to give you your key until your bill's paid.
Oh?
It's $113 and some odd cents.
I know.
You want I should call him so you can talk to him about it?
No, never mind.
Sorry, Mr. Shelby.
It's not your fault, Arthur. I'll stop back in a couple of days to see if there's any mail.
Yes, sir. Desk clerk. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Martin.
$14.60, 65, 66 cents. Well, I can eat for a week or so. And plenty of people sleep in the subway. CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Subways Are for Sleeping, based upon the Harper's Magazine article by Edmund G. Love, a true story of one man's strange adjustment to mid-century materialism in the largest city in the world.
Have you ever gotten fed up with rent, and taxes, and bills, and the clatter of telephones? With all the demands, large and small, that our complicated civilization makes upon us? Henry Shelby finally did. When they locked him out of his hotel room, he stayed out. For the past 3 years, he has, by choice, been homeless and without a steady job. Yet, Henry Shelby is no bum. He is as well dressed and as smoothly shaven as the next man you'll meet. He's not stupid. He holds a master's degree in economics and is a former school teacher. He has never visited a soup kitchen or stood in a bread line or asked for a night's lodging at a Bowery mission. Still, he has learned for himself how to maintain his sanity and peace of mind in a confused and confusing society, which takes from a man more than it gives. Henry Shelby has reversed the process, and this is how he does it.
I'm getting along all right. I'm perfectly happy. I'm just waiting to see how things come out. In the meantime, I see to it that I always have at least 15 cents, so I'm sure of a place to sleep. And the truest statement I ever heard is that no one will ever starve to death in the United States.
86 in the bean soup. All out of Yankee bean, Mac.
Cream of tomatoes, okay.
Tomato or both. Well, as I live and hope to, Shelby.
Hello, Ernie. See, you've got the counterman wanted sign on the window.
Yeah, guy was here 2 weeks. Today never shows. Want to go to work right now?
Sure.
Well, go on back and grab a hat and jacket. I ain't even checked cash from breakfast yet.
Okay, fine.
Want a cup of coffee or something first? Go right ahead.
No, I'm fine.
Here's your soup, Mac. Crackers or bread?
Crackers. Hey, ain't you the regular counterman?
Me? I'm supposed to manage a joint.
You give any bum comes along a job?
Shelby ain't no bum, Mac. He's a college graduate.
Huh.
Michigan or someplace like that. Used to be a school teacher, too.
So?
Well, he shows up every 3-4 months, works a couple of days for $5 a day in his meals, and then he's gone. When he tells me he ain't coming back.
So that makes him he ain't a bum.
Well, it does in my book. He can do anything around the joint. Do it plenty good, too. How's the soup?
All right.
Anything else?
I don't know yet.
This jacket isn't exactly the best fit in the world.
You look great, Shelby.
I'll bet.
Now, here's your checks and a punch. Everything's the same as last time he was here.
Not quite. Corned beef and beans are up a nickel.
Hey, they are at that. I forgot. Well, she's all yours. I'll check the register.
Anything else for you, sir? Pie? Coffee?
I might have some pie at that. Apple.
Right.
With cheese, I guess.
Right. Empty the mousetrap on this pie.
Hey, look, Shelby, I was thinking, I got no night chef for the moment either. Why don't you stick around for a couple of weeks and help me out?
Well...
8-hour shift, 5 days, $55, and all the food you can steal.
Here you are, sir. Well, I'll think about it, Ernie. I actually didn't have to think about it. When I went in, I knew I'd only stay for a few days. I have 5 or 6 places like that. They're my Social Security. I use them when my cash is way down and my suit needs dry cleaning, and when I'm ready for a good, long sleep, lying down.
So, Henry Shelby works just long enough to get a little money ahead. Then he picks up his clean laundry and checks in at a respectable but inexpensive hotel.
Here's the $4.50 in advance. I'm afraid I don't have any luggage. And will you send the valet up to my room in a few minutes, please?
Once his suit is on its way to the cleaners, Shelby spends the next 24 hours in bed or under the shower. He has taken as many as 15 showers on one of these occasions and slept for as long as 22 hours.
It's an extravagance, of course. Costs me $7 or $8, and that's as much as I usually spend in a whole week. But I certainly do feel fine when I check out.
And thus refreshed, Henry Shelby sets out again to roam the streets of New York. First stop, to leave his laundry somewhere in the Grand Central area. He owns 2 of everything except for his 1 suit, and he'll pick up this bundle in a few days, bathe and change in a booth at Grand Central Terminal, and drop the soiled clothing off at another laundry in the vicinity.
I carry a safety razor in my pocket, and I shave at least every 36 hours. It costs 25 cents for a booth, but I can freshen up generally at the same time. The bums who look like bums are mainly the ones the cops bother. Naturally, I don't consider myself a bum, so I make it a point not to look or feel like one.
24 hours can be a long time, particularly when all you have to look forward to is 24 more of the same. But Henry Shelby fills them with endless variations of the same pattern, and he walks between whatever geographical points are involved. Breakfast time may find him at a juice bar on 3rd Avenue.
Large tomato juice, please. Come on there, friend. Fill it up. Your sign says 12 full ounces for a dime.
Coffee at the automat on 6th. Another cup later in the gloomy fluorescent glare of a cafeteria in the garment district.
I load in all the cream and sugar the mug will hold. They're calories. Free calories.
Lunch in the Gramercy Park neighborhood today. Yesterday, it may have been at Broadway and 116th. But at the same kind of a white tile stand, and very likely the same lunch.
A frankfurter, I guess, and a large glass of milk.
2 or 3 more cups of calories during the afternoon, and finally, the one substantial meal of the day.
The Vienna loaf dinner looks all right.
Vienna loaf coming up.
Not that slice. The next one with the hard-boiled egg in it. Yes, that one.
Fried or boiled potatoes, corn or stewed tomatoes.
No potatoes. Plenty of starch in the bread. How about a good helping of creamed spinach instead?
Mac, if you got to order a la carte, why don't you go to the Waldorf for the 21, huh?
Well, I'll take you to either one of them someday as my guest.
Yeah, I'll hold my breath. Okay, spinach. Now, corn or stewed tomatoes.
Stewed tomatoes. What's that you're putting on?
Gelatin salad comes with it.
No, thanks. Let's trade for a dab of those cooked carrots, okay?
Now, look,
They're probably cheaper than the salad. You're saving money for the management.
That's what I'm interested in. Okay, but don't ask me for no Charlotte russe. There you are, Mac.
Very good. Very well-balanced dinner.
Yeah, not bad for 42 cents.
Not bad at all. I may continue to give you my patronage when I'm in the neighborhood.
Thus, the inner man is stoked, though perhaps not aesthetically satisfied, and always a walk between each refueling stop. The aesthetic hunger is assuaged along the way. There is the ever-changing kaleidoscope of Manhattan store windows, displaying their shiny wonders, their sturdy commonplaces, their exotic luxuries, their mundane necessities. There is a record of mankind's daily activities the world over, in a newspaper plucked from a trash basket, and there are benches in parks and public buildings where Henry Shelby may rest while he reads. There are pillared halls where paintings and sculpture may be viewed. Henry Shelby is a regular visitor to New York's many art galleries, but his favorite is the Metropolitan Museum of Art.
Now, if you'll follow me, we will view the museum's unrivaled collection of the works of Edward Degas.
Edgar Degas. Edgar Hilaire Germain Degas.
Oh?
Oh, I'm sorry, madam.
Oh, don't apologize, young man. That's very interesting.
Degas worked chiefly in oil, although his renderings in pastel have achieved some fame.
He wasn't a bad sculptor either.
Is that so?
The oil to the immediate right and above is At the Milliner's. And to the right of that and below is Dancers Practicing at the Bar.
Only the first one is a pastel, not an oil. This guide is new, I'd imagine.
Let's stay behind, Myrtle. This gentleman knows more about it than the guide does. You don't mind, do you, mister?
No, not at all. They sort of hurry you through on the guided tours.
Now, what about the one that's a pastel instead of an oil?
Well, Degas' pastels, particularly his later ones, do have a deep, rich, almost oil-like texture. He applied the color in successive layers, fixing each tone or shade separately, and using open lines to allow each undercoat to show through.
Oh, well, I don't quite understand, but I see what you mean. Are you an artist?
No, although I'm planning to do some painting. Sometime.
Well, my daughter's very artistic, back in Chillicothe. What's this one, that lady sitting with a big bouquet?
That's an oil. It's called Woman with Chrysanthemums.
Well, it's a good name for it, isn't it?
Yes, isn't it?
Say, if you aren't an artist, how do you know all these things?
Oh, I spend a lot of time here, and I read a great deal.
Oh, you certainly must. Goodness, you're a regular Billy Pearson.
I beg your pardon?
You know, the jockey on television.
Oh, yes. I've read about him. Didn't he win $64,000 and then go on and tie with a fellow named Price for another 64 or something?
Yeah, that's the one. Did you ever watch those programs?
No, I can't say that I do. I'm afraid I don't have a television set.
Yes, there's plenty of free culture and free entertainment to be found in New York City, even without a television set or a radio in your home, even without a home. One of the most spectacular free entertainments in Manhattan is presented by the fire department. Henry Shelby always follows a fire engine. He generally gets to the fire, too. For the radius in which each engine company operates is small enough to permit even a pedestrian to arrive shortly after the equipment.
Oh, this one is nothing. It's just a chemical job. They might as well have left the ladder truck back at the station. Now, you should have been at Amsterdam on 133rd the other day. I happened to be in the neighborhood.
There are the inevitable New York traffic accidents. Shelby has a nose for these and for street fights, and he never leaves the scene until the last policeman has closed his notebook. And the parks and public squares are places where a man with a message may speak it forth within certain limits of subject matter.
Can commit mass suicide, and that is to continue to eat the flesh of the animal. What Mother Nature intended us to nourish ourselves with grows in the ground.
Henry Shelby stops to listen to every street corner orator he runs across, weighing gravely the ideas he hears.
I can scarcely agree, but he does have a wonderfully resonant voice.
There are the new buildings that constantly alter New York's skyline. Our well-kept vagrant knows every major construction project in town and shows up at the exact moment some critical problem is to be solved.
No. A little more to the right. Say, does it look to you as if they're placing that girder properly?
It doesn't right now, but they'll raise it another 3 feet and then force it to the right with a cross member.
Oh, yes, I see.
Actually, it's a different technique than we're accustomed to watching in the usual steel skeleton construction.
Seems to me there'll be too much strain on the cross member.
No, I understand the alloy is both light enough and strong enough so that, in effect, they're employing a variant of the ancient Egyptian post and lintel method.
Say, there are similarities, aren't there? You're an engineer, I take it.
No. Matter of fact, my master's was in economics.
Is that so? I'm liberal arts myself, Yale 28. Construction's sort of hobby of mine. Watching it at any rate.
Mine, too. So much so that I've done quite a bit of reading on it. There. You see what they're doing now? That's how they equalize the stresses.
So they do. Your office in the neighborhood?
No, it isn't. I just happen to be passing this way.
Mine's just across the street, 230 Park. I'm H.J. Chisholm, Regal Paper Company.
How do you do, sir? I'm Henry Shelby.
Hello. You with the firm, or you in business for yourself?
Neither. I don't have a connection right now.
Is that a fact? Well, if you're looking, why don't you stop by the office whenever it suits you? We might very well have something for a chap like you.
That's mighty nice of you, Mr. Chisholm. I'm not really looking at present, but I'll certainly remember you when I am.
I wish you would. Say, wouldn't it save time and an extra piece of heavy equipment to haul those I-beams up on the construction elevator and then place them with one of those small hoists?
It seems that it would at that. I think you have something there, Mr. Chisholm. And I'm going to look into it the next time I'm at the library.
The public library, one of Henry Selby's favorite haunts. A fellow vagrant once advised him that the library was a good place to keep warm on a cold day. But he found it to be much more than that. On his first visit to the massive old building at 42nd and 5th Avenue, he asked for a copy of the New York Times for November 10th, 1936, and was referred politely to the microfilm room.
Here you are, sir. Are you familiar with the operation of the viewing machine?
Not particularly.
I'll be happy to show you. The entire edition is on this roll of film. You place it in the machine, attach the end, and thread it this way. Close the machine and turn the handle forward.
Yes, it's fine.
You sit right down here, use the headrest, and view the film through the aperture.
Yes, I see. Very clear. And very comfortable.
Yes, isn't it? It rather makes research a pleasure, doesn't it?
I should say so. What if I fall asleep?
Well, I'm afraid no one would awaken you if you did. There seem to be so few of you scholars taking advantage of our microfilm facilities. Just come to the desk if you wish additional rolls.
Say, how long has this been going on?
Henry Shelby was asleep in 15 minutes and awoke undisturbed 5 hours later. For some time, the microfilm room was at the top of his list as a place of shelter. Then suddenly he realized it was a far more valuable place for pure entertainment. He has read all the issues of the Times available on film, all his favorite comic strips from the date of their inception, all the columns Damon Runyon ever wrote, and has even developed a system for playing the horses. One time he worked long enough to accumulate $25, and with it visited Aqueduct Racetrack.
Now entering the winner's circle is Time You Told Me, ridden by jockey Farrell Zufeld. The time for the mile and a 16th was 1:43 and 2, and the result of the 8th race is now official.
11:20 to win. Let's see, that makes me $87.40 ahead for the day after expenses. Well, how long has this been going on?
Very prudently, Henry Shelby bought himself a new suit of clothes, leaving his original $25 untouched. A few days later, he visited Belmont Park and lost the entire sum.
I still play the races in the microfilm room. During the winter, I study the preceding summer's entries, make my selections, and check them against the results in the following day's paper. I never look at the results in advance. Might just as well be honest about it.
Yes, New York offers many diversions. There is the waterfront, the ferry boats, the slips where the huge liners dock.
I come down here a couple of times a week. I always try to be around when the Mary or the Elizabeth are coming in. Now, what's that Weehawken ferry doing a quarter-mile off her course? Just sightseeing, I'll bet. Why, her captain ought to have his confounded papers picked up.
Shelby enjoys the ferry boats, all of them, but his favorite is the Staten Island ferry.
There's nothing quite like it in the world. Outward bound from the Battery, there's the thrill of passing the Statue of Liberty. And coming back, Miss Liberty welcomes you home as the incredible skyline of Lower Manhattan hangs shimmering in the haze, like the pleasure dome of Kubla Khan. Where else can a poor man get such an ocean voyage for a dime?
Of course, 10 cents for one round trip does put the Staten Island ferry in the luxury class, but during the rush hours, Shelby has discovered that he can board the Jersey Central ferries across the Hudson and make 3 or 4 trips for the same dime without being noticed. This kills time and also furnishes amusement, for Shelby quietly enjoys criticizing the pilots who do not bring their vessels squarely into the slips. Among other things, Henry Shelby has become an expert on the management and conduct of New York Harbor. And then there are the parades. New York City is the only place where there is a parade of some sort every day. That's one of the reasons Henry Shelby is happier here than he would be in any other city in the world.
I just love band music. Why, last Armistice Day I saw 5 different parades and even marched in one. I carried the front end of the bass drum and got $3 for doing it.
So, the patternless pattern of Henry Shelby's days, and the days of perhaps thousands like him, men who choose to work only enough to maintain a bare thread of personal existence in a society that clamors for workers and rewards them with possessions and security and the same comfortable resting place each nightfall. Where does Henry Shelby sleep? A clean hotel bed is a once-a-month extravagance to him. Perhaps he trudges to the Pennsylvania station and boards an 8th Avenue subway train at about 1 o'clock in the morning. That's why his cash minimum is 15 cents, the price of a subway token. He settles himself in the almost empty front car and drops off to sleep. He awakens before he reaches the end of the line, has a smoke, boards another train, and sleeps to the other end of the line. He has several standard trips mapped out: J Street to Queens, back to the Brooklyn end of the line, up to the tip of Manhattan, back to Penn Station. In 5 hours, he has probably netted 4 hours sleep. He has learned the habits of the transportation police, and he tries to keep himself from becoming too familiar a figure.
That's why I use the subway maybe only every other night, or not quite that often. In warm weather, there are fire escapes, some of them covered, and Central Park and Prospect Park. And when it's really hot, there are the beaches. No one ever bothers you there. Always plenty of legitimate sleepers trying to beat the heat.
When it rains and when the New York winter comes, there are other carefully cataloged places for shelter and a few hours' sleep. Grand Central, Penn Station, the Port Authority bus terminal, hotel lobbies. There are rules of conduct for each, and Henry Shelby knows and observes them all. On rare occasions, he's questioned, but he always has the answers.
Come on there, mister. Come on, wake up, up.
Oh, well, I certainly dozed off, didn't I, officer?
You certainly did. You think this is a flop house?
Of course not. It's very obviously Grand Central Terminal.
That it is, and we don't allow bums to nap their bibs in here.
Bums? I ought to resent that, officer.
Well, resent it all you like. Seems to me I've seen you in here before.
Well, that's quite possible. I take the 2 o'clock local for Poughkeepsie almost every night. I missed it tonight, so I'm waiting for the next train. 6:05, I believe it is.
It is. Can you prove you're not a vag?
A what?
A vagrant. You got any money on you?
Why, yes. Let me see. $6, $7, $8. And here's my ticket to Poughkeepsie.
Mm-hmm. Well, you'd better get going, mister, or you'll miss your train.
What?
Yes, it's 2 minutes after 6.
Oh, I had no idea. I nearly overslept.
That you did.
Thank you so much for wakening me.
Not at all. That's what I'm here for.
Yes. Well, I must say you're right on the job.
You bet I am. That's gate 9, mister, the Poughkeepsie local.
Yes. Well, I don't want to miss it this time.
No, you don't.
So, for the first time, Henry Shelby had to take the train for Poughkeepsie under the suspicious glare of the railroad cop. But the ticket was never punched, for he got off the train at 125th Street to begin another day of Manhattan meandering. Henry Shelby is never without 3 tickets. One to Poughkeepsie, one to Princeton, and the third to Elizabeth, New Jersey. His operating equipment for sleeping in the 3 major terminals. Why does this strangely bewildered, yet far from hopeless man live apart from responsibility and the place he could so easily regain in working society? How many weeks, or months, or years will he continue to walk the streets of Manhattan?
I don't know how long I'll live this life. I don't have much trouble. I've never gotten drunk and lain in a doorway all day. I've never been on a police blotter. I've never had to beg. Things seem so easy and natural, just as though they were supposed to be this way. I'm not going to look at the future. All I know now is that at 6 o'clock, I'm going to be at a little delicatessen up on Broadway where they serve a mighty fine boiled beef dinner for 68 cents. And I'd better get going. Takes me almost an hour to walk it. Why don't I take the subway? Why, subways are for sleeping.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson and was tonight directed by Mr. Robeson. Subways Are for Sleeping was based on the Harper's Magazine article by Edmund G. Love and was adapted for the workshop by Fran Van Hartesveld. Henry Shelby was played by Byron Kane, and the narrator was William Keneally. Also heard in the cast were Sarah Selby, Helene Burke, Edwin Bruce, Frank Gerstle, Court Falkenberg, Tony Barrett, Ted Bliss, and Alan Reed. The original score was composed and conducted by Fred Steiner. Next week, from New York, the workshop will present Only Johnny Knows, a survey of child training from the birds and the bees era of wonderful innocence a century ago to the complex and guilt era of today's psychiatric sophistication. A brilliant performance of the rarely played Symphony No. 6 in D minor by Jan Sibelius with Nils Erik Fugstad conducting the Sibelius Festival Orchestra is yours for the listening this Sunday, when World Music Festivals comes your way on most of these same stations.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on the famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle, now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman. Mr. Chapman.
Our play this evening is a comedy for grown-ups called The Philadelphia Story. It has had quite a history, and it's made some history. The late Philip Barry wrote it, and it was the biggest Broadway success of the spring of 1939. That same season, by the way, Barry wrote a beautiful failure titled Here Come the Clowns. The failure was, I think, at least as good as the hit. Our company this evening, which is ready to start the play as soon as I stop talking, not a bad idea, either, is a fine one. As Tracy Lord, we have Jonah Alexander, one of radio's most distinguished young actresses, and star of the television show The Name's the Same. For the important part of Liz, we have Betty Furness, whose coverage of a recent political convention in Chicago set a record for industry and charm. In the part of Mike, the newspaper man, we have Myron McCormick. Mr. McCormick used to be a newspaper man himself once in the play State of the Union. But since April 7, 1949, he has been playing Luther Billis, a money-mad CB with a revolving stomach in South Pacific. Well, now that some of our players have been introduced, let's get the play going. The scene is the sitting room of a very nice home near Philadelphia belonging to a family named Lord. It is late on a Friday morning in June, the day before Tracy Lord's wedding. In the sitting room of the Lord Country House on Philadelphia's main line, Tracy and her mother are arranging wedding presents, while Tracy's teenage sister, Dinah, is sprawled out on a sofa reading.
This stinks. Don't say stinks, Dinah. If absolutely necessary, smells. But only if absolutely necessary. Tracy, dear.
Yes, Mother.
I wish you'd look at these last-minute presents. I'm so terribly afraid some of the cards may have got mixed.
As soon as I finished this thank you note to Cousin Horace. Which was he?
The old Dutch muffin ear, circa 1810.
Muffin ear? How's this? Dear Cousin Horace, I am simply enchanted with your old Dutch muffin ear, with which my husband and I will certainly hear any muffin coming a mile away.
Cousin Horace is so awful. What did he send you the other time you were married, Tracy?
There was no occasion for gifts the other time. In fact, it would scarcely be considered a wedding at all. When you run off to Maryland on a sudden impulse, as Dexter and I did.
10 months is quite long to be married, though. You can have a baby in 9, can't you?
I guess, if you put your mind to it.
Why didn't you?
Mother, don't you think it's time for her nap?
You might be interested in knowing that the other time is back from wherever he's been.
Whatever are you talking about, child?
Tracy knows. I saw Dexter's car in front of his house.
Dexter Haven home again? On the eve of your sister's wedding? Dinah, why didn't you tell her?
Oh, I'm not worried, Mother. The only trouble Mr. C.K. Dexter Haven ever gave me was when he married me. You might say the same thing for Seth Lord, Mother, if you'd face it squarely as I did.
That will do. I will allow none of you to criticize your father.
What are we expected to do when he treats you...
Did you hear me, Tracy?
All right, I give up.
And in view of this second attempt of yours, my dear, it might pay you to remind yourself that neither of us has proved to be a very great success as a wife.
We just picked the wrong husbands, that's all. But not I. Not this time. Isn't George an angel, Mother?
George is an angel.
Is he handsome or is he not?
George is handsome.
Suds, I'm a lucky girl.
I like Dexter.
Why don't you ask him for lunch sometime?
Maybe I will.
I seem to have run out of envelopes.
There's some in the library. Shall I
Never
get
mind,
them?
I'll get them myself.
She's awfully mean about Dexter, isn't she, Mother?
He was rather mean to her, dear.
Did he really sock her?
Don't say sock, darling. Strike is quite an ugly enough word.
But did he really?
I'm afraid I don't know the details.
Cruelty and drunkenness, it said.
Dinah.
Who's writing the papers?
You read too much. You'll spoil your eyes.
It was an awful thing to say about a man. I think they like things like that said about them.
I'm sure they don't.
Father's going to be hopping when he reads all about himself in that magazine Destiny when it comes out.
Oh, what? About whom?
This article I've been reading. It's what they call proof sheets of some article they're going to call Broadway and Finance. And Father's in it, so I just sent it on to Sandy. Sort of, an approval.
But the article, what does it say?
Oh, it's partly about Father backing 3 shows for that dancer. What's her name? Tina Mara.
Great heaven, what on earth can we do?
Can't Father sue them for libel?
But it's true. It's a... That is, I mean to say... Let me see that. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
I don't think the part about Tina Mara is true the way they put it. It's simply full of innuendo.
Of what?
Innuendo. Oh, I do wish something would happen here. Nothing ever possibly in the least ever happens in Philadelphia.
Oh, this is terrible. Why didn't Sandy tell me?
Mother, why won't Tracy ask her own father to her own wedding?
Your sister has very definite opinions about certain things.
She's sort of, hard, isn't she?
No, dear, not hard. None of my children is that, I hope. Tracy sets exceptionally high standards for herself, and other people aren't always quite able to live up to them. I'm going upstairs and lie down for a minute, dear. If your brother comes in, tell him to wait. I want to see him.
Mother, wait.
Yes, dear?
Don't you think it's stinking not to at least want Father at her wedding?
Yes, darling. Between ourselves, I think it's good and stinking.
Hello. May I speak to Mr. Dexter Haven?
Speaking.
What? Oh, Dexter, it's you. Look at Dexter. This is Dinah Lord.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise.
A very great pleasure to have you back. Look at Dexter. Tracy says, why don't you come right over for lunch?
What? You're joking.
Honestly, I'm not. She said, why don't you ask him to lunch?
In that case, I'll be right over.
Listen, though, maybe it would be better if you'd... Hello? Hello?
Oh, here you are, Dinah. Will you give me a hand with... Who was that on the phone?
Oh, no one, Tracy. No one at all. Wrong number.
Listen to this. Born into Philadelphia's horsey set, tycoon Seth Lord has abandoned the stables of the main line for a studio in Manhattan in order to further the career of his protege, dancer Tina Mara. Oh, those devils, those absolute devils.
Who's the devil? Say, what's going on here? Why the long faces?
It's this awful article they're going to publish in that magazine. What are we to do, Sandy?
Now, Mother, just relax. I think I fixed things. Destiny is published by a man named Sidney Kidd. He also publishes Dime, also Spy, a picture magazine. I worked on Dime for 2 summers, you know that.
Well, he's got to be stopped, Sandy. I'll go to him myself.
That won't be necessary.
I just hope your father never hears of it.
I had a copy made and sent it around to his flat while I was in New York, with a little note saying, how do you like it?
Sandy.
Well, why not? Let him worry a little.
Let him worry a lot.
Excuse me, Mr. Alexander.
Oh, yes, Thomas.
Mr. Connor and the young lady say they will be down directly, sir.
Oh, thanks. That's fine. Tell May or Elsie to look after Miss Imbrie, will you?
Very good, sir.
What's all this?
Mr. Connor and...
Mike Connor, Macaulay Connor, his name is, and Elizabeth Imbrie. I brought them down for the wedding.
You asked people to my wedding and to stay in this house without even asking us.
Now, wait a minute, Tracy. I had a reason. Connor and Miss Imbrie have been down here for 2 months writing up our town. The Philadelphia story.
The Philadelphia story?
Mm-hmm. It's to come out in 3 installments. Industrial Philadelphia, Historical Philadelphia, and finally...
I think I'm going to be sick.
Yes, dear. Fashionable Philadelphia.
I am sick.
But why us? Surely there are other families who...
Yes, why not the Drexels or the Biddles or...
We go even further back. It's those Quakers. And, of course, there's your former marriage, Tracy.
Oh, a trade, eh?
So we're to let them publish the inside story of my wedding in order to keep Father's wretched little affair quiet.
That's it.
What's this writer's name again?
Connor, Macaulay Connor. Miss Embry's a photographer.
Oh, dear.
What?
Will it seem strange to them, I wonder? Your father not being here for his own daughter's wedding?
Well, that's all right. I fixed that, too.
You've been very busy, haven't you?
I sent a fake telegram to be delivered before dinner. Confined to bed with cold, unable to attend nuptials, oceans of love, Father.
Not in just those words, Sandy.
Well, not exactly. It'll come on the telephone, and Thomas will take it, and Mother won't have her glasses, and he'll have to read it aloud.
Not good enough.
Any better suggestion?
No, but I'll think of something.
You better think fast.
I intend to. If they have to have a story, I'll give them a story. One they can't get through the mails.
Mike, are you sure this is where he said they'd be?
Well, he said the sitting room. I suppose that's contrasted to the living room, the ballroom, the drawing room, the morning room.
Good morning, Connor. Good morning, Miss Embry. I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, that's all right. Quite a place, the Lord House.
Do you mind if I say something to you, Connor?
Not at all.
Your approach to this assignment seems definitely antagonistic.
I have to tell you in all honesty that I'm opposed to everything you represent.
Destiny is not exactly a radical publication. What are you doing, boring from within?
I'm not a communist by a long shot.
Just a small pin feather on the left wing.
Jeffersonian Democrat?
That's more like it.
You ever seen Jefferson's house at Monticello? That's quite a place, too.
Home team 1, visitors nothing. Tell me, is this a very old house, Mr. Lord?
No, there are very few old houses on the main line. The gatehouse is, of course. Father's grandfather built that for a summer place when they all lived in Rittenhouse Square.
The gatehouse. That's where the prospective bridegroom stay.
Mm-hmm. He'll be here for lunch. You'll meet him there.
The research department didn't give us much data on him. Let's see. George Kittredge, age 32. Since last year, General Manager Quaker State Coal in charge of operation. Is that right?
That's right. And brilliant at it.
How did your sister happen to meet him?
Well, she and I went up to Wilkes-Barre a few months ago to look things over.
I see. And was it instant?
Immediate.
He must be quite a guy, this Mr. Kittredge.
And your sister, which side of this fine aboriginal family does she resemble most, would you say?
There's some family histories in the library. I'll get them for you. And also, I'll see if I can round up some of the living members.
Oh, Mr. Lord.
Yes?
The rest of the family don't know about us, do they?
Pleasant or not, don't you think?
Much.
Yes, that's what I thought. Also what your employer, Mr. Kidd, thought.
I don't get you, Lord.
What?
Why don't you throw us out?
Connor, I hope you'll never know.
So much for historical Philadelphia, so much for industrial. Now, gentle reader, consider an entire section of American society which, closely following the English tradition, lives on the land, but in a new sense. It is not the land that provides the living, it is...
Quiet, Mike.
What?
One of the lords is coming across the terrace.
Oh, a lady lord. Is it...
No, it's the kid's sister, I think.
Oh, how do you do? Friends of my brother Alexander, are you not? Sandy, as we call him.
How do you do? You're Miss Dinah Lord?
My real name is Diana, but my sister changed it.
I'm Elizabeth Embry, and this is Macaulay Connor. It's awfully nice...
Enchanté de vous voir, mademoiselle. Enchanté de faire votre connaissance, monsieur.
Enchanté.
I spoke French before I spoke English. My early childhood was spent in Paris, and my father worked in a bank, the House of Morgan.
Really?
C'est vrai, absolument. Can you play the piano?
Why, no.
I can. Shall I play for you?
Do, please.
I'm a little out of practice.
I'm sure you play beautifully. Mike, what is this?
An idiot, probably. They happen in the best of families, especially the best.
The Bahamas. How well I remember them. Those perfume nights. The flowers. The native wines. I was there once on a little trip with Leopold Stokowski.
You were there once with your governess after the whooping cough.
May I present my sister Tracy, Mr. Connor, and Miss Embry?
Mother wants to see you at once, Dinah. At once, do you hear me?
You've got on my hair ribbon.
Your face is still dirty. Out with you.
This is a long-awaited pleasure, Miss Lord.
It's awfully nice having you here. I do hope you'll stay for my wedding.
We'd like to very much.
In fact, it was our idea.
I'm so pleased it occurred to you. I hope your rooms are comfortable.
Oh, very. Thanks.
What a cunning little camera, Miss Embry. Is photography your hobby?
I'm afraid I'm rather a nuisance about it.
Oh, you couldn't be. People have always been so kind about letting us live our simple and uneventful lives here unmolested. Of course, after my divorce last year, but I expect that always happens. Still, it did seem that some of the reporters' methods were a trifle underhanded. You're a writer, aren't you, Mr. Connor?
In a manner of speaking.
Yes, Sandy told me. I've sent for your books. Macaulay, Connor. What's the Macaulay for?
My father taught English history. I'm Mike to my friend.
Of whom you have many, I'm sure. Where did your father teach?
In the high school in South Bend, Indiana.
South Bend? Oh, it sounds like dancing, doesn't it? You must have had a most happy childhood there.
It was terrific.
I'm so glad.
I don't mean it that way.
I'm so sorry. Why?
Largely due to the lack of wherewithal, I guess.
Oh, but that doesn't always cause unhappiness, does it? Not if you're the right kind of man. George Kittredge, my fiancé, never had anything either, but he... Are either of you married?
No.
Not at present.
And are you from South Bend, too, Miss Embry?
Duluth.
That must be a lovely spot. West of here, isn't it?
Sort of.
And this is your first visit to Philadelphia?
Just about.
Quaint old place, don't you think? Odd customs and such. Where the Scrapples eat biddle on Sunday. Of course, it is very old. Philadelphia, I mean. The Scrapple is fresh every week. How old are you, Mr. Connor?
I was 30 last month.
Oh, 2 books isn't much for a man of 30. I don't mean to criticize, but you probably have other interests besides your work.
None, unless you mean...
Oh, how sweet. Are you and Miss Embry,
That's an odd question, I must say.
Why?
Well, it just is.
Well, I don't see why. I think it's very interesting. Miss Embry, don't you agree that all this marrying and giving in marriage is the darndest gyp that's ever been put over on an unsuspecting public?
She be human.
Please, Mr. Connor, I asked Miss Embry a question.
The answer is no. I do not.
Good. Nor do I. That's why I'm putting my chin out for the second time tomorrow. Ah, here's the lucky man now. I'll bring him right in and put him on view. In here, George. Right in here, Oh, darling.
Good grief, who's doing the interviewing here?
She's a lot more than I counted on.
You suppose she caught on somehow?
She's just a hellion.
I'm beginning to feel about the size of a pinhead.
Now, don't let her throw you, Liz.
Do you want to take over?
What I really want? I want to go home. Mr. Kittredge, didn't I read a piece about you in the New Nation a while ago?
Quite a while ago. I've been resting on my laurels since that, and a couple of others.
Quite a neat piece of work. Anticipating that last coal strike the way you did.
Oh, anyone should have foreseen that. I was just lucky.
Note her becoming modesty.
You should see him with the men. They simply adore him.
Oh, come on, Tracy.
Never in my life will I forget that first night I saw him. All those wonderful faces and the torchlights and the way his voice just boomed.
I guess this must be love.
Your guess is correct, Miss Embry.
I'm just his faithful old dog, Trey.
Give me your paw.
Oh, you've got it, darling.
Holy cats.
What's the matter, Sandy?
Mr. Dexter Haven.
Dexter.
Hello, friends and enemies. I came the short way across the field.
Well, this is a surprise, Dexter. I should think it is.
Now, George, don't be bitter. Hello, Tracy. And how is my favorite ex-mother-in-law?
I think you'd better go right home at once, Dexter.
But I've been invited. Awfully sweet of you to ask me to lunch, Trey.
No, not at all. Thomas, an extra place for Mr. Haven.
Yes, Miss Tracy.
Miss Embry, Mr. Connor. My former husband.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Hey, let me look at you, George. You don't look as well as when I last saw you. Poor fellow, I know just how you feel. But Redhead here, isn't she in the pink, though?
Really, Dexter?
I mean it. You don't look old enough to marry anyone, Trey, not even for the first time. You never did. She needs trouble to mature, Kittredge. Give her lots of it.
I'm afraid she can't count on me for that.
No? Too bad. Sometimes, for your own sake, I think you should have stuck to me, Red.
I thought it was for life, but the nice judge gave me a full pardon.
That's the kind of talk I like to hear. No bitterness, no recrimination, just a good, quick left to the jaw.
Very funny.
It's clouding up again.
I do hope it won't rain. Please don't let it rain on our wedding day, George.
It won't. I'll see to it personally.
Dear George, I almost believe you could.
There's a cousin Joanna who's definitely crazy.
Who told you, Liz?
Dinah.
Well, Dinah should know.
Hey, where is she now? I'd like to get some more shots of her while it's still light.
She's out schooling a horse somewhere. It's the horses that get the schooling in these parts.
What do you think of Mr. Kittredge?
Well, he's in a tough spot with her first husband prowling about.
He's a sinister fellow, that Dexter Haven.
Liz, answer me honestly. Liz, what right has a girl like Tracy Lord to exist? I mean, what place has she got in the world today?
You're a funny one, Mike.
Well, she's a new one on me. Maybe Philadelphia produces a different brand of monkey.
Mike.
Yeah?
This is Liz you're talking to. Don't try to make a monkey out of me.
I don't get you.
You may hate what she stands for, but you don't hate what she does to you, Mike.
You mean that I... Oh, no, Liz, you're wrong. Oh, you couldn't be wrong there. She doesn't attract me in the least.
Uh-huh. Would I change places for her for all her wealth and beauty? Just ask me. Uh-oh. There's Tracy now coming up from the stables.
Huh?
I'll see you later, Mike.
Okay, Liz. Let's see.
May I bother you for a minute, Mr. Connor?
Oh? Oh, yes, you may indeed. Something the matter?
Well, I've been reading these stories of yours. They're so darn beautiful, I had to tell you.
Thanks.
Why, Connor, they're almost poetry.
Don't fool yourself, they are.
I can't make you out at all. You talk so big and tough, and then you write like this. Which is which?
I guess I'm both.
No. I think you put on the toughness to save your skin.
You think?
Yes, I know a little about that.
Do you?
Yes, quite a lot. The book was just such a complete surprise, that's all.
Yes, it seems you do.
What?
Know about it.
The story called With the Rich and Mighty, I think I like that the best.
I got that from a Spanish peasant.
Will you? When you can write like this, how can you possibly do anything else?
Well, you'll never believe it, but there are people in this world who have to earn their living.
Well, people buy books, don't they?
That one represents 2 solid years' work. It netted Connor something under $600.
But that shouldn't be.
Only unhappily it is.
And what about your Miss Embry?
She's a born painter and might be an important one. What Miss Embry must eat. Also, she prefers a roof over her head to being constantly out in the rain and snow.
Food and... I'm sorry to have seemed patronizing.
Oh, no, I
Please
didn't
don't
mean...
bother, really. Good.
Produced complications, but the trouble has just begun, as we'll see now.
Just what it is you're hanging around for.
In a moment. Oh, hello there, Connor.
Oh, hello, Mr. Haven.
Connor. She's a goddess without patience for any kind of human imperfection. And when I gradually discovered that my relation to her was expected to be not that of a loving husband and companion, but, oh, never mind.
Say it.
But that of a kind of high priest to a virgin goddess, then my drinks grew more frequent and deeper in hue, that's all.
I never considered you as that or myself.
You did without knowing it. And the night that you got drunk on champagne and climbed out on the roof and stood there naked with your arms out to the moon wailing.
Dexter, what are you trying to make me out as?
Tracy, what do you fancy yourself as?
I don't know that I fancy myself as anything.
When I read you were going to marry Kittredge, I couldn't believe it. How could you even think of it?
I love him, that's why, as I never even began to love you.
I suppose when you come right down to it, it just offends my vanity to have anyone who was ever remotely my wife remarry so obviously beneath her.
Beneath me? How dare you, any of you in this day and age, use any such...
I'm talking about difference in mind and imagination.
And what's wrong with George?
Nothing. He's just not for you.
He is for me. He's a great man and a good man. And he's of national importance.
Oh, good Lord, you sound like an article in Destiny. Well, whatever it is, you'll have to stick this time. He'll give you no out, as I did.
I won't require one.
But let me tell you this, Red. You'll never be a first-class woman or a first-class human being till you've learned to have some regard for human frailty. It's a pity your own foot can't slip a little sometimes. But no, the goddess must and shall remain intact.
I think...
I think there are more of you around than people realize. You're a special class of American female now, the married maidens. And of the type Philadelphia ensis, you're the absolute tops, my dear.
Blast your soul, Dexter, if you say one more word.
For the moment, I said my say.
Well. I suppose I ought to object to this twosome.
That would be most objectionable, George. Well, any time either of you want more advice from me...
When we do, we'll give you a ring, Ed.
I left your wedding present there on the table, Red. Sorry I hadn't any ribbon to tie it up with.
You see, it's no use even attempting to be friendly.
Certainly not. You were a dear to try. Please don't mind him, George. Well, my last wedding present, I may as well open it.
Wonder what it is.
With Dexter, it's anybody's guess.
Why, it's a photograph.
Yes, it's the true love.
What's that?
It's a boat he designed and built, practically. We sailed her up the coast of Maine and back the summer we were married. My, she was yar.
Yar? What does that mean?
It means... Oh, what does it mean? It means easy to handle, quick to the helm, fast, bright, everything a boat should be. And so what?
Rather bad taste, I'd say, giving you that.
Dexter never concerns himself much with taste.
How'd you ever happen to marry a fellow like that, Tracy?
Oh, I don't know. We grew up together. George, you don't really mind him, do you? I mean the fact of him...
I don't see what you mean, Trey.
Well, I mean the fact that... You know, that he was my lord and master.
I don't believe anyone ever was or ever will be. You know, that's the wonderful thing about you, Trey.
What? But,
You're like some marvelous, distant, old queen, I guess. You're so cool and fine and always so much your own. That's the wonderful you in you that no one can ever really possess, that no one can touch hardly. It's a kind of beautiful purity, Tracy. Yes, that's the only word for it.
George...
It's what I first worshipped you for, Tracy.
George,
from
listen.
afar. Only from a little nearer now, eh, darling?
But I don't want to be worshipped. I want to be loved. I mean really loved.
But that goes without saying, Tracy.
Oh, but now it's you who don't see what I mean.
Excuse me, Miss Tracy. Shall I put this picture with the other presents?
No, Thomas. Just leave it there, please.
Yes, Miss.
Don't let Miss Imbrie or Connor get hold of it.
Certainly not.
Hope they'll soft pedal that first marriage.
I wish they'd peddle themselves right out of here.
Oh, they've got a job to do. And it's an honor, you know.
What?
Why, to be written up by destiny.
Are you joking?
Joking.
You can't seriously mean that
I think destiny fills a very definite place, Tracy.
George, Tracy, you aren't dressed.
Dressed, Mother?
Party tonight. You're the guest of honor, Tracy. Now go along, George. Hurry.
Right on my way, ma'am. Wait for me, Tracy.
Does that young man by any chance ever walk anywhere?
When he likes, I expect.
I have a feeling he's going to take the ring tomorrow and go through center with it.
Seth, you idiot.
That's very amusing, I'm sure.
What worries me at the moment is the spectacle we're all making of ourselves for the benefit of that young man and woman from Destiny.
And whose fault is it, inasmuch as you let us in for it in the first place?
Do keep that note out of your voice, Tracy. It's most unattractive.
Oh? And how does your Miss Mara talk? Or does she purr?
Tracy.
You've got a fine right, you have, after the way you've treated Mother, after the way you've treated all of us. To come back here in your best country manner and strike attitudes and make stands and criticize my fiancé and give orders and mess things up generally just as if you... I can't help it. It's sickening. As if he'd done nothing at all.
It's no concern of yours, Tracy. If it concerns anyone, it concerns... Well, actually, I don't know whom it concerns except your father.
That's very wise of you, Margaret. Tracy, how can I make you understand? It's a reluctance to grow old, I think. I suppose the best mainstay a man can have as he gets along in years is a daughter. The right kind of daughter.
That's interesting, to say the least.
One who loves him blindly, as no good wife ever should, of course. One for whom he can do no wrong.
How sweet.
A girl of his own, full of warmth for him, full of foolish, uncritical affection.
None of which I've got.
You have everything it takes to make a lovely woman, Tracy, except one essential, an understanding heart. Without it, you might just as well be made of bronze.
That's an awful thing to say to anyone.
Indeed it is.
So I'm to blame for Tina Mara, am I?
If any blame attaches to some extent, I expect you are.
You coward.
No, but better to be one than a prig and a perennial spinster, however many marriages.
Seth, that's too much.
I'm afraid it's not enough. I'm afraid that nothing is, Margaret.
Seth, I understand a great deal now that I didn't.
It's all past now. It has been for some time. Forgive me, Margaret. You won't have to again. I understand a lot more than I did as well.
A prig. And a... You mean you think I'm some kind of virgin goddess or something?
If your ego wishes to call it that, yes. Also, you've been talking like a jealous woman.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. What's the matter with everyone all at once, anyhow?
Miss Embry, will you have a cocktail or champagne?
Champagne, thanks. I've never had enough.
You will tonight.
Champagne flu.
Excuse me, Mr. Lord.
Yes, Thomas.
They've just phoned a telegram, Mr. Lord.
Well, let's have it.
It's for Mrs. Lord, sir.
Read it, Thomas. I haven't my glasses.
Most frightfully sorry will not be able to get down for the wedding as am confined to my bed with everything wrong. Baby, better. It was only gas. Love, Father. Is there any answer, madam?
No, Thomas. None in this world. Oops!
Easy there, Tracy.
Oh, it was a lovely party, wasn't it, Sandy? Let's you and I have a nightcap.
You are already in wine, sister.
You lie. Champagne never affects me in the slightest.
That's because you never take it.
Even if I did, it wouldn't. Oh. Let's sit here on the terrace for a while.
Okay, but get thee to bed, Tracy. It's late. George will spank.
I could spank George for the way he behaved.
Well, he had a right to be sore. You and Mike Connor were gone for 2 hours at least.
Well, you were along.
All the same, tongues were wagging like tails. George said...
I wonder where Dexter was.
He wasn't invited, was he?
Well, I half expected him to come. I don't like the look behind Dexter's eyes, Sandy. It makes me sad.
Don't be sad, Tracy.
Tracy!
Here comes Mike. Mike, pour me some champagne.
I've been carrying this all over the garden looking for you. Here.
Now, I tell you what. Let's all have a quick swim to brighten us up. Go get Liz, Sandy.
Not me. Too cold this early.
It's the best hour of the day. Dexter and I always swam after parties.
Let's dip into this bottle instead.
Go get Liz anyway, Sandy.
All right. Anyway, if she's not in bed.
Did you enjoy the party, Mike?
The prettiest sight in this fine, pretty world is the privileged class enjoying its privileges. Consider, gentle reader, they toil not, neither do they spin.
Oh, yes, they do. They spin in circles.
Tracy, you can't marry that guy. You just don't seem to match up.
Then the fault's with me.
Maybe so. All the same, you can't do it.
No, come around about noon tomorrow. I mean today.
There's magnificence in you, Tracy. I'm telling you, you can't.
Now I'm getting self-conscious again. It's funny, isn't it? Mike, let's...
What?
I don't know. Let's go in, I guess. It's late.
The magnificence that comes out of your eyes. That's in your voice, in the way you stand there, the way you walk. You're lit from within, bright, bright, bright. There are fires banked down in you, hearth fires, and holocausts.
Then I don't seem to you made of bronze or...
You're made of flesh and blood. That's the unholy surprise of it. You're the golden girl, Tracy, full of love and warmth and delight. Hey, what's this? You've got tears in your eyes.
Shut up. Oh, Mike, keep talking. Keep talking.
I've stopped.
Why, has your mind taken hold again, Professor?
A good thing, don't you agree?
No, Professor.
Drop the professor.
Yes, Professor.
That's really all I am to you, is it?
Of course, Professor.
You sure?
Why, yes. Yes, of course, Professor. Mike, no, please. Golly Moses.
Tracy, dear.
Oh, Mike.
Let me tell you something.
No, don't. All of a sudden, I've got the shakes.
Me too.
What is it?
It must be something like love.
Oh, no, it mustn't be. It can't.
Why would it be inconvenient?
Terribly. I'm getting married tomorrow to George. Oh, Mike, I'm a bad girl.
Not you.
We're out of our minds.
Right into our hearts.
That ought to have music.
It has, hasn't it? Oh, Tracy,
Mike,
lovely.
please, someone's coming.
Nuts.
Mike, it isn't part of the pool. It's only over the lawn in the birch grove. It's lovely there now in the early dawn.
All right, come on.
I can't. It's as if my insteps were melting away. Have I got feet of clay or something?
Quit, they'll be here in a moment. I'll carry you.
Oh, Mike, I feel so small all at once.
You're immense. You're tremendous.
Not me. Oh, not me. Oh, put me in your pocket, Mike.
I thought you said they were out on the terrace.
They were. They must have gone for a walk or something.
Or something.
Liz, you're in love with Connor, aren't you?
People ask the oddest questions.
Why don't you marry him?
Hello, anybody home?
Sounds like we have callers.
You didn't answer my question.
I didn't hear you.
Hello, Sandy. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, Dexter. You're an early one.
I saw quite a full day ahead and got myself up. Was it a good party?
Fine.
Lovely.
Good.
And sufficient. I'm going to bed.
Liz,
Yes, Sandy?
Why don't you, you know what I asked.
Mike? He's still got a lot to learn, and I don't want to get in his way for a while. Okay?
Risky, though. Suppose another girl came along in the meantime.
I'd scratch her eyes out, I guess. Unless she was going to marry someone else the next day. Good night, all.
Where are they?
They called it a night. At least I hope and pray they did.
Well, well.
Make yourself comfortable, Dext. I've got a little errand to run.
Well, well, well. Hi there, George.
What are you doing here, Haven?
Oh, I'm a friend of the family. Just dropped in for a chat.
Don't try to be funny. I asked you a question.
I might have asked you the same one.
I telephoned Tracy, but the phone in her room didn't answer.
I didn't telephone, so I came right over.
I was worried.
I was worried, too.
About what?
What do you think of this Connor, or do you?
What about him?
I just wondered.
Listen, if you're trying to insinuate...
My dear fellow, I wouldn't dream of it. I was only trying...
Who's that I hear? Is someone in the pool?
George, you're tired. I strongly advise you to go to bed.
Oh, you do you?
Yes, I strongly urge you to do so at once.
I'm staying right here.
You're making a mistake.
I'm staying right here, and so are you.
All right, then. Take the works, and may God be with you.
Mike, not so fast.
That's Tracy's voice. Who's that with?
Look, Mike, we have callers. Hi, George. Hi, Dex.
It's Connor. He's carrying her in his arms.
I always knew he was a gentleman.
George, Dexter, you should have been with us.
Paul, Connor, put her down.
Don't you do it, Mike. You carry me right upstairs.
You bet I will, God. I warn you, Connor.
Easy, George. She's not hurt, is she, Mike?
Not wounded, sire, but dead.
That beach robe. She went in swimming without
a stitch. It's delicious.
Don't pay her any mind. It seems the minute she hit the water, the
A
champagne...
likely story, Connor.
What did you say?
I said a likely story.
Listen, if you think...
Take me upstairs, Mike.
Sure.
Connor.
Yeah?
You'll come down again directly?
If you want.
I want.
Night, Dexter. Night, George.
Second door on the right at the top of the stairs, Connor. Mind you don't wake Dinah.
My feet are made of clay. Made of clay.
Good Lord.
You believe it, then?
Believe what?
The implications of what you've just seen, let's say.
What else is there to believe?
Well, I suppose that's entirely up to you.
I've got eyes, and I've got imagination, haven't I?
I don't know. Have you?
So you pretend not to believe it?
Yes, I pretend not to.
Then you don't know women.
Possibly
You're a
not.
blind fool.
Quite possibly. We're all only human, you know.
You, all of you, and your rotten, sophisticated ideas.
Isn't it the limit, though?
Well, she's all tucked in.
I want to talk to you, Connor.
I'll take care of him, Kittredge.
You? What right have
The
you...
lady is still Mrs. Dexter Haven till tomorrow, Kittredge. And this, Connor, is for taking advantage of my wife.
Look here, Haven. If you think by this gesture you can make me forget
You'll
what Tracy has
have to
done,
make up your own mind about that, Kittredge.
I'll make up my mind, all right. Good night.
Sorry, Connor. Let me help you up.
Thanks, old man.
Okay?
Yes. But if you think...
I know, but I thought I'd better hit you before George did.
What's all the row out here?
Nothing, Sandy. Just as quiet as a church.
Who got hit?
Connor.
Oh, too bad. I thought it might be Kittredge.
Well, old man, we can't have everything. Or can we?
Good morning, everybody. Isn't it a fine day, though? Is everyone fine? That's fine. Oh, my, I'm hearty.
Poor Tracy. How are you otherwise?
Oh, it's you, Dexter. My eyes don't seem to open properly. Go home, Dexter, will you? It's my wedding day.
Not till we get those eyes open.
You know what time it is? It's nearly 12:30.
Oh, darn it, can't be. Where's Mother?
Well, she's talking with the orchestra and Father with the minister.
Minister already?
And Miss Imbree's gone with a camera to shoot horses, and Sandy's in his room. And Mr. Connor. He hasn't come down yet.
And it's Saturday.
Thanks, Lode. It's nice to have things accounted for. Only I wonder what this could be.
It looks terribly like a wristwatch.
But whose? I found it in my room. I nearly stepped on it.
Getting out of bed?
Yes, why?
I just wondered.
There's another mystery, too.
Mysteries intrigue me.
I was robbed last night. My bracelet and my engagement ring are missing everywhere.
Are these the ones?
Why, yes. But you weren't at the party, Dexter.
Are you quite sure?
Were you?
Oh, don't tell me you don't remember.
I do now, sort of. But there were such a lot of people.
You should have taken a quick swim to shake them off. There's nothing like a swim after a late night.
A swim. A swim?
Now your eyes are open.
That was my dream.
What, dear?
That was just the beginning. The swim, I mean.
If you don't mind, I think I'll stroll into the pantry at this point. You know, speaking of eye-openers. Dinah.
What?
If conversation lags, you might tell Tracy the rest of your dream.
I did have the funniest dream about you last night, Trey.
What was it, dear?
I thought I got up and went over to the window and looked out across the lawn. And guess what I saw coming out of the woods?
A skunk?
Well, sort of. Mr. Connor.
Mr. Connor?
Yes, with his both arms full of something. And guess what it turned out to be?
What?
You. And some clothes.
Oh, no.
Wasn't it funny? It was sort of like as if you were coming from the pool.
The pool. I'm going crazy. I'm standing here solidly on my own two arms and going crazy. And then what?
Then I thought I heard something outside in the hall. And I went and I opened my door a crack, and there he was. Still coming along with you in his arms, puffing like a steam engine. His wind can't be very good.
And then what?
He was sort of crooning.
I never crooned in my life.
And then Mr. Connor... Guess what?
I couldn't. Possibly.
He just sailed right into your room with you, and that scared me, so I just flew back to my room, or I thought I did, and I pulled the covers up over my head. And I laid there thinking, if that's the way it is, why doesn't she marry him instead of old George?
Dinah, you told Dexter your dream. All of it?
Not a word, Tracy. Not a single word. But you know how quick he is.
Dinah, Lord, you little fiend, how can you stand...
Here comes Father.
Oh, Tracy, the next time you marry, choose a different minister, will you? This one wears me out. Dinah, aren't you dressed yet?
I'm going, Father. It only takes me a minute.
Father?
Yes, Tracy?
I'm glad you came back. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you, child.
I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry that I'm a disappointment to you.
I never said that, daughter, and I never will.
Morning, Tracy. Morning, Mr. Lloyd.
Good morning, Mr. Connor. If you'll excuse me, I have to find your mother, Tracy. I wonder what can be detained George.
How's your article coming? Are you doing us up to a turn?
Well, I don't know. I've got so darn tolerant all at once. I doubt if I'll ever be able to write another line.
You are a fella, Mike.
Or the mug of this world, I don't know.
What's the matter with your chin?
Does it show?
A little. What happened?
I guess I just stuck it out too far. Are you all right, Tracy?
Me? Why, of course. Why shouldn't I be?
That was a flock of champagne we put away last night.
Why, I never felt better in my life. I had a simply wonderful evening. I hope you enjoyed it, too.
I enjoyed the last part of it.
Really? Why? I mean, why, especially the last?
Are you asking me, Tracy?
Oh, you mean the swim? We did swim and so forth, didn't we, Mike?
We swam and so forth.
Mike,
Oh, Tracy, you darling, darling.
Oh, Mike.
Oh, what can I say to you, darling?
Not anything, and especially not darling.
I'll never in this world forget
Oh, no, please.
Oh. You're going through with the wedding, then?
Why shouldn't I?
All right, no dice. But understand, also no regrets about last night.
Regrets? Why do you say that?
That's it. That's the stuff. You're wonderful. You're aces, Tracy.
I'm serious, Mike. I'm asking you. Tell me straight out. Tell me the reason why I should have any... No, don't. Just tell me. What time is it?
My wristwatch.
Oh. Did it get broken?
No, it's gone. I've lost it somewhere.
Oh, I can't tell you how extremely sorry I am to hear that. Yes, Thomas, what is it?
This note was sent over this morning at 10 o'clock, Miss Tracy, but Mrs. Lord asked us not to disturb.
Thank you, Thomas. It's from George.
Kittredge?
Yes. And listen to this. My dear Tracy, your conduct last night was so shocking to my ideals of womanhood, that my attitude toward you and the prospects of a happy and useful life together has changed materially.
Tracy.
Well, George, come on in.
Tracy, you're not going to read that aloud in front of him.
It's only a letter from a friend. We're all friends here, aren't we, Mike? To continue, your totally unexpected breach of common decency certainly entitles me to a full explanation before going through with our proposed marriage. Otherwise, with profound regrets and all best wishes, yours very sincerely.
Well?
Yes, George, I quite agree with you. And thank you so very much for your good wishes at this time.
Is that all you've got to say?
I wish I had an explanation. Unfortunately, I haven't any. You'd better just say good riddance, George.
Well, it isn't easy.
I don't see why.
You admit I had a right to be angry.
Oh, absolutely.
On the very eve of your wedding, another man.
That's about enough, Kittredge.
You keep out of this.
I am out of it. You see, Kittredge, it just might interest you to know that last night consisted of exactly 2 kisses and 1 rather late swim.
Thank you, Mike, but there's really no need.
All of which I thoroughly enjoyed, and the memory of which I wouldn't part with for anything.
It's no use, Mike.
After which I accompanied her to her room, deposited her on her bed, and promptly returned to you 2 on the porch, as Dexter will doubtless remember.
Doubtless, without a doubt.
Dexter! Golly, why didn't someone sell tickets?
You have an evil mind, George.
You mean to say that was all there was to it?
We do.
But why? Why? Was I so unattractive? So distant? So forbidding?
This is fine talk, too.
I'm asking a question.
You were extremely attractive. And as for distant and forbidding, on the contrary. But you were also somewhat the worse, or better, for wine. And there are rules about that, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mike. I think men are wonderful.
Aren't they, though, the little dears?
Oh, come in and join the fun,
Well,
Liz.
that's a relief.
Why, George? It's no thanks to me. It's purely by courtesy of the gentleman from South Bend.
Local papers, please copy.
I fail to see the humor in this situation, Miss Imbrie.
I appreciate that. It was a little hard for me, too, at first.
Oh, Liz,
It's all right, Tracy. We all go a little haywire at times, and if we don't, maybe we ought to. You see, Mr. Kittredge, it wasn't Tracy at all. It was another girl.
You mean she'd had too much to drink? Well, I'm not a prohibitionist, but a man expects his wife
to behave herself naturally.
To behave herself naturally, bravo.
Dexter, please.
I'm sorry.
The point is, George, that nothing seems to have happened at all. What made you think it had?
It seems you didn't think any too well of yourself.
That's the odd thing, George. Somehow I'd have hoped that you would have thought better of me than I did.
Well, I'm not going to quibble, Tracy, but all the evidence was there.
And I was guilty straight off. That is, until I was proven innocent.
Well,
downright un-American, if you ask me.
No one is asking you, Haven. Come on, Tracy. It's late. Let's let bygones be bygones. What do you say?
Yes. And goodbye, George.
Goodbye. I don't understand you.
You're too good for me, George. You're 100 times too good.
I never said
And I'd make you most unhappy. Most. That is, I'd do my best to.
Well, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way it is.
All right. Possibly it's just as well.
I thought you'd eventually think so.
Haven, I've got a feeling you've had more to do with this than anyone.
A novel and interesting idea, I'm sure.
You and your whole rotten class. You're all on your way out, the lot of you, and good riddance.
Goodbye, George.
Goodbye.
Well, there goes George.
Oh, dear, the music is starting and the wedding is off. What in the name of all that's holy am I going to do?
Tracy.
Yes, Mike.
That minister has never seen Kittredge, has he?
Why, no.
And most of the guests don't know him.
What are you driving at?
You can forget about the license for now.
Oh, now, Mike.
I got you into this, and I'll get you out. Will you marry me, Tracy?
No, Mike. Thanks. But no.
Why not?
Because I don't think Liz would like it. I'm not awfully sure that you would, and I'm even a little doubtful about myself. But I'm beholden to you, Mike. I'm most beholden to you.
All those people in there, they're waiting.
Mike, don't get too conventional all at once, will you? There'll be a reaction.
Liz! Oh, don't go. Wait a minute. Liz, wait a minute.
And there goes Mike. But it'll be all right, Tracy. You've been got out of jams before.
Tracy, my dear, your father and I just saw George in the hall.
I'm sorry, Mother.
It's all right, dear. Your father will make a very simple announcement.
Is there anything special you want me to say?
No, Father, I'll say it, whatever it is. I won't be got out of anything more, thanks.
Tracy, what are you going to do?
Hi, Hello. Good morning. I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, but there's been a little hitch in the proceedings. I've made a terrible fool of myself, which isn't unusual, and my fiancé...
Need any help?
Go away, Dexter, will you? My fiancé that is, he thinks we'd better call it a day, and I quite agree with him. Dexter, what the blazes next?
2 years ago, you were invited to a wedding in this house.
2 years ago, you were invited to a wedding in this house.
And I did you out of it by eloping to Maryland.
And I did you out of it by eloping to Maryland.
Which was very bad manners.
But
I hope to make it up to you now by going through with it as originally planned.
But I hope to make it up to you now by going... by going beautifully through with it now as originally and most beautifully planned. Because there's something awfully nice about a wedding. I don't know, they're gay and attractive, and I've always wanted one.
So if you'll just keep your seats a minute.
So if you'll just keep your seats a minute.
That's all.
That's all. Oh, darling, you sure?
Not in the least, but I'll risk it. Will you?
You bet. And you didn't do it just to soften the blow.
No, Trey.
Nor to save my face.
It's a nice little face.
Oh, I'll be yours now. I promise to be yours.
Be whatever you like. You're my redhead.
Daughter?
I love you, Father. Never in my life have I been so full of love before. How do I look?
Like a queen. Like a goddess.
Do you know how I feel?
How?
Like a human being.
And is that all right?
All right. Oh, Father. It's heaven.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of The Philadelphia Story by Philip Barry, starring Myron McCormick, Joan Alexander, and Betty Furness. Here again is your host, drama critic John Chapman.
That was a good comedy, I think. I hope you do, too. And a good performance. I've been sitting here watching and listening to these people, Mr. McCormick, Miss Alexander, and Miss Furness, and all of the others, and I've enjoyed it very much. It's a smart play, the kind of play Philip Barry did so well. Next Sunday, our best play will be Home of the Brave by Arthur Lawrence. It's an unusual drama about a soldier who is made to live again the most exciting and most terrifying moments of his life. This is Chapman saying goodbye until next Sunday.
The Philadelphia Story was adapted for radio by Robert Tallman. Joseph Curtin was featured as Dexter Haven, Carl Weber as George, William Quinn as Sandy, and Denise Alexander as Dinah. Edwin Jerome played Seth, and Jean Leonard was Thomas. Recreating her original Broadway role as Margaret was Vera Allen.
This is the story of a weary traveler who had journeyed far, peered into the dark corners of life, and with the breath of phantoms on his neck, shook off pursuit for a few days and sought refuge in the only light-filled bit of the world he had saved to hide in, the placid home of his next of kin. Here, at least, he can relax, for here he is of the nobility, salt of the earth, the proverbial wealthy and mysterious Uncle Charlie.
It wasn't the biggest yacht in the world, but it had a nice little fireplace in the library, and the bar was paneled in bleached mahogany. You pressed a button and... What am I talking about? All that's over. Let's talk about you, my beautiful niece and namesake, Charlie. That's the prettiest dress I ever saw.
I think so, too, Uncle Charlie. Charles, don't you remember?
Remember what?
Well, Uncle Charlie, you sent it to me.
I did?
Don't you remember? Of course, I've grown. I had to sort of fix it.
Say, I've been forgetting something all this time. Here. I've been saving these under my chair. For you, Joe, a little present.
Oh, you didn't have to think of me, Charles.
Oh.
Presents are all right for the children. Whoa, look at this beautiful wristwatch. Say, fellas at the bank will think I'm quite a sport. Huh?
Oh, Charles. Charles, how beautiful.
Silver foxes for you, Emmy.
Oh, I've wanted one all my life. Oh, Charles, you are the kindest brother in the world.
Oh, nonsense, Emmy. I can afford it. I get more pleasure out of giving than receiving. And now, these, Emmy. These miniatures of our mother and father.
Charles, did you have these all along?
All along.
Oh.
All these years I've been away, safe in a deposit box, stored away safe, no matter where I was.
Grandpa and Grandma? Yes.
1888, 58 years ago.
She was pretty, and he is sweet.
Everyone was pretty and sweet then, Charlie. The whole world. A wonderful world. Not like the world today. It was great to be young then.
But we're happy now, Uncle Charlie. Look at us. For once, we're all happy at the same time.
And now, for your little present, Charlie.
No, I don't want anything. Right now, I have enough. Before you came, I didn't think I had anything, but now I don't want another thing. No, what could be the matter with her?
Oh, she's all right, just excited.
I'll go into the kitchen with her. She'll like this when she sees it.
Yes,
Why did you follow me? I meant it. Please don't give me anything, Uncle Charlie.
Nothing?
I can't explain. You came here and Mother's happy, and I'm glad she named me after you and that she thinks we're both alike. I think we are, too. I know it. It would spoil things if you gave me anything.
You're a strange girl, Charlie. Why would it spoil things?
Because we're not just an uncle and a niece. There's something else. I know you. I know that you don't tell people a lot of things. I don't either. I have a feeling that inside you somewhere there's something nobody knows.
Something nobody knows?
Something secret and wonderful and... Well, I'll find out.
Well, it's not good to find out too much, Charlie.
But we're kind of like twins, don't you see? We have to know.
Now, give me your hand. Here. No, the other finger. Now.
Thank you.
But you haven't even looked at the ring.
I don't have to look at it. No matter what you gave me, it'd be the same.
Here, now, let me show it to you. It's a good emerald. A really good one. And good emeralds are the most beautiful things in the world.
Well, you've had something engraved on it.
I haven't, but I will if you'd like me to.
But you have, Uncle Charlie. You have it. It's very faint. It's way down under the stone. T.S. from B.M. Well, that must be someone's initial.
The jeweler rooked me.
Oh, it doesn't matter, really. It doesn't.
He rooked me this second hand. He rooked me. The whole world is crooked. The whole rotten
But I like
world.
it this way. Someone else was probably happy with it.
Rotten.
It's not rotten. Not for you and I or... And Mother and the rest of it.
Here. Give it back to me. I'll have that taken off.
No, it's perfect the way it is. Now, you bring the coffee in, and we'll surprise them with perfect service.
Well, Charles, you just sit here and relax.
Thank you, Emmy. It's wonderful to be comfortable again.
There's the evening paper.
Yeah.
Make yourself comfy. Joe's gone to bed.
Didn't he read it?
No, he was too tired from all the excitement of you and the presents and everything.
Oh.
None of us have even had a chance to even peek at the news. Lordy, I'm tuckered out, too.
You go on to bed, Emmy. I just want to sit here and smoke and read and soak up the feeling of home.
Oh, it's wonderful seeing you here, relaxed, home with your own. Well, good night, Charles.
Good night, Emmy.
Uncle Charlie.
Hello.
What's the matter?
Nothing. I just saw something in the paper that interested me, so I tore it out.
Oh. Well, I brought you a pitcher of cold water. Mom said you wanted it.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. You're very thoughtful. Sweet dreams.
Uncle Charlie.
Oh.
I know something. I know a secret that you don't think I know.
What secret?
I know that there was something in that evening paper about you.
About me? In the evening paper?
About you. Please show it to me. I won't tell a soul.
Oh, Charlie, you have me. But it wasn't about me. It was about some people I used to know.
Well, let me see. There, now I've got the clipping and I'll prove it.
Give me that. It's none of your business.
Uncle Charlie, you're hurting me. Your hand.
Oh, Charlie. I didn't mean to. I must have grabbed you harder than I thought. I was just fooling about it. It was just some gossip, not too pretty, about someone I met up with once. Nothing for you to read. You forget it.
I am sorry, Uncle Charlie. I was only trying to tease you.
I know. I know.
Good night, Uncle Charlie.
Good night. Good night. And a pleasant dream. Good morning, Emmy. I can't face the world without some hot coffee.
Well, I don't mind coddling you your first morning. While you've been sleeping, the whole town's talking about you.
About me?
About you. The telephone's never stopped. Everybody wants to meet my famous brother.
Where's young Charlie?
Oh, she's buzzing around the house as though she'd lost her mind. You see, you're not the only celebrity in town. The whole Newton family's going to be in the limelight.
What are you all up to?
Well, a young man came here this morning. Said his name was Graham. He wants to interview everybody in the house.
Interview everybody?
Yes, it's a kind of poll. It's called the National Public Survey.
How did you happen to pick this family?
He wanted a typical American family.
When did I happen to come here?
That's what I asked him.
What'd he say?
Oh, he said they looked around all over and finally decided on us.
Well, if he's going to ask a lot of questions, he can leave me out of it.
Why, you have more to tell than any of us. He's going to take our pictures, too.
Pictures?
Yes. You see, there were really two young men. One takes the pictures.
Oh, there were two of them.
Yes. Very, very nice young man. One of them was really very handsome. Well, Charles, it certainly looks like the Newtons are going to be real famous.
Emmy, where's young Charlie?
Oh, she went off someplace, Charles. I think she's having a sandwich down the corner with one of the young men who was here today taking pictures. Mercy, they were particular. I bet I had to break 24 eggs in mixing that cake so they could get just the right picture.
Why did she go with that young man?
Well, to tell the truth, Charles, I think she's peeved at you.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, she said that when they were taking pictures of the upstairs today, one of them happened to take your picture as you came up the stairs, and you made him give you the film.
So I did. Invasion of privacy, my dear. I won't tolerate such goings-on. How do we know what those young men would do with those pictures?
Mercy me, Charles, I'm sure I don't know. But you're so much smarter than we are. If you say they can't take pictures, they just can't. That's
I don't
all.
like young Charlie talking to those men. There's something about them I don't quite like. I'll have to have a talk with her when she gets back. Tell her I want to see her, Emmy. I want to see her the minute she comes in.
I know now, Jack Graham, what you really are. You're a detective. There's something the matter and you're a detective.
Charlie, listen.
I don't want to listen. You pretended to be making a survey. You fooled us all.
You've got to listen. You've got to trust me.
Why should I when you lied to me?
I had to. You've just got to believe. We came here to find a man. I hadn't counted on your mother and your family.
Find a man? What man?
There's a man loose in this country. We're after him. We don't know much about him. We don't even know what he looks like. Charlie, think. How much do you know about your uncle?
Well, he's my uncle. He's my mother's brother. What has he done?
I can't tell you what he's done. We're after one man. Your uncle may be that man. We followed him. We think he is. But in the east, there's another man who's being hunted, too. Hunted through Massachusetts and into Maine. He may be the man.
Uncle Charles hasn't done anything. He knows it would kill my mother if he'd done anything. Oh, why don't you arrest that man in Maine? Why don't you go away and leave us alone?
Oh, Charlie, when we were eating tonight, talking about your folks and mine, what we'd done and how we felt, we were like two ordinary people, weren't we? You liked me, I know you did. And I liked you.
That doesn't matter now.
It does matter. But if it is your uncle, Charlie, I'm going to catch up with him. And you've got to keep your mouth shut. Because you're an honest girl, and you know you'll help me.
I wouldn't help you,
Please, Charlie. If your Uncle Charlie's the man we want, we'll get him out of town quietly. We won't arrest him here. You see, I like you, Charlie.
All right, I won't say anything, but I'm going to prove you're wrong. I'm going to prove it right now.
Charlie.
Say now, Charlie Newton. Hold on there, young lady. Wait for the light.
I'm sorry, officer. I'm trying to get to the library before 9 o'clock.
All right, now, mind your step and go ahead.
Really, Charlie, you know as well as I do that this library closes at 9.
I'm terribly sorry, Miss Cochran, but there's something in the newspaper I've got to say.
Well, since you're in. You have just 2 minutes.
Oh, please make it be here. Make it be as Uncle Charlie says about somebody else. Oh. Boston, February 8th. Search for the Merry Widow murderer continues. No photograph of the suspected man has ever been obtained. His victims have uniformly been widows of large means, living in resort hotels, and this fact has led to his being called a Merry Widow murderer. His last victim was Mrs. Byron Mansfield, the former Thelma Scott. The ring. T.S. from P.M.
Time to go, Charlie. No, please. I'm tired after a hard day on my feet.
All right then. Thank you. No, not my Uncle Charlie, not...
I've been waiting for you, Charlie. Waiting and waiting and waiting. Come, child.
No.
Come and take me by the hand. It's soft and dark.
Oh.
And the moon is set. And honest people turn down their lamps and make ready for the night.
Oh.
So you think you found me out, you and your young friend Graham?
I don't know. I'm not going to tell him what I know. He may find out, but I won't tell him.
He won't find out.
I'm only asking you one thing. Just go away and leave us alone.
No. Charlie, will you help me?
Help you?
Charlie, the same blood flows through our veins. A week ago, I was at the end of my rope. I'm so tired, Charlie. There's an end to the amount of running a man can do. And this is my last chance. Give it to me. There's another man in the East. They suspect him, too. If they catch him, give me this one last chance, Charlie.
Take your chance and go.
No, I'll go, Charlie. If you'll just give me a couple of days, help me, Charlie. I'm your uncle. Think of your mother. It would kill your mother.
Yes, it would kill my mother. It would kill you, too, wouldn't it, Uncle Charlie? Now go on, get away from here. You can have your few days.
You realize what it means if they get me. The electric chair. I count on you. Don't forget you said it yourself. We are not any ordinary uncle and niece. No matter what I've done, we're twins. Go in now. And sleep. Sleep and pleasant dreams. Beautiful Charlie.
Charlie, let's go in the garage. I've got to talk to you.
Yes, Jack.
I don't know how it happened, but it did. They tracked down the other man. In trying to run away at the airport in Boston, he backed into the propeller of a plane that was warming up. Well, the heat's off your uncle.
Uncle Charlie's innocent?
Aren't you happy?
Of course I am.
Well, they've called us off the job. We're leaving.
I knew you'd have to go away, but I hadn't thought about it. I'll be alone again.
I'll be back, Charlie, as soon as I can make it. You're not frightened now, are you, Charlie?
No.
I love you.
Do you, Jack?
That's why I'm coming back.
I'll be here, waiting.
Hal, what have you two been locking yourselves in the garage for? When I was young, we sat in the parlor.
Hello, I was saying goodbye to Charlie.
In the garage?
In the garage. The door got stuck. Now I'll have to say goodbye to you.
Well, say goodbye to me on the lawn. No use taking chances on that garage door again. Finished here?
All finished. But I'll be back. You'll be seeing me around.
Oh?
Not on business.
Oh, I see. Well, Charlie's a fine girl. She's the thing I love most in the world. Have a good trip, Mr. Graham, and don't take any more pictures without permission. Rights of man, you know, freedom.
We'll have a talk about freedom someday, Mr. Oakley. I'll be running along now. I better say goodbye to your mother, Charlie. You coming, sir?
Oh, no. I'd better see if I can fix that garage door. Well, folks, before we go to the women's club this evening, I'm going to tell you what I intend to say. I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I've come to a lot of conclusions. There's another thing I'd like to do, and I'm going to ask you, Emma, to help me. I'd like to do something for the town here. Something for the children's hospital.
Oh, Charles.
Something in memory of our father and mother. Something fine and good.
By George. That's wonderful of you, Charles.
Charles, I know how you feel about children who've been hurt, because you were so terribly hurt yourself once. It's a miracle you're all right now. You might have been crippled for life. I know how you feel about children.
Well, sir, this is the finest thing I ever heard of. Wait till you hear about this tonight.
We'd better be going.
Mercy, where are we all going to sit?
Mother, Uncle Charles can sit in the back with Papa, and Roger and Ann will fit in perfectly well beside me.
Oh, nonsense. I'm getting a cab. You all go in the cab, and Charlie and I will go in the other car alone.
No, you go in the taxi, Uncle Charles.
No, I know what I'm doing now. There's the cab waiting. You go get the car in the garage, Charlie. I'll wait for you.
Mother, please ride with me. Papa can take the children, please.
Well, get the car. We'll figure it out when we get out in the streets.
All right.
Well, I guess we might as well sit down and wait till Charlie drives around. The more I see that girl, the more I seem to love her.
I wonder what's keeping Charlie.
Yeah, she's been gone 15 minutes.
What in the world could have happened?
What is it?
You better all come quick. I heard someone screaming and pounding on your garage door. There's fumes coming out. I think it's Charlie.
Keep back, everybody. Keep back, Joe. Here, I'll put her on the grass. Now get that flask of whiskey out of my room, Joe. Run. Charlie, dear, Charlie.
Barely speak.
Charlie, speak to me.
Get away, Uncle Charlie. Get away.
She wants you, Emmy.
I'm here, my darling. Mother is here.
I'm all right. Just let me.
Here. There you are, Charlie. You've had a wonderful escape, dear. Someone must have left the engine running, or did you start the car yourself?
The ignition key was gone and the engine was running. And the garage doors were jammed.
Oh, now, that sounds impossible, but it must be the carbon monoxide fumes clouding her brain.
I'll be all right. I just want to be alone. You all go ahead to the meeting.
I should say
I
no.
want you to. I'll stay in the porch, and then I'll get the things ready for the party when you get back.
I don't feel much like making a speech when I think what might have happened to you.
Don't you think I have good ears? Goodness, she might have died.
Yes, she might have died.
Go ahead. I'll be all right. I insist on it now. Go on. Go right now.
Well, I guess we'd better humor the patient. Come on, folks. The taxi's waiting, and I'm sure dear Charlie will be good as new when we get back.
All right.
Let's go.
Hello? Hello, long distance? I want to speak to Mr. Jack Graham, Hotel California in Fresno. Oh, hurry, operator, please. It's urgent, so urgent.
Just a minute, folks. I'd like to propose a toast to our distinguished visitor, who made the finest speech tonight ever heard in these parts. To Uncle Charlie.
Thank you. Now, I give you a toast to this beautiful village and its beautiful people. This haven. This place I would rather call home than any place in the world. The place I intend to...
Charlie, my child. You're white as a ghost.
I'm all right, Mother. I'm sorry, Uncle Charlie. You were saying that you'd rather live here than any other place in the world. And yet you must leave. You must leave tomorrow. Forever.
Why, Charlie, you let the cat out of the bag. I was saving the bad news until last. I didn't want to spoil your fun, Emmy, dear, but I got a letter today. Have to leave on the early morning train for San Francisco.
Oh, no, Charles,
but,
no.
I'm going to miss you, Emmy. I'm going to miss you all.
The train is going to start and I'll have to get off, Uncle Charlie. But I wanted to tell you. Jack Graham is on this train, waiting for it to reach the next town, and then he's arrested.
My dear girl.
Wait. You know what I know about you, don't you, Uncle Charlie? You're a murderer, Uncle Charlie, and you tried to murder me.
Wait, Charlie.
Let go
now,
of
wait.
me. Let go of me.
You did a fine thing for your mother. You were right not to let her know. After all, she's not very strong.
The train is really going. I don't think I can...
Yes, it's really going. And now I'll open this vestibule door. Wait. Just a little faster.
You're mad. You're a madman.
Just a little faster. A little faster. I want to be sure this time, my dear.
Let me go. Let me go.
Now, there's another train coming the other way. If you're still alive, you'll leave the tracks. Well, so long, Charlie. My twin.
No, you can't. Don't.
Charlie, hold on. We're heading into a curve.
Uncle Charlie, hold on. Jack, he tried to push me.
Yes.
And when you called him, he fell under that other train. Jack. My Uncle Charlie. He's gone.
Mars Incorporated, makers of America's most enjoyable candy bars, present Curtain Time! The makers of Milky Way candy bars welcome you to Curtain Time. At the moment, the lobby is filled with gay theatergoers, all anxious to see the new play. And here, as eager as the rest, is the well-known man about town, your host, Patrick Allen.
Good evening.
Well, Mr. Allen, what's afoot this evening?
Don't tell anyone, John, but murder's afoot. But there's the overture, so we'd better hurry inside the theater for tonight's production of Curtain Time.
Tickets, please. Thank you, sir. 7th row center. Seats 7 and 8.
Well, these are wonderful seats. But the curtain will go up in just a minute, so let's glance through the program. Harry Elders and Nanette Sargent, supported by the Milky Way players, are starred tonight in Lightning Strikes Twice. Mr. Elders will play the part of Dave Parker, and Miss Sargent is cast as Judy Forrest.
Curtain time!
There's the call for the first act of Lightning Strikes Twice. The scene is a study in the palatial suburban home of Crane Caldwell, the well-known detective story writer. At the moment, Caldwell and his attractive secretary, Judy Forrest, are in the midst of a rather heated discussion.
Judy, I just don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Caldwell, it's not right, and you know it.
Oh, come.
Honestly, it sounds as though it were written by some amateur instead of by Crane Caldwell, the world's greatest mystery story writer, as your publisher so modestly puts it.
You mean that couldn't be true?
Oh, well, I'm only your secretary.
Young lady, you know I always appreciate your criticism, but this time you're wrong. The Corpse Has Wings is going to be one of my best books.
I'm only insisting that the stuff you dictated to me yesterday is some of the worst writing you've ever done.
All right. Give me an example.
That letter which Avis wrote to Larry.
What's the matter with that?
Oh, here, now let me show you.
Very well, I'm always open to conviction.
No, here it is.
All right.
Now, let me see. Oh, yes, beginning at the bottom of the page. Claude started to speak, hesitated, and handed Avis his gold fountain pen.
Mm-hmm.
She removed the cap and began to write. Oh, now, what the dickens? I thought I had the next page.
Well, isn't that it in your typewriter?
Oh, yes.
Well, go ahead, read it. You don't have to take it out of the typewriter.
Very well. And you listen, because it's exactly the way you dictated it.
All right.
Dearest darling, everything is ready for X Day. I have definitely learned the terms of his will, and they are even better than we hoped for.
What's the matter with that?
Well, now let me finish.
All right.
I have obtained everything we need for the job and will expect you around 10 o'clock the morning of X Day. I'm thrilled and excited because soon he'll be dead and we'll have all that money and each other. I'm your baby. That's all I've typed.
All right. What's the matter with it?
Oh, well, for one thing, it's such terribly stiff writing.
But that's the way Avis would write.
Well, she still doesn't have to sign herself baby.
But baby is Larry's nickname for her.
Well, just the same, it makes her sound like a Bobby Soxer instead of a cold-blooded murderer.
Well,
And one other thing. The expression X Day is melodramatic and...
Okay, Judy, okay.
Well...
Get out your pad. We'll rewrite it. Yes, Hedges.
Beg your pardon, sir, but Mr. Parker is here to see you.
Mr. Parker?
He says he has an appointment.
Oh, yes. That's that insurance salesman. Well,
an insurance salesman?
Yes, he's been phoning me for weeks. Show Mr. Parker in Hedges.
Yes, sir. Right away,
Mr. Caldwell, it's all very well for you to see insurance agents.
I know, Judy. The Corpse Has Wings is due at the publishers by the end of the month.
And we'll never make it at this rate.
Then why don't you get rid of him fast?
With pleasure.
Now, look, I'll go into the next room. You tell him I'm out of town.
Will do. All right, Mr. Salesman.
Right this way, sir.
Right. Well, now, Mr... Hey, you're not Mr. Caldwell.
How'd you guess?
Why, You must be Mrs. Caldwell.
No,
My name's Dave Parker. I suppose Mr. Caldwell will be in soon.
Oh, no.
I'll just pull up a chair and explain some of the features of our policies to
Will
him.
you please listen to me? I'm not Mrs. Caldwell.
You're not? Well, now, this is a break.
I'm Mr. Caldwell's secretary. Mr. Caldwell has been called out of town.
Oh.
Yes. Good day, Mr. Parker. I said good day, Mr. Parker. Mr. Caldwell is out of town.
Okay, I'll wait until he gets back.
But he won't be back for 3 days.
Look, Blue Eye.
Blue Eye?
They are blue, aren't they?
Oh, that's none of your business.
But selling insurance is, and lots of private secretaries, not all as cute as you.
Now, you see here.
Yes, ma'am. Lots of them have tried to brush me off with he's out of town or he just came down with whooping cough. I wonder why doesn't anybody think up an original excuse?
Mr. Parker, will you please leave?
Suppose I don't, Blue Eye?
I'll have you thrown out.
By that anemic butler?
Mr. Caldwell himself will throw you out.
But he's out of town, remember?
Oh, honestly,
Well, Judy, and you were going to get rid of him.
Well, Mr. Caldwell,
Young man, I've been listening at the door, and I'm convinced that nobody has the endurance to match an insurance man.
Mr. Caldwell, maybe you'll thank me someday for not giving up.
I doubt it.
So do I. But we'll save time all around if I see you now. Judy, will you excuse me, please?
I'll be glad to. I'll be in the garden if you want me. And if you buy any insurance from that monster...
It's a very efficient secretary you have, Mr. Caldwell.
Yes, I think she's cute, too. But, you wish to see me about insurance?
Mr. Caldwell, I want to tell you about our AAA policy. Now, if you'll just let me have a piece of paper, I'll explain it in terms of dollars and cents.
Go ahead, young man. Help yourself.
Thanks. Now, let's presume that you want a $50,000 policy.
Well, that's all right, Parker, except that you're presuming too much.
By Judy. Oh, hello, Aunt Martha. What are you doing in the garden? Isn't my nephew working this morning?
Oh, yes. Oh, but Miss Caldwell, I hope you'll forgive me for calling you Aunt Martha. I'm so used to hearing Mr. Caldwell address you that way that
that's all right, my dear. Someday I hope to be your real aunt.
What do you mean?
Judy, have you ever thought of marrying Crane?
Why, no.
My dear, I so much want to see him married. I'm getting on, and, well, Crane should have someone. He's very fond of you, Judy.
Well, I know, but I'm sure he never thinks of me as his wife.
Oh, I'm sure you're wrong about that. After all, you've been his secretary now for over 5 years.
Oh, but your nephew is more than twice my age.
And that makes less difference than you think.
Well, I do think the world of him, but...
Crane would make you very happy, my dear. He's wealthy, and more important, he's a wonderful man. He's done so much for me, Judy. And,
well, I know, but...
Someday I'll tell you all about it. It has to do with murder.
Murder?
Do you remember the famous Hughes case?
No.
Oh, I forgot. You're too young. But, oh, dear me, there I go talking too much. But, my dear...
yes?
You'll think over what I said, won't you?
Well, of course, but... Well, I'm afraid it's no use.
Now, Mr. Caldwell, there's also our famous all-protection policy.
You don't say.
If I may bother you for just one more piece of paper, I'll show you how it works.
You've used up all the paper.
Oh, well, gee, I...
Take the piece out of the typewriter. You can use the back of it.
Oh, swell. Now, I'll just... Say, this looks like a letter to somebody.
No, it's just part of a manuscript. It's got to be rewritten.
Oh, I see. Dearest darling, everything is ready for X day.
Young man, will you please...
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Caldwell, but I'm nuts about your books. Now, we'll say that you want $100,000 worth of insurance.
Take it easy, Parker.
Oh, but that's just the figure I'm using to explain the policy. Now, I'll just write down $100,000.
I'm sorry, sir, but it's time for your medicine.
Oh, thank you, Hedges.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Caldwell, but are you sick?
Hmm? Don't worry, Parker. I'm insurable. Hedges, if you'll please.
Here, Hedges. I'll hand it to him.
Thank you, sir.
There you are, Mr. Caldwell.
Thanks. Oh. Oh, that's terrible stuff.
Would you like some water, sir?
No, Hedges. Never mind.
Very good, sir. I'll call you when it's time for luncheon.
Getting back to our all-protection policy, Mr. Caldwell, have you any idea of how little a $100,000 policy costs?
This is saying?
I said that, have you any idea...
Hot in here. Isn't it?
Why, no, I think it's... Mr. Caldwell. Look, Mr. Caldwell, if you think I should... Good heavens. Hey, where is everybody? Something's happening here.
Something wrong, sir? I thought I heard you.
I was talking to Mr. Caldwell.
Wait, what's happened?
Mr. Parker, did you just call?
Miss Forrest, phone the police. Mr. Caldwell has been murdered.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Curtain Time play, starring Harry Elders and Annette Sargent with the Milky Way Players. And now, John Weigel.
Now that April is approaching, all of us are beginning to suffer from spring fever. That feeling that we would like to stop whatever we are doing and relax for a few moments. And one little treat that always means delightful relaxation and pleasure, no matter where you are or what you are doing, is the taste treat of a Milky Way candy bar. You begin to enjoy a Milky Way the moment you first open the crisp wrapper and notice that enticing scent of fine, pure milk chocolate. Then with each bite, you taste the thick milk chocolate coating, the golden layer of smooth, creamy caramel, and the soft chocolate nougat center, richly flavored with real malted milk. Together, the milk chocolate, creamy caramel, and soft nougat combine to give you that rare taste blend found only in a Milky Way. When you crave good candy, eat a Milky Way.
Time! There's the call for the second act of Lightning Strikes Twice, brought to you by the Milky Way Players. Two strange things have happened in the household of Crane Caldwell, the writer. His Aunt Martha spoke to Judy Forrest of a forgotten murder, and Caldwell died mysteriously while talking to Dave Parker, an insurance salesman. But now, about an hour later, Inspector Jackson of the Homicide Squad has taken charge.
Is everybody who was here at the time in this room right now?
Oh, well, sir...
Everybody except Mr. Caldwell there.
She's in her room, sir, resting.
Oh, Inspector, you must realize how upset she is.
I do, Miss Forrest.
If you wish me to call, Miss Caldwell...
You're the butler, aren't you? What's your name?
Hedges, sir.
You stay here, Hedges, until I tell you to call Miss Caldwell.
Do you mind if I leave now, Inspector? I've been here since this morning.
Inspector, don't let him go. How do we know who he really is?
Oh, but look,
Parker, nobody's leaving this house till I say so. Now, according to the coroner, Caldwell died almost instantly.
Well, I told you that much.
But you didn't say that his death was the result of...
What?
Poison administered in his medicine.
Poison?
Good grief.
Really, sir, this is...
Hedges, who besides you handle Caldwell's medicine?
Well, sir, twice a day Miss Caldwell prepared the medicine and gave it to me to bring into the study.
That was the regular routine?
Except that today I wasn't about at the moment. So Miss Caldwell gave it to Miss Forrest.
Oh, she did she?
Inspector, you're making it sound like a crime. Besides, Hedges appeared in the hallway just as I was about to enter the study. I gave the glass to him.
That's right, Inspector. Hedges did bring it in.
So 3 people might have slipped poison into that glass.
Oh, but, sir, there were 4.
4?
Mr. Parker also handled the glass, miss.
No, now, just a minute.
I was just about to hand the medicine to Mr. Caldwell, sir, when you grabbed it out of my hand.
I didn't grab it. The way we were seated, it was easier for me to hand it to Mr. Caldwell.
But you did handle it.
Well, I was just being helpful.
Which means that any one of 4 people might have committed this murder. Miss Forrest.
Yes?
You and Mr. Parker go into the next room and wait.
Guess we may as well do what the man said.
And don't try to leave the house, understand?
We won't.
Hedges, bring in Miss Caldwell.
You wish to see me, Inspector?
Yes, Miss Caldwell, Haven't I seen you someplace before?
Why, I hardly think so.
Perhaps not. Miss Caldwell, your nephew was a rich man. Can you tell me who will inherit his money?
Well, I really don't know. As his nearest relative, however, I assume I'll come into a large share of the estate.
I see. Aren't you rather wealthy yourself?
Hardly. I've been dependent upon my nephew for the last few years.
Is there anyone else who might gain financially by his death?
Well, Hedges has been with the family for years. I imagine he and Miss Forrest will be remembered in my nephew's will. But I'm sure their bequest would hardly be enough to make them commit murder.
Who would know the exact terms of your nephew's will?
Why, his attorney, Horace Prescott.
I'd like to talk to Mr. Prescott.
You can phone him if you wish.
I'll do that right now. Maybe I'll find out something interesting.
Well, it's been quite a day, hasn't it?
That's quite obvious. Honestly, I just can't understand why anybody would want to kill Mr. Caldwell. He was such a good man.
Well, I'm sure lucky you didn't buy a policy from me.
Mr. Parker, I want to ask you something.
The answer, Miss Forrest, is that I didn't kill Mr. Caldwell.
I wasn't going to ask whether you killed him. What I want to know is why.
Oh, you take it for granted I did.
Now, somebody who was in this house at the time is the murderer, and you're the only stranger.
Miss Forrest, Judy, I didn't kill him. And I'm sure you didn't either.
Well, of course I didn't.
No murderer could look like you, baby. Mm-mm.
Oh, now it's Baby. You're full of pet names, aren't you?
Oh, sure, and I'll think up a lot more as we go along.
Say, I just remembered. Miss Caldwell was talking about a murder just a little while before...
This morning?
Yes.
Well, what'd she say?
Nothing. She started to tell me something and then changed her mind. Mr. Parker, have you heard of a famous murder case called...
Okay, you two. Come on back in here.
Right with you, Inspector. Judy, what murder case?
I'll tell you later. Oh, Judy, dear. Oh, Miss Caldwell, how are you feeling?
Thank you, my dear. Much better.
All right, Miss Forrest. What are you figuring on doing with the money?
Money? Oh, I don't understand.
Oh, yes, you do. Caldwell told you, didn't he?
Look, Inspector...
Didn't Caldwell tell you he was leaving you $100,000?
$100,000?
It's true, my dear. Inspector Jackson just spoke to Crane's lawyer on the phone.
But why should he leave me all that money?
Judy, after all, you were with my nephew for 5 years. He was merely rewarding you for your faithful service.
Inspector, do you think that in order to get this money...
It isn't what I think, Miss Forrest.
Inspector, you've got no right to insinuate that this
Parker,
girl...
it's just occurred to me that you've been pretty anxious to get out of here.
Now, just a second.
Couldn't be that you've still got some of that poison in your pockets, could it?
Okay, why don't you search me?
Inspector Jackson, would you mind if I went to my room? I'm rather worn out.
All right. But be sure you're around when I want you.
Of course, Inspector. Just have someone call me.
Okay. Parker, start emptying your pockets.
It's a pleasure. Here you are, wallet, handkerchief, piece of paper, fountain pen.
What's this paper?
Something Caldwell gave me to scribble some figures on.
Looks more like a letter from your girlfriend.
Except that I don't have a girlfriend.
That's not what she thinks. Dearest darling.
Oh, Inspector.
Everything is ready for X Day. I have definitely learned the terms of his will.
If you please listen to
And
me.
they are even better than we hoped for. I have obtained everything we need for the job and will expect you around 10 o'clock the morning of X day.
Holy smoke, that sounds...
What time did you say you got here this morning, Parker?
Around 10 o'clock.
Inspector, I can explain that letter.
I'm thrilled and excited because soon he'll be dead and we'll have all that money and each other.
That letter's part of a manuscript.
Uh-huh. And I suppose this figure here, written in pencil, is also part of it.
What figure?
This $100,000.
But that's the amount of the policy I was trying to sell Mr. Caldwell.
And it's also the amount of his bequest to Miss Forrest.
Oh, but Inspector...
See that typewriter? This letter was typed on this machine.
Well, I told you it's part of...
Is your typewriter, Miss Forrest?
Yes?
Did anybody else in the house ever use it?
No, never.
Then you're under arrest.
Under arrest?
Now, see here, Inspector.
You're under arrest, too, Parker, for the murder of Crane Caldwell.
But, Inspector, you just let me show you.
Go on and show him, baby.
That does it, Parker. This letter is signed, I'm your baby.
Oh, good grief.
Oh, honestly, you and your pet name.
Before we bring you the third act of tonight's curtain time play, starring Hattie Elders and Nanette Sargent with the Milky Way Players, here is John Weigel.
All of us have different reasons for preferring our favorite treats. To candy lovers, a Milky Way candy bar is always a special thrill because in each bite of a Milky Way, you enjoy a rare flavor combination of the choicest candy ingredients. A thick milk chocolate coating, rich with the rare flavor of the finest pure milk chocolate. A golden layer of the smoothest creamy caramel, and a soft chocolate nougat center, abundantly flavored with real malted milk. It is this combination of the milk chocolate, creamy caramel, and soft nougat that makes each bite of a Milky Way a luscious treat, right down to the last delightful flavor that lingers in your mouth. When you crave good candy, eat a Milky Way.
There's the call for the third act of Lightning Strikes Twice, brought to you by the Milky Way Players. Crane Caldwell died suddenly after taking some poison medicine. Later, Inspector Jackson found a letter in Dave Parker's possession in which a murder was plotted, and immediately placed the young insurance salesman under arrest. He also arrested Judy Forrest, who under the writer's will would inherit $100,000. But now a moment after the close of Act Two.
Inspector, you don't understand.
This is a terrible mistake. I didn't write that letter to Mr. Parker.
We never heard of each other until this morning.
That letter was part of Mr. Caldwell's new book. Here, I'll show you.
Save it for the jury.
Now, see here.
Look here, Parker, I've got to arrange transportation back to town for you, too.
Honestly...
I'm leaving the room for a minute. Let me warn you, there's an officer at every door and at every window with orders to shoot to kill.
Well, that's something pleasant to think about.
See here, you got me into this.
But you got me into it.
You put that letter in your pocket, didn't you? You called me baby, didn't you?
Yes, baby, but you didn't help things by inheriting all that money.
Well, I couldn't help that.
Okay. There's just one thing we can do. That's to find the real killer.
But how?
Well, I admit it's a narrow field, but we're going to jail in a couple of minutes if we can't stall Jackson.
Well, that's true, but...
You started to tell me something about a murder that Martha Caldwell mentioned.
Yes, she said it was called the Hughes case.
The Hughes case?
Then you've heard of it?
I'll say. It was a sensation about 20 years ago. I was just a kid then, but every so often it's still written up in the Sunday papers.
Oh, but what was it about?
Well, there was Martha Hughes who was accused of...
Martha Hughes?
Say, you don't think that Martha Caldwell is Martha Hughes?
Well, I don't know.
She'd be just about the same age.
Tell me about the case.
Well, as I remember, Martha Hughes was accused of murdering her husband. She wasn't convicted, and nobody else was ever arrested.
Oh, it can't be the same person, Dave. Miss Caldwell's so sweet, and besides, she never would have harmed her nephew. She was too fond of him.
Well, we've got to tell Jackson about this just the same. It may save our necks.
All right, let's go, Parker. You too, Miss Forrest.
Listen, Inspector, I've got something to tell you. I may be able to lead you to Caldwell's killer.
I know who killed Caldwell.
Look, we think Martha Caldwell is really Martha Hughes.
Martha Hughes?
Yes.
I knew I'd seen that face before. I was a rookie copper at her trial.
Does that change your mind about us, Inspector?
Maybe, maybe not. But Walter Hughes also died from a dose of poison in his medicine. Maybe lightning does strike twice.
Inspector Jackson, I'll make no statements without my lawyer.
Okay. Won't talk. I know somebody who will. Hedges, Hedges.
Inspector, maybe you had better wait.
Leave this to me, young lady.
Look, Inspector, maybe
Did you call me, sir?
Hedges, I want to know how long you've known Martha Caldwell.
About 26 years, sir. When I came here, she lived with her brother, Mr. Caldwell's father.
Did you always know her by the name of Martha Caldwell?
Well, no, sir. I first knew her by the name of Martha Hughes.
Very well. I am Martha Hughes.
But Miss Crandall, why did you...
My husband was a ne'er-do-well, and we lived here through the generosity of my brother. Shortly after the trial, my brother died without a will, and I was penniless. Crane supported me all these years, and Inspector, if you think I killed him...
I didn't say you did, Miss Caldwell, but still it's strange that he died in the same way your husband did.
Please remember that I was acquitted.
But they never found the killer.
Say,
What's the matter with you?
Inspector, I can prove who killed Crane Caldwell.
Dave, are you sure?
How are you going to prove it?
Judy, didn't you and Miss Caldwell prepare Mr. Caldwell's medicine in the kitchen?
Well, not exactly. I was in the kitchen, but Miss Caldwell was in the butler's pantry.
Which means that neither one could see what the other was doing.
But Miss Caldwell fixed the medicine and handed it to Judy. Correct, Miss Caldwell?
Really, young man, this is a lot of foolishness.
Judy, take this ashtray.
Well, of course, but...
Pretend it's the medicine. Now, you took it from Miss Caldwell and started for the study. Then, coming through the hall, you met Hedges.
That's right.
Then you turned the medicine over to him. Hedges, take the ashtray.
Yes.
Okay. What did you do next, Judy?
Why, I went back to the kitchen.
Uh-huh. And you, Hedges?
I came directly into the study, sir.
Right. I was sitting here, and Caldwell was there. Sit down, Inspector, and pretend you're Caldwell.
Oh, just a second.
Hedges, come toward me with the ashtray.
Yes, sir.
You start to hand it to Mr. Caldwell, but I take it instead.
Very good, sir.
And I hand it to Caldwell. Here you are, Inspector.
Well,
now, I give it back to Hedges, who leaves the room. Go over to the other side of the room, Hedges.
Yes, sir. Is this quite all right, sir?
That's fine. Now, a minute or two later, I noticed that something's wrong with Mr. Caldwell. Before I know what's happened, he's dead. Then I called for help, and Hedges came running back into the room. Come on back, Hedges, and say what you said this morning.
Yes, sir. I said, is something wrong, sir?
Yes, I was talking to Mr. Caldwell.
Why, what's happened?
Judy, this is where you came in.
Well, I said, Mr. Parker, did you just call?
And then I said, Miss Forrest, I think Mr. Caldwell is dead.
No, you didn't. You said, Miss Forrest, phone the police. Mr. Caldwell has been murdered.
How'd you know he'd been murdered, Hedges?
Only the killer knew then that Mr. Caldwell had been murdered.
Inspector, this man is insane.
Just the same, Hedges, you and I are...
Oh, he's got a gun.
Yes. And I'll kill the first one here that makes a move.
Hedges, then it was you who killed my husband.
Yes, you know why. I was in love with you. I couldn't stand it. So I killed him.
But why? Why did you kill Crane Caldwell?
Because after all these years, he'd stumbled onto the truth. He was just waiting for proof. And then, when Mr. Parker arrived, I was sure he was a police officer, posing as an insurance man.
Figured you were all washed up, didn't you?
I had some poison we used in the garden. And then before I brought the medicine into the study...
Look, Hedges, you can't...
Don't you move, Inspector! I've got nothing to lose now.
Thank you, Inspector, for this.
Why you...
Good going, Parker. I've got the gun.
Well, Inspector, there he is. Judo's a handy thing, isn't it? I learned it in service.
Come on, Hedges. Up on your feet. And Parker, give me a ring tomorrow. I want to buy you the best dinner in town.
It's a date, Inspector. Do you mind if I bring a friend?
Glad to have you. And I think I know who the friend is.
Goodbye, Inspector.
Bye. Come along, Hedges.
Mr. Parker, I don't know how to thank you. At last, I've really been acquitted.
That's thanks enough for me, Miss Caldwell. Judy, do you think Inspector Jackson really knows the name of the friend I'm bringing along tomorrow?
Well, I'm not sure.
Oh, Judy, do I have to start selling again? Of course, you are the loveliest prospect I've ever had.
Oh, go on. I bet you tell that to all your prospects. Don't you, baby?
The curtain falls on the last act of Lightning Strikes Twice. Another curtain time play brought to you by the makers of Milky Way Candy Bars. Tonight, curtain time stars Harry Elders as Dave Parker and Nanette Sargent as Judy Forrest. The supporting players were Sidney Elstrom, Maurice Copeland, Lucille Laurel, and Arthur Van Harvey. The script was by Ralph Klein. The curtain time music is arranged by Bert Faber, and the entire production is directed by Harry Holcomb. And now, here are our stars with a word about next week's curtain time play.
Well, Pat, next week's play is a pretty complicated affair. You see, I'm a lawyer.
A very persistent one, Pat, who insists upon defending me when I don't want him to.
Well, that's an interesting situation. What's the play called?
It's called Mr. Justice Jimmy.
Well, believe me, I'm looking forward to it. Thanks and good night, Nanette Sargent and Harry Elders. Good night, Pat.
Good night.
The General Electric Theater, tonight starring William Holden. This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the General Electric Theater, presented by the makers of famous, dependable kitchen and home laundry appliances, General Electric. Tonight we bring you William Holden in Owen Wister's The Virginian. Tonight, the General Electric Company is proud to bring you one of the best-loved and most popular stories ever written in America. It's the original Western, the novel that molded the form for practically every Western story produced since it was first published 50 years ago. We are privileged to present a transcription of Owen Wister's classic tale, The Virginian, starring Mr. William Holden. But first, from top to bottom, from side to side, there's more of everything, especially space, in the new General Electric Spacemaker refrigerator. Up at the top, the full-width GE freezer is so big you can actually fit as many as 48 packages of frozen foods into it. And the refrigerator section has plenty of room for fresh food storage. Sturdy aluminum shelves for bulky items like turkeys and watermelons. A handy chiller tray that's ideal for quick-chilling beverages. And down at the bottom of the refrigerator, 2 sliding deep vegetable drawers where you can keep fruits and vegetables garden fresh. Even the door of this GE refrigerator gives you extra space with 3 roomy Spacemaker door shelves. Your GE dealer will show you how you can own this new GE Spacemaker refrigerator for about $3.36 a week after a small down payment. Ask him about it tomorrow. And now the first act of The Virginian, starring William Holden.
My friends can call me what they please, because they are my friends, and we exchange that courtesy. But when you call me that, smile.
People have asked, did I know the Virginian? As well, I hope, as a father should know his son. We met through Judge Henry, for whom he worked as ranch foreman, and it was at the judge's bidding that the Virginian took me in hand and taught me the ways of the Old West. A painful task, which he bore like a gentleman. For I was an Easton, a tenderfoot, a dude, and I learned slowly. He had great dignity for so young a man, dignity and reserve, and his acceptance of me was not a sudden thing. Our friendship was a source of great pride to me, and with the passing years I made many returns to the West and Wyoming, and my friend, my good friend, the Virginian. At his letter's bidding, I had come eastward across Idaho to make this journey with him back through the Tetons. It was a trail known to few honest men. Horse Thief Pass was the name his letter gave it, and we were to meet at the Cottonwood Grove, which I now approached. The specks which I had watched for the past hour now became not cattle as I had guessed, but saddled horses. There was something strange about the way they stood, silently, reins trailing, all looking off into the grove. Why so many? And where were their riders?
All right, mister. Get down and keep your hands where I can see them.
What? Well, who are you?
Reckon this is another one? I aim to find out. Now get down.
There were a dozen of them, and as they came silently out of the Cottonwood Grove, I looked from my friend's face. These were strangers, and their eyes were cold and hard.
All right, mister. Explain yourself.
Oh, what do you mean? What's this all about, anyway?
Start talking, mister. Talk fast. What are you doing here?
I came here to meet a friend.
Meet a friend, huh? What was you and this friend aiming to do?
We were going to take a little trip.
He's telling you the truth, Amy.
Hey there!
Afternoon, sir. Well, I expect we'll be leaving now.
You know this stranger?
I do. He's a friend of Judge Henry's. And of mine.
Oh. Sorry, stranger.
The hostility vanished. Guns were holstered, and several evaded the Virginian's eye. He didn't speak further to me until our pack horses had been readied, and we had begun to skirt the grove, heading for the mountains.
wasn't expecting you until the day after tomorrow.
I caught a different train. What was that back there, those men? What did they want?
Justice.
Huh?
Look off yonder through the trees.
At first I wondered what he was pointing to, but I was looking at the ground. They were high up, and their toes swung slowly in the soft breeze. 2 men, young men, lean and brown, swung by the neck and dead.
There were 4 of them, sir. We caught these 2. The boys thought maybe you were one of the others.
Oh.
They've been rustling since your last journey through here. We tried getting at them through the law, but you know the law.
Well, who are they? The thin one looked familiar.
That was Steve. He used to be my friend.
Your friend? But how could you do that? I know rustling's a bad thing, but...
I never hung a man before. Never had to. This time it was called for. My duty, sir. I hated it. But it was called for, and I'd done it. Old Steve, he and me was mighty close at one time.
I'm terribly sorry.
Sorry? I'll not sleep tonight, sir. Duty. It was my duty. A lot of mean and miserable things have been done in the name of that.
He was silent the rest of the day and part of the next. The man had been his friend, and the man had broken the law of the range, and it had been his duty to kill him. His duty, but not his inclination. And now, as we rode through the high, barren canyons of the Tetons, he had this new pain to live with.
That's odd.
What?
These tracks. They're fresh.
Yeah, but surely other people use this trail?
On foot? Oh, look there.
Oh, boots.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but why that? I mean, they're the horse's prints. Why would the man walk?
I couldn't say.
Do you suppose it might by chance be the rustlers who escaped?
It might.
You know who they are?
I've got a strong suspicion. You remember Trampus?
Yes, one of your riders. You used to have a good deal of trouble with him, as I remember.
Yeah, he pulled out last year. Took Steve and Shorty with him. That little old Shorty, he never did amount to much, have much sense. But I felt pretty bad about Steve.
Was Shorty the other man you hanged?
Wait a minute, hold up there.
Huh? What is it?
Look at the prints.
Oh, he's changed his boots.
And put on 50 pounds at the same time? No, sir. This explains it. There's 2 of them, with 1 horse. They're taking turns.
Oh, I see.
If the heavy one is the one I think he is, I expect we'll be seeing the light one before very long.
Why do you say that?
Trampus is a big man, and he don't much fancy walking while Shorty rides.
Shorty?
Little Shorty. You'll remember him when you see him. Baby face, yellow hair. Nice little fella, but weak. Trampus got a hold of him and made him a thief. I don't reckon it was too hard to do.
Trampus got a hold of him. We found Shorty that afternoon. His throat had been cut by the man he trusted. He lay in the sun, his blue eyes staring blankly at the vultures wheeling high above.
Well, that's 3 of them. 1 to go. I wish that Trampus would shoot himself.
It would save you trouble, wouldn't it?
Ah, yes, sir. Particularly when I'm fixing to get married next week.
You don't mean it. To Miss Molly Wood?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's wonderful. Splendid news.
I'm kind of worried, though.
Worried? Whatever about?
The lynching. She, well, you know how these Eastern ladies are. She might not understand.
Well, how's she to know?
Well, that kind of news travels fast in the West. She'll know it before we get back to Bear Creek and the ranch and the schoolhouse.
Yeah?
Good morning, Miss Molly.
Oh, good morning, Judge Henry. What brings you to school?
You, Miss Molly. My wife tells me there's something troubling you. Now, I know some dark things have happened, but you mustn't think badly of it. We're too fond of you, that.
Judge Henry, have you come to tell me that you think well of the lynching?
Those thieves weren't hung by an hysterical mob, Miss Molly, but by a group of sober-minded cattlemen acting in the best interests of law and order. Don't you see the difference?
Not in principle.
Well, law is not always order, Molly. And when people trying to create a civilization are hamstrung by their own courts, they're apt to take justice in their own hands, just as we have done. Now, believe me, I can understand what's worrying you. You feel that you might be marrying a murderer.
I don't know. I don't know. It's all terrible to me.
Yes, and so is capital punishment terrible. But not so terrible as unchecked theft and murder would be. Now, try to understand this, my dear, and go with your man. He's a fine man. He'll be a fine husband to you.
Thank you, Judge Henry. We're riding to town when he comes for me. We're to be married there by the bishop. Oh, what beautiful country. How I love it. And how big it is.
Not a bit like Vermont, I expect.
No, near like Virginia.
Well, I reckon today we'll leave all that behind us for keeps. This is where we'll marry, where our children will grow up, and likely where we'll be buried.
Yes, but that won't be...
Wait a minute.
Who was that?
Oh, it's just a man I see now and then.
Is his name Trampus?
Have you seen him before?
Never until now, but I knew. I knew as soon as I saw his eyes. And when I saw your hand go to your gun. And just seeing him, I know he committed that murder.
You've been hearing a lot of talk.
Yes, and I know what's true and what isn't. And I know about what you had to do with those men. I know you only did...
What I did. About that other matter, there's no proving that he killed Shorty.
But don't you know it?
I know a lot of things inside my heart, but that's not proven.
But he was never even arrested.
No. He helped elect that sheriff of that county.
He's a bad man to have for an enemy.
Well, it's not to be helped. He knows I can't prove that he was in with that gang of horse thieves, and that I can't prove that he killed poor Shorty. But he knows I missed him awful close and spoiled his thieving for a while. So do you wonder he don't think much of me? Well, if I'd lived to be as old as I am and with all my chances and made no enemy, I'd feel myself a failure.
In late afternoon, they rode into town and were hailed heartily by three friends, Honey Wiggin, Scipio Lemoyne, and Lynn McLean, all desirous of drinking the Virginian's health, if his lady didn't mind. The three stood grinning with their hats off, but behind their gaiety, the Virginian read some other purpose.
We'll all be very good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Good.
Which is the honest man?
Not one. My friends scare me when I think of their ways.
Yes, being engaged scares you. Marriage restores your courage, I find.
Well, I'll trust all of you. He's going to take me to the hotel, and then you can drink his health as much as you please.
That's right, gentlemen. I'll just wash up and put on a clean shirt and...
Wait a minute.
What's that?
Don't change your clothes.
All right. I'll see Molly to her room, and then I'll be right with you. I'm obliged to you, Scipio, for telling me not to change. I'd have left my gun in the hotel otherwise.
Trampus is down the street filling up.
And doing a heap of talking.
It's about Shorty. He's spreading it that you...
I see.
This talk went the rounds before it got to us. Otherwise, we'd have headed it off. He has got friends in town.
Well, there he is, the stinking yellow-livered hunk of cracker trash.
It's Trampus.
What's happening to this town when they let the likes of him come in and drink with decent men?
Trampus, I don't want trouble with you.
You hear that? He never has wanted it. He's been dodging it 5 years. But I got him corralled.
Trampus, you sure you mean that?
You know I mean it.
Would you mind stating it a little more clearly?
I'll state it so's even you can understand it. Get out of town. Get out of town by sundown. Because if you don't, I'll kill you.
Gentlemen, I know you'll all oblige me by keeping out of this affair.
Oh, sure.
We understand.
Give me that bottle. It's a terrible shame that he couldn't have postponed it.
If you had a supermarket right in your own home, you'd be all set, wouldn't you? Well, that's just about what you do have when you own a new General Electric 11 cubic foot food freezer. It holds 389 pounds of frozen foods. That's enough food to last the average family of 4 for several months. And you can cut those food bills way down with the new GE food freezer because you can shop when prices are low and store hundreds of pounds of frozen food for future use. There are so many other wonderful advantages to owning a dependable GE food freezer, too. You can have out-of-season treats whenever you want them, or prepare a whole meal right out of your freezer in 30 minutes or less. Ask your GE dealer to tell you how you can own the General Electric food freezer for only about $4.67 a week after a small down payment.
The Virginian walked in the open air with thoughts disturbed. Gossip ran in advance of him, but as he came by, the talk fell away from him until he had passed. He walked to the edge of town and looked out toward the mountains where he had planned to spend their honeymoon. He'd sooner have a sickness than be undecided this way. The sun was getting low. About 40 minutes more. Why must it be? Why must it be that she'd been raised so differently?
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, Judge Henry. I'm glad to see you.
What's all this about?
Well, you know as much about it as I do.
Have you told Miss Molly?
Judge, I want to do right today more than any day I've ever lived.
Well, then go tell her at once.
It's funny. I expected you was going to tell me to run away from Trampas.
Maybe you should.
But I can't, Judge. You know as well as I what I've got to do. You see how it is.
He'll change his mind.
Yes, but he can't change his word. At least I've got to stay around until he does. I've given him the say-so. He's got the choice. Most men wouldn't have took what I took from him in that saloon.
You was 14 when you ran away from your family. Your life has been your own for all these years. But it's not your own now. You've given it to a woman.
Yes, I've given it to her. But my life's not the whole of me. I'd give her twice my life, 50, 1,000 of them. But I can't give her nor anybody in heaven or earth. I can't give her my... we'll never get to it, sir. There's no good in words. You've done one thing for me, Judge. I'm going to tell her.
You've come back. You've come back.
Who told you about this?
What does it matter? It's over and you've come back to me.
You might have known some fool would tell you.
What shall we do now?
Now? Nothing now.
But I don't understand.
Well, there's some waiting still before us. I wish you didn't have to wait alone, but it won't be long. I'm sorry about this, Molly. I did my best, believe me. But he went too far in the hearing of others to go back now. He'll have to go on to the finish.
The finish?
Yes.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm not going to let him shoot me.
But you can come away. It's not too late yet. You can take yourself out of his reach. Everybody knows that you're brave. What's he to you? You can leave him in this place.
No, I can't.
I'll go with you anywhere. To any house, to the mountains, to anywhere away. We'll leave this horrible place together and... Won't you listen to me? Won't you listen?
I must stay here.
There's something else. There's the fact of the thing itself. Think of what it means. It's what they hang people for. It's murder.
Don't call it that.
There was a choice. To get ready for it when you have a choice.
He did the choosing. Now you listen to me. You listening?
Yes.
I work here. I belong here. It's my life. And if folks came to think I was a coward...
Who would think you a coward?
Everybody. My friends would be sorry and ashamed. And my enemies would walk around saying they'd always said so. I couldn't hold up my head again among enemies or friends.
When it was explained to them.
There'd be nothing to explain. Just the fact. Listen, Molly, can't you see how it is with a man? It's not for their benefit, friends or enemies, that I have to do this thing. If any man happened to say I was a thief and I heard him say it, would I let him go on spreading such a thing about me? Don't I owe my honesty something better than that? Would I sit down in a corner, rubbing my honesty and whispering to it, there, I know you ain't a thief? What men say about my nature is not just merely an outside thing. For the fact that I let them keep on saying it is proof that I don't value my nature enough to shield it from their slander and give them their punishment. And that's being a poor sort of a man, Molly. Can you understand this?
I can't. If I ought to, I can't. When I heard about you killing those cattle thieves, I kept saying to myself he had to do it. It was a public duty. And lying sleepless, I got used to Wyoming being different from Vermont. But this... When I think of tomorrow, of you and me and of... If you do this, there can be no tomorrow for you and me.
Do you mean that? This would be the end? Will you look at me and say that? And it's really so. Goodbye, then.
Will you kiss me?
I have no right to kiss you anymore.
Whiskey. You there, bartender, whiskey.
Yeah, sure. Hey, in your shoes, I'd be afraid to take so much, Trampas. You want to pay for the whiskey?
Tomorrow.
I think you better pay now, Trampas.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think you understand.
Don't go pushing your luck, mister.
Well, it's not my luck we're discussing.
We've cleared the street, Campbell.
Huh?
We've cleared the street. Sun's gone down.
You'll have to know it, Molly. I've killed Trampas.
Oh, thank heaven. Thank heaven.
And thus did Molly's New England conscience capitulate to love. And the next day, with the judge's blessing and the ring on her finger and the future in the palm of his hand, the Virginian departed with his bride into the mountains.
Get a GE automatic washer, and you'll get the whitest, brightest wash ever. Here's why. Many old-fashioned automatic washers tumble the clothes around, so they're out of the wash water much of the time. But the new GE automatic washer has GE's famous activator washing action. That means clothes are flood washed and flood rinsed, submerged in water all the time. Another thing, many old-style tumbler washers drain the dirty wash water through the clothes. Now, this deposits soap and soil on the freshly washed pieces. But the new GE automatic washer, with its famous spin dry, spins the water up and out, away from the clothes, leaves every piece sparkling white, really clean. Your General Electric dealer will show you how you can own a new General Electric automatic washer for only about $3.90 a week after a small down payment. See him tomorrow. And now, our star, William Holden.
I want you to know, Ken, that in our family, General Electric appliances rate pretty high. We wouldn't be without them.
Oh, thanks, Bill. You know, I wonder what someone from the Virginian's day would think of all our modern conveniences.
Well, I imagine it would be like one of us visiting Mars, which is as foreign a land as I can think of.
Well, speaking of foreign lands, Bill, I saw you in Stalag 17 the other night. How'd it feel to play the part of an American in a German prison camp?
Well, Ken, actually, the way we did it in Stalag 17, it wasn't as grim as it might sound.
Well, that's true, Bill. The comedy sequences in the picture are as funny as I've ever seen.
Well, it just proves again that a sense of humor can often save men's sanity.
Well, the picture certainly demonstrated that, Bill. Thank you for being with us tonight.
It was a great pleasure, Ken. Good night, everyone.
General Electric Theater has brought you The Virginian, starring William Holden. Featured in tonight's cast were William Johnstone as the narrator, with Clayton Post, David Young, Virginia Gregg, Ralph Moody, Ted Bliss, Dick Ryan, and Bill Boucher. The Virginian was written by Owen Wister and adapted for radio by James Pohl, with editorial supervision by Het Mannheim and music by Wilbur Hatch. General Electric Theater is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Remember, a Hallmark card when you care enough to send the very best. Tonight from Hollywood, the makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you James Dunn in Betty Smith's A Tree Grows in Brooklyn with Connie Marshall on the Hallmark Playhouse. Each week, Hallmark will bring you Hollywood's greatest stars in outstanding stories chosen by one of the world's best-known authors, the distinguished novelist Mr. James Hilton.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is James Hilton. Tonight on our Hallmark Playhouse, we present our dramatization of a very well-known story which not only recently reached the top of the bestseller list, but won fame for its authoress almost overnight. She is Betty Smith, and her novel, A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, is as engaging as its title. In this story, there's a theme which has always warmed the hearts of fiction lovers, the struggle of youth to fulfill itself. And in A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, this note is captured and held with great success. We are fortunate tonight to have starring in the role of John Nolan that very fine actor Mr. James Dunn, and in the role of Francie, Miss Connie Marshall. And now, Frank Goss, have you a word about Hallmark?
There are Hallmark cards for every memorable occasion on your calendar. For birthdays, anniversaries, holidays. Yes, for every occasion that calls for remembrance, for a friendly greeting, a word of good cheer, an expression of sympathy. There is a Hallmark card that says just what you want to say, the way you want to say it. And that identifying Hallmark on the back, that says you cared enough to send the very best. Now, Hallmark Playhouse, presenting James Dunn in Betty Smith's A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, with Connie Marshall.
There's a tree that grows in Brooklyn. Some people call it the tree of heaven. It grows in boarded-up lots and out of neglected rubbish heaps. It survives without sun, water, and seemingly without earth. It would be considered beautiful, except that there are too many of it. That was the kind of tree in Francie's backyard in Brooklyn. Its umbrellas curled over, around, and under her third-floor fire escape. An 11-year-old girl sitting on this fire escape could imagine that she was living in a tree. That's how it seemed to Francie every afternoon in Brooklyn.
Hey, Francie, you gonna sit up there on that fire escape all day?
I don't know.
Is Mama home yet?
No. Where are you going?
Play ball in the lot. Francie, do we still have to get vaccinated Monday?
Yes, we do.
Artie Phillipson says they stick a needle in you, and your arm turns black and drops off, and
I don't believe it. I'll ask Papa, Neely.
Okay. I'm going over to play baseball. See you later.
Papa. I'm out here, Papa.
Oh, hello, Francie.
Hello, Papa.
Move over and I'll come out. Is your mother home?
She isn't home from work yet.
Oh. Well, I'm going to work at Clomer's tonight. Big wedding party.
As a waiter or a singer?
Both. Oh, it's cooler out here. You can see a lot of Brooklyn from a fire escape, can't you, Francie? People, buildings, laundry, garbage cans.
Organ grinders, carts with flowers on them, babies.
Yeah, you can see plenty of those in Brooklyn, kitten. I'm going to rise in the world and get my family out of here. Next year will be better, you'll see. Next year, I'm going to get you a fire escape that looks out on a garden. Maybe even on a playground.
That's right, Papa. Your ship will come in.
My father was a man who never held one job long. I started waiting on tables when I was 12. And when I began to work, I said to him, well, maybe your ship didn't come in, Pop, but mine's going to.
You're the best singing waiter in Brooklyn.
I've always wanted to be a real singer. The kind that comes out on the stage all dressed up. Well, I will be yet. And things are going to be different for you. I'm going to see to it that you get through school.
Yes, Papa. Maybe Neely and I can find your ship and make it come in.
Francie, if I ever do have any luck, you know what you and me are going to do? We're going on a trip.
Just you and me?
Yep, just the two of us. We'll go way down south where the cotton blossoms grow.
Oh, Papa, I love you so much. I love you so much.
Ah, there's your mother. Hello, Katie.
Oh, here you are. Mother, they're going to vaccinate us or we can't go back to school.
Vaccinate you? What for?
Smallpox.
They're going to vaccinate Neely, too?
Both of us. Mrs. Phillipson says your arm drops off and you die.
Oh, now it isn't as bad as all that, baby. I was vaccinated thousands of times in my youth.
And you didn't die?
Well, you see me here, don't you? Well, when do you have to go?
Monday. Can you go with us, Mama?
No, honey. I have another cleaning job.
Papa?
I'm working Monday, too, baby. But there's nothing to it.
Francie, don't let Neely see you're scared. After all, Neely's really such a baby yet. And you're a big girl.
Yes, Mama. Come on, Neely. We'll go out and play. The time will go faster.
I don't want the time to go faster. I don't want to be vaccinated.
The faster it goes, the quicker it'll be over. Let's go out and make mud pies. You used to like to make mud pies.
All right. But let's go around back where none of the fellas will see us.
All right, Neely. We'll go around back. Well, I guess this is it, Neely.
Are you scared, Francie?
No.
Me neither.
Oh, Neely. We forgot to wash. We've still got mud from the mud pies on us.
Papa says good, clean dirt never hurt anyone.
Well, we're here now. I'll go first, Neely. You sit out here on the bench. Don't go away now.
I won't.
All right, little girl. Right over here. Bring back your sleeve. Dirt. We're ready, Doctor.
Look at that arm. Filth from morning to night. Don't these kids ever wash?
There's no excuse for it, Doctor. Clean part of her arm for the vaccination.
Well, let's get it over with. Yeah. That's all. You can go.
My brother's next. His arm is just as dirty as mine, so don't be surprised. And you don't have to tell him. You told me. You don't have to tell him. Besides, it won't do no good. He's a boy, and he don't care if he's dirty. Go on in, Neely. It doesn't hurt at all.
What are you doing out here on the fire escape at this time of night, baby?
It hurts, Papa, and it itches. And Mama says if I scratch it, the whole arm will swell up and turn black and drop right off. And maybe I scratched it in my sleep. Maybe I'm going to die, Papa.
Well, come on in the house and let me see it, Francie.
It's all swollen. Look.
Ah, that's nothing at all. You should have seen my arm when I was vaccinated. It was twice as swollen, and it was red and white and blue instead of green and yellow like yours. Now, we'll just put a few drops of carbolic acid in some water and wash it out. And in the morning, it'll be much better.
It will?
Sure. And then I'll put on a nice, clean bandage all around it.
Where will you get the bandage?
Well, I'll tear up one of my undershirts. Now, this may hurt a little, but I'll be just as gentle as I can.
Papa, I don't want to go back to that school.
Why, baby?
It's so big, and nobody likes anybody.
Neely seems to like it.
Neely's a boy.
But you have to go to school.
I found the most wonderful school, Papa. It's way out, and it's made of bricks, and there's no fence around the yard, and the playgrounds have grass in them, not cement. Oh, Papa, it's such a wonderful school.
All right. We'll go have ourselves a look at it.
Can we move near that?
Well, no, we couldn't move right now.
But you can't go to a school unless you live in that district.
Well, you just leave it to me. We'll go out and look at that school tomorrow. And, I'll think of something.
What do you think of it, Papa? What do you think?
Yeah. This is a school, all right. This certainly is it.
I've just got to go there, Papa.
All right. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll walk around and pick out a nice house and then take down the number. Then I'll write a letter to your principal saying that you're moving there and you want to be transferred to this school.
There's a house down at the corner. It has flowers all around it. That's where I'd like to live.
All right. We'll go down and get the number.
It's the kind of a house you read about in books.
Francie.
Yes, Papa?
You know, what we are going to do is wrong, don't you?
Is it, Papa?
But it's a wrong to gain a bigger good.
Like a white lie?
Yeah, like a lie that helps someone out. So you must make up your mind that for never to do anything wrong, you've got to be late never and absent never. And you must never do anything to make them send a letter home through the mails.
I'll always be good, Papa, if I can go to that school. Here's the house.
1724. I'll write to school tonight.
Papa. Oh, Papa.
Yes, Francie.
Papa, my cup runneth over.
Well, here's her school transfer. You'll probably both go to jail for this.
Oh, Mama, it's such a beautiful school.
48 blocks to walk every day.
I wanted to go there, Katie. I want her to learn that there are other worlds, and that those other worlds are not out of her reach.
We gotta hurry and get dressed. It's Halloween.
Happy Thanksgiving to you all, class. A very happy Thanksgiving. All right, class is dismissed. I hope you all have happy holidays and a very, very Merry Christmas.
Gee, Christmas is swell, isn't it, Francie?
I'll say it is, Neely. Just look at those windows, Papa.
Yeah, they're wonderful, ain't they?
Next to having those things, I like to look at them.
They're just to look at, Neely. No one has them. Look at that doll. She has real hair, and her eyes open and shut.
Here's the auditorium, kids. I'll be outside waiting for you when you're through. Now, remember, this is a Christmas party for children of all faiths. And your Aunt Evie bought you the tickets for a Christmas present. So have a good time.
I wish you could come, Papa.
Oh, it's only for kids, baby. Now, you go in and have a good time.
Come on, Neely.
There's some seats down there, Francie.
Children, we have a special surprise for you. As you see, here is a little girl with a beautiful doll. This little girl's name is Mary. And she wants to give the doll to some poor little girl in the audience who is also named Mary. Now, is there any poor little girl in the audience named Mary?
Who does she think she is? Calling people poor.
Just like the doll in the window, Neely.
No Marys in the audience? Oh, well, that's too bad. Little Mary will have to take the doll home again.
My name is Mary.
Francie!
Oh, we do have a Mary. A very bashful Mary.
Papa!
What are you doing out so soon, Francie? Well, what's that you're carrying?
A doll. It was a surprise. Papa, do you think Mama would let me take Mary for my confirmation name?
No, I don't, baby. Where's Neely?
He's still inside. Why don't you think she'd let me take the name Mary?
Because when you were christened, you were named Frances after Andy's girl.
I know.
But you were also named after Katie's mother. Your real name is Mary Frances Nolan.
Oh, Papa, Papa. Merry Christmas.
Mr. Hilton, James Dunn, and Connie Marshall will be back with us in a moment. But first, they say that to acknowledge a debt is a sign of greatness, and surely there can be no doubt about the greatness of Thomas Edison. This electrical genius acknowledged his debt in these words. My mother was the making of me. She was so true, so sure of me, and I felt that I had someone to live for, someone I must not disappoint. Surely any mother must treasure words like these for the heartfelt feeling they convey. And certainly it is not surprising that you should find these very words on a Hallmark card, just one of the many appropriate Mother's Day greetings. A week from Sunday, May 8th, is the day, so don't forget. Stop in this weekend at the Friendly Store where you'll buy your Hallmark cards. Make your selection easily from the wide variety Hallmark offers. Every card is appealingly beautiful, not only in outward design and color and quality, but in the perfection of saying just what you want to say, the way you want to say it this Mother's Day. Here again is James Hilton to present James Dunn in the second act of Betty Smith's A Tree Grows in Brooklyn with Connie Marshall.
Time went on as it does everywhere, even in Brooklyn. Spring came, and summer, and winter again. And suddenly Francie was 14, and it was almost Christmas again. But nothing was right about Christmas this year in Brooklyn, because something was wrong with Johnny. He came and went almost without speaking. His hands trembled badly. He could hardly hold the fork when he was eating. And suddenly he looked very old. Katie went about white and quiet, as though she were carrying the tragedy within herself. One night, Francie woke in the middle of the night.
You won, Papa.
I what?
You finished the song before I opened the door.
Yeah. I finished the song, I guess.
Papa.
Turn out the lights and go back to bed, Francie.
Papa, are you sick?
No, I'm all right, Francie.
Everything seems to be changing so. I don't want things to change.
Well, how are things changing, Francie? It seemed to me things were staying just the same.
No, Papa. The scales at the tea store aren't bright and shining like they used to be. And things that used to be exciting aren't exciting anymore. Like selling junk and going to the delicatessen for a pickle and pretending like we used to.
Oh, I see.
When we didn't have enough money for food, we'd pretend we were explorers discovering the North Pole and that we were trapped in a cave with just a little food. And we had to make it last until help came. When explorers get hungry and suffer like that, it's for a reason. Something big comes out of it. They discover the North Pole. But what big thing comes out of us being hungry like that?
Well, you found the catch in it, baby. You found the catch in it. You have a bad case. A very bad case.
Of what?
Of growing up. Go on now. Get to bed. I'm going out again.
Why, Papa?
Well, I forgot something. Never mind, kitten. It's all right. You go to bed. I want to walk a bit longer. Go on now. Good night.
Good night. Mama, where have you been all day? Neely and I were so scared. You were gone when we got up.
They came for me just before dawn. It was your father. You were asleep. I had to go to the hospital. They found him in the street, unconscious, pneumonia. Your father is dead.
Papa, dead?
You're not to cry for him. He's out of it now. And maybe he's luckier than we are.
Francie, wait for me! Wait for me, Francie!
Oh, Neely, why did Papa have to die?
I guess God wanted him.
Why? Neely, I don't believe in God anymore. I don't believe in God anymore.
I want to go home.
But Papa's dead. Oh, Neely, Papa's dead and the whole world's ended. Papa's dead. Papa's dead.
Francie, what's happened to your writing?
I don't know, Miss Gardner.
You were one of my best pupils. You wrote so prettily. But these last compositions, Francie, all about poverty and starvation. Those are ugly subjects.
What does one write about?
Well, one delves into the imagination and finds beauty there. Francie, these stories don't sound like you. They seem so sordid.
Sordid? What does sordid mean?
What did I tell you when you don't know a word? Go to the dictionary.
Sordid. Here. Sordid. Filthy. Filthy! Papa wore a clean shirt and collar every day of his life. He shined his shoes, sometimes twice a day.
We aren't discussing your father.
Dirty!
We're talking...
Papa had his own mug at the barber shop. Gross. Papa was a dancer. He was slender and quick. Sordid, also mean and low. Why, everyone loved Papa. Everyone. Don't you ever dare use that word about us.
Francie. Us? We were talking about your compositions. Why, Francis, I'm surprised. A well-behaved girl like you. Talking like that to your teacher the week before graduation.
I'm sorry. Do I look all right, Mama?
You look lovely, Francie.
I'm sorry I can't go to your graduation, but with Neely graduating the same night and both of you in different schools, you see, your father planned that he
would go with me. It's all right, Mama. I can go alone.
Papa will be there, too.
No. Papa's dead.
It was a lovely graduation, wasn't it, Francie?
Yes, Miss Gardner. Good night.
Aren't you going in the classroom to get your book?
I took them this afternoon.
Francie, you want to get your flowers.
I haven't any flowers, Miss Gardner.
Come and see. Look at your desk, Francie.
Red roses. Whose are they?
Look at the card.
It says Mary Frances Nolan.
Open the card.
Papa. It says, for Francie on graduation day. Love from Papa. Miss Gardner, he can't be dead. He sent me flowers.
He gave me the money a year ago, and that card all written out. He said when Francie graduates, send her some flowers for me, in case I forget.
Oh, Miss Gardner.
Go ahead and try, Francie. Try. In a little while, we'll go and meet your mother and Neely.
Oh, Miss Gardner, he isn't really dead, is he? Not when he can come like this, when I needed him so much. Not while people live who remember what he was like and love him.
No. John Nolan will never be dead, Francis. He lives on in you and me.
I was wrong. There is a God. Oh, Miss Gardner, there is a God. And isn't it wonderful? Papa knows him. Papa knows him.
Mr. Hilton will be back with James Dunn and Connie Marshall in just a moment. Remember the day you broke your favorite doll and your mother mended it so magically? When you fell from the tree and she picked you up so tenderly? Or later still, when your heart broke over your first love, remember how she put it back together again with the wisdom only mothers know? Whatever your memories of your mother, whether she's near or far away, you do want to remember her this Mother's Day. What shall you say to her? Anything or everything that's in your heart. And you'll find it said perfectly in a Hallmark card. You might choose a simple card with words of heartfelt love, a beautiful card of satin and silver and sincere affection, or the gay new Hallmark card that opens up into a golden crown. Whatever your taste and whatever your budget, you'll find a Hallmark card that says just what you want to say, the way you want to say it. Mother's Day is a week from Sunday, May 8th. So before then, visit the friendly store where you buy your Hallmark cards for your Mother's Day remembrance. Here again is James Hilton.
Thank you, James Dunn and Connie Marshall, for an outstanding night here on our Hallmark Playhouse. You have given us a warm and tender picture of an American family.
It's been a great thrill for me, Mr. Hilton, because I've always wanted to play Francie. Also, will you thank the Hallmark Company for me for the very lovely gift of a portfolio of the Hallmark Little Women dolls? You know, I'm a collector of Hallmark dolls. I have the whole set of the Hallmark dolls of the nations. They're just wonderful.
And may I say that it's been a pleasure for me, too, Mr. Hilton? What Connie says about Hallmark dolls really goes for all the Hallmark cards. You just expect Hallmark to be associated with the best.
We do appreciate that compliment, Mr. Dunn, and we hope you and Miss Marshall will visit us again. And please listen next week when we present a story most appropriate to the time, Kathleen Norris's well-known novel, Mother, starring Linda Darnell. And the following week, James Thurber's great story of baseball, You Could Look It Up, starring William Frawley. And after that, Sir Arthur Pinero's play, Enchanted Cottage. Our Hallmark Playhouse is every Thursday. Our director-producer is Dee Engelbach. Our music is composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. Betty Smith's A Tree Grows in Brooklyn was adapted for radio by Jean Holloway.
Authors Playhouse, presenting Frederick Englehart's fantastic drama of a submarine, its brave commander and crew, and the mythological monster, the Kraken. The National Broadcasting Company takes pleasure in presenting a special 9-week summer series of Authors Playhouse. Radio adaptations of the best in the field of short stories, selections from the works of contemporary writers, as well as the acknowledged masters of the past. The 9 dramas to be presented in this series have been chosen as outstanding from the weekly Authors Playhouse productions heard regularly over the National Broadcasting Company during the past 3 years. The theme of tonight's presentation is Courage, the story of a submarine commander and his crew carrying on in the face of unknown peril, an unbelievable horror which rose from the past and held them in its grip. Authors Playhouse presents Frederick Englehart's The Kraken.
IT destroyer, sir. 3 points off the starboard bow. Crash dive, Mr. Pomeroy.
Prepare for crash dive. Crash dive it is, sir.
Flood the forward tanks, Mr. Pomeroy.
Flood the forward tanks. Flood the forward tanks it is, sir.
Bow planes, hard dive, Mr. Pomeroy.
Bow planes, hard dive. Bow planes, hard dive it is, sir.
All ahead, full, Mr. Pomeroy.
All ahead, full. All ahead, full it is, sir. 10 feet, sir.
Pump the torpedo room bilges.
Pump the torpedo room bilges. Pump the torpedo room bilges it is, sir. 20 feet, sir.
Stern planes, steady.
Stern planes, steady. Stern plane, steady it is, sir. 30 feet, sir. 40 feet.
There goes an ITS can, Mr. Pomeroy.
50 feet, sir.
That one was closer by the sound, sir.
60 feet, sir.
They've lost us, mister.
70 feet, sir.
Still farther away.
80 feet, sir. 90 feet.
They're miles away now, sir.
100 feet, sir.
That's deep enough, Mr. Pomeroy. All motors ahead normal.
All motors ahead normal. All motors ahead normal it is, sir.
Flood the stern tanks.
Flood the stern tanks. Flood the stern tanks it is, sir.
Zero bubble.
Zero bubble. Zero bubble it is, sir.
Release more oil, Mr. Pomeroy.
Release more oil. Release more oil it is, sir.
Can you hear them on the phones, Mr. Pomeroy?
Yes, sir. Very slightly. They're going away, sir.
We fooled them again. What a miserable bunch of sailors they are. Little oil on the surface, and off they go with another cock and bull story.
You'd think they'd find out sometime that it's nothing but a trick.
Not the ideas. They're steaming back to Toronto right now at forced draft to boast how they destroyed another of His Majesty's submersibles.
I can barely hear their screws now, sir. Captain Campbell, sir. The Thieves is completely undamaged. No leaks and no plates strained.
Good. Not that I expected anything of the sort. Gentlemen, may trouble always avoid us by as wide a berth as the Italian depth bombs give us.
Sinful waste.
Spending all that money for ash cans just to kill a few fish.
Good Lord, Captain. What's that?
I don't know. Something's shaking us like a carrier shaking a rat. Campbell.
Yes, sir.
Hawkins. Forward of the cabin to 6 torpedo. Battle stations, Mr. Pomeroy.
Battle stations. Battle stations it is, sir.
Secure all. Stand by to blow tanks.
Secure all. Stand by to blow tanks. Secure all. Stand by to blow tanks it is, sir.
We're not going up, Captain. Something's holding us down.
What is it?
I don't know, Mr. Pomeroy. Pull ahead both motors.
Pull ahead both motors. Pull ahead both motors it is, sir.
Up ship, Mr. Pomeroy.
Up ship. Up ship it is, sir. 90 feet, sir.
We're loose from it now, sir. Whatever it is.
80 feet, sir. 70 feet. 60 feet. 50 feet. 40 feet. 30 feet. 20 feet. 10 feet.
All clear on the surface. Surface battle stations, Mr. Pomeroy.
Surface battle stations. Surface battle stations it is, sir.
Now we'll see what was playing with us. Kavanaugh.
Aye, sir.
Mount a machine gun on the Chariot Bridge.
Aye, aye, sir.
I'll go first, Mr. Pomeroy. I couldn't see a thing through the scope. There's no way of telling what we'll find when we open the hatch.
Right, sir.
Nothing. Not a thing in sight anywhere.
But what could have tossed us around like that, sir? Could it have been a volcanic eruption?
No, nothing like that. We'd have felt the heat. Mr. Pomeroy, did you notice that after the motors were turned full, we hung for a moment and then jumped toward the surface?
Yes, sir, I did. A Theseus leap, a frightened rabbit.
Something, I can't imagine what. But something had hold of us. And I'm going to find out what it is. Give the order to switch to diesels, Mr. Pomeroy.
Yes, sir. Diesel motors.
Diesel motors it is, sir.
We were going almost due north when we came up. We'll backtrack a little. Perhaps we'll raise something.
We've gone more than a mile, sir.
Yes. And we're slowing down, Mr. Pomeroy. Order full speed ahead.
Yes, sir. Full speed ahead.
Full speed ahead it is, sir.
The screws are turning full speed, sir. But we're losing way.
This is it, Mr. Pomeroy, whatever it is. Well, we'll give it a battle. It's something we can fight. Give the orders to stop ship.
Yes, sir. Stop ship.
Ship it is, sir.
Stafford.
Aye, aye, sir.
You men at the gun, look alive. Be ready for anything.
Aye, aye, sir.
Captain, look. Crawling across the deck.
It's the tentacle of an octopus.
An octopus? That thing's as big around as an oak.
Ah! He's got me! And
Grab him, Stafford. Get Hawkins loose with his hand.
More of those tentacles, sir. Look, 6 of them at least.
It's the Kraken! That's what it is! It's the Kraken!
It's the Kraken, all right. Swing that gun around. Train it on those arms where they clear the ship. Rapid fire if you value your lives. Turn loose the machine gun, Kavanaugh. Aim near the surface of the water.
Aye, aye, sir.
Let up one of those arms. Yes,
sir.
Look out, men. Stafford, watch those arms.
It's pulling us under by main strength, sir. We're going down by the head.
Prepare to dive, Mr. Pomeroy.
Yes, sir. Prepare to dive.
Below decks, men.
Aye, aye, sir.
Below decks, Mr. Pomeroy.
Yes, sir.
There's nothing else we can do, Mr. Pomeroy. If we stay on the surface, we'll sink.
The gun crew, sir?
They're gone. Beyond any hope. We can't fight that monster. Not now, anyway, while it's clinging to the vessel.
Perhaps it'll shift forward, sir. In front of the tube.
Are you crazy, mister? A torpedo exploding under our very bow would be worse than the death bombs of the Arctics. Flood the forward tanks.
Yes, sir. Flood the forward tanks.
Flood the forward tanks it is, sir.
Maybe we can shake that devil off. Shades of the good Bishop Pontopedian. He wasn't far wrong when he described the Kraken as being 1/4 mile across.
You believe those medieval superstitions, Captain Campbell?
I believe my own eyes, mister. Didn't you recognize that monster? It was a cuttlefish. Cephalopod. The grandfather of them all. Must be hundreds of years old. Maybe 1,000. Poor Holmes was right. It is the Kraken.
But the Kraken hasn't been reported in 200 years. Be reasonable, sir. This is bad enough as it is.
Reported? No. But how do you know the monster hasn't been sighted? How many of these Mediterranean fishing smacks could meet this beast and return home to tell about it? We've been saved so far by the fact that we're covered with steel plates.
Isn't there something we can do, Captain Campbell?
Nothing, Mr. Pomeroy. It's suicide to go on deck while the Kraken still has hold of the Theseus. The only thing we can do is wait until it finally gets tired of wrapping itself around us and swims away.
What do you think happened to the gun crew?
I prefer not to think. It's been 30 minutes since we cut the motors and let that devil tow us.
What's our course, sir?
Northeast. Speed 3 knots. If this keeps up until midnight, we'll reach the coast of Sicily. The Kraken probably has its home in a cave somewhere along the shore.
Beg your pardon, Captain Campbell.
What's up, Cavanaugh?
The scraping on the bottom has snapped both tail shafts off. Our screws are gone, and the water's coming in through the packet boxes.
Thank you, Cavanaugh. What does the thermometer show, Mr. Pomeroy?
Not quite 8 fathoms, sir.
No all tanks, mister.
Captain Campbell, we're in a tunnel of some kind, a cave.
I presumed as much, Mr. Pomeroy. But you'll have to risk hitting the roof or having our keels scraped off. Give the order, mister.
Yes, sir. Blow all tanks.
Blow all tanks it is, sir.
What's our course now, sir?
No course at all. The way we're twisting and turning, the needle's jumping all over the compass.
Do you know where we are, sir?
Somewhere on the south coast of Sicily.
Then we can call for help by radio.
Only if we can't work out of this mess ourselves. I don't fancy losing my ship to the Ites.
I believe we've stopped, sir.
We have. Give me that audiophone receiver, Winkle.
Aye, sir. Here it is, sir.
I don't hear the Kraken's tail swishing.
Perhaps it's left, sir.
Possibly. See if you can spot anything through the scope, Mr. Pomeroy.
Yes, sir. Dark as pitch, sir. Can't see a thing.
It's a subterranean cave, all right. I want a diver to go out. Who'll volunteer?
I will, sir.
Thank you, Cavanaugh. Mr. Pomeroy, break out a suit and rig, Cavanaugh.
Yes, sir.
And see that the airlock's prepared.
Yes, sir.
Equipped with an acetylene torch and a lamp.
Yes, sir.
Listen closely, Cavanaugh.
Aye, sir.
I don't want you to take any unnecessary chances. Stick close to the airlock until you're sure that monster isn't around. There isn't much water here, so you can blow to the surface with a periscope as a guide. There's a portable radio in the suit. Keep in communication with us.
Aye, aye, sir.
And Cavanaugh, good luck. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up it is, sir.
Can you hear him, Mr. Pomeroy?
Yes, sir. He's outside now.
I'm going aft now, sir, to look over the damage to the screws.
Yes, he's going aft, sir.
Tell him to be on his toes every second, mister. If the Kraken is only playing doggo, he won't have a chance.
Yes, sir. Cavanaugh, Captain Campbell says be on the alert every moment.
I will, sir. I'm under the stern now, sir.
He's under the stern.
Both the screws are gone and the rudder's unhoused, sir.
He says both screws are gone and the rudder's unhoused.
I'm going up to the surface now, sir.
He's going up to the surface.
Caution him again, Mr. Pomeroy. This is the path that's liable to be dangerous.
Yes, sir. Cavanaugh, the captain orders you to be extremely careful when you hit the surface.
I will, sir.
Ask him to tell us what he can see as soon as he comes out on top. Tell him to use his light.
Yes, sir. Cavanaugh.
Aye, sir.
When you get on top, use your light. Describe to us everything you can see.
Aye, aye, sir. I'm on the surface now. It's a cave, all right, sir.
He says he can see it's a cave.
There's plenty of room on all sides and overhead.
Plenty of space on all sides and overhead.
My light won't reach the... Hey, what the...
Cavanaugh, what's wrong? Good Lord, Captain.
It's got me.
Kraken.
It's holding me high in the air.
It's got him, sir. It's got him in its tentacles, and it's lifted him right out of the water.
Tell him to use his torch on it.
Kavanaugh, use your torch on it. Burn it.
I dropped it, sir. I dropped the torch.
Dropped it, sir.
Oh, it's swallowing me. Help, Lieutenant. It's eating me.
It's eating him. What a way to die.
Dr. McGinn. He may still be alive.
Yes, sir. Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh.
Sir?
He answered, sir.
I'm still alive, sir. I'm in the thing's stomach.
He's down in the Kraken's stomach, sir.
Ask him what it's like, mister.
Yes, sir. What's it like, Kavanaugh?
Hold up the phone so I can hear him.
Yes, sir.
It's like a cave, a big cave, sir. And the walls are yellowish white, and they keep moving back and forth. They're covered with long white things like snakes. And that's what I'm hanging on to.
Tell him to use his knife and try to cut his way out.
Yes, sir. Kavanaugh, use your knife and try to cut your way out.
I have tried, sir, but the walls are so thick it's no use, sir. Oh.
What's the matter, Kavanaugh?
Every one of these white things is filled with some kind of juice. It burns. Some of it just fell on my hand. There's a big pool of it down at the bottom. I can't hang on much longer, sir.
That liquid would be mainly hydrochloric acid. A creature of that size, without teeth, would necessarily secrete a powerful digestive juice. Kavanaugh's doomed, but he's lucky. He still has his knife. Order him to use it, Mr. Pomeroy.
Yes, sir. Kavanaugh, can you still hear me?
I, sir.
There's nothing we can... No way that we or anybody else can help you. But you can die like a human being. You've got your knife.
I can't do it, sir. It's against my religion.
He won't do it, sir. He says it's against his religion.
Tell him it's an order, Mr. Pomeroy.
Yes, sir. Kavanaugh, Captain Campbell's order is that you kill yourself. Now, with your knife. He's praying, sir. It's all over.
Let the men have some air from the tanks, Mr. Pomeroy. Not too much.
Yes, sir.
And try to raise our base at Malta. We still aren't giving up.
No luck at all. There's an IT warship nearby, and she's jamming our signals. Shall I try to raise the ITs? Maybe they can get us out of here.
No. I wouldn't give them the satisfaction of knowing we were caught like rats in a trap by a bloody fish. Put a man on the audiophone.
Yes, sir.
Kraken will leave this den sometime. When it does, we'll surface and look for a way out.
I believe it's leaving. Probably hungry, sir.
After 2 days, it should be. Give me the phone.
Here they are, sir.
It's going out all right. I can barely hear it. Blow all tanks, Mr. Pomeroy. Easy.
Yes, sir. Blow all tanks.
Blow all tanks it is, sir.
Easy does it. We haven't far to go.
0 depth, sir.
We're on top. Good. Follow me, Mr. Pomeroy, and we'll take a quick look-see.
Yes, sir.
It may take that monster as much as a full day to feed, so we'll probably have plenty of time to get ready for it when it comes back. Try the searchlight, Mr. Pomeroy.
Yes, sir.
Nothing there. Solid rock on top. No opening on that side. It's what I was afraid of, Mr. Pomeroy. The tunnel mouth is underwater, so we'll probably have the devil's own time finding it.
What do you think this cave is, sir? An ancient volcano?
Not exactly. Notice the folds in that rock over there?
Yes, sir.
The stratum was forced up at some time and has since been cut out by the sea. You can see the marked ocean. Then the land dropped and carried the tunnel below sea level. Organize a gun crew from the men who are left, Mr. Pomeroy.
Yes, sir. Do you think we'll get out, sir?
We'll get out. Never doubt that for a moment, mister. But the first thing we've got to do is to kill that monster when it comes back. We can't do anything while there's still danger. It may turn up at any minute.
Russell says he can hear it on the audiophone, Captain.
22 hours since it left. That's about what I thought it would be. It's coming back, men. Pour those 80 shells into it as fast as you can load. As soon as it gets in sight, I'll turn the searchlight off and I'll fire a flare so it can't spot us so easily.
We're ready, sir. Let it come.
I can hear it, sir. Can't be very far away now.
There it is. Douse the light, Mr. Pomeroy.
Yes, sir.
Men, I'm letting the flare go. Make every shot count.
We'll blast it, sir.
It's a point to starboard, men. Rapid fire. Lower, men, lower. Underwater, aim for the body.
Look, Captain. The roof is falling. The whole top of the cave's dropping on us.
The gun. Cease firing, men. Cease firing.
They're gone, Captain. The whole gun. That massive stone wiped them out.
Smashed the pieces like an eggshell. We'll go below, Mr. Pomeroy. See if we can salvage a couple of divers' suits. You and I are all that's left of our complement. But we can still get out of here.
Hello, Captain Campbell. Can you hear me?
Faintly, mister. Let me give my receiver a little more juice. Try it again.
Can you hear me now, sir?
All okay now. How's your reception?
Perfect, sir. Lucky we had these diving rigs. We wouldn't do much good with nothing more than a lung.
These may turn out to be no better. At least we've got a chance. Here's what we'll do, Mr. Pomeroy. The Kraken isn't dead, although it's lost all its tentacles. It's my idea it will head for the open sea.
And we follow it through the tunnel, sir?
Not follow, mister. You forget that tunnel is at least a quarter of a mile long, and only Father Neptune himself knows what kind of a bottom it has. The Kraken towed us in here, and I intend that it shall tow us out.
But how, sir?
With this harpoon. It's always a big enough target that I shouldn't miss. When I harpoon it, it'll probably dive into the tunnel. You grab the line and go overside, and I'll be right behind you.
Yes, sir.
Inflate your suit so that you float clear of the bottom. It'll be a terrible passage, Mr. Pomeroy. But if you let go of that line, you're lost.
I understand, sir.
When we're clear of the tunnel, cast off and blow to the surface. The tide is flowing now and should wash us ashore. Here it comes, mister. Get ready. I hit him. Grab the line and hang on. Thumbs up, Mr. Pomeroy.
Lieutenant Alastair Montgomery, commander of His Majesty's destroyer Cadmus, will take the stand.
At your service, sir.
It was your ship which picked up Captain Donald Campbell, late commander of His Majesty's submarine Theseus. We're very anxious to add anything we can to Captain Campbell's report that his ship was destroyed by Italian depth bombs.
It was quite mysterious, sir. We were on patrol in the general area 15 degrees west and 36 degrees north when we spotted an object floating in the sea. We approached it with proper caution and discovered it to be Captain Campbell. He was in his inflated diving rig, and he was unconscious.
Yet you were able to identify him immediately?
Yes, sir. He and I were together on the Warspite before he entered the subservice. We made him as comfortable as possible in my quarters. But it was 24 hours before he recovered consciousness, and then he was raving.
What were his ravings about?
He kept insisting, sir, that his vessel had been attacked by the Kraken, a huge monster, sir.
Yes, I'm well acquainted with the mythological aspects of the Kraken. Go on, Lieutenant.
Well, after a few hours, sir, Campbell seemed to come to his senses. He then dictated to me the report which this board already has in its possession.
You're sure you wrote this report word for word as Captain Campbell dictated it?
Yes, sir. It was simply that the Theseus had been attacked and sunk by Italian destroyers. That Captain Campbell and his second-in-command, Lieutenant Ian Pomeroy, were the only survivors. That for 2 days they attempted to communicate with Valletta or another of His Majesty's ships. And that finally, in diving suits, they attempted to leave the Theseus and reach the surface.
You found no trace of Lieutenant Pomeroy?
No, sir.
Continue, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. Captain Campbell asked to be alone for a few minutes, so I left him. Less than half an hour later, I heard a shot. He was seated at my desk and had taken my pistol out of the drawer. He was shot through the temple.
And this note which you mentioned in your report?
It was very strange, sir. It made me realize that poor Campbell never had actually recovered his sanity.
Please repeat what was in the note, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. The note read, "A commander loses his ship to a fish, and then survives the loss of his vessel and its entire crew. Not a nice story to return to the world with. Those were the exact words, sir. There's no doubt Captain Campbell was stark mad. We buried him at sea, sir. To the sea which took his mind, we gave his body.
You have just heard The Kraken, a short story by Frederick Engelhardt, which appeared originally in Unknown magazine, especially adapted for Authors Playhouse by Jack Mitchell and directed by Mr. Homer Heck. Captain Campbell was played by Mr. William Everett, Lieutenant Pomeroy by Mr. Charles Irving. Others in the cast were Mr. Sid Breeze, Mr. Charles Eggleston, Mr. Leo Curley, Mr. Wallace Owen, and Mr. McKay Morris. The original musical score was written and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield.
The Damon Runyon Theater. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theater brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Pick the Winner. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. It is one winter, and I am in Miami, Florida, with a character named Hot Horse Herbie. How I get there is quite a long story, and it goes back to one cold night when I am sitting in Mindy's, when in comes Hot Horse Herbie and his ever-loving fiancée, Miss Cutie Andrews. Now, the peculiar thing is not that I go to Miami, but what happens there with Hot Horse Herbie, Cutie, myself, and a character named Professor Woodley is a story for the books. And I will tell it to you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Pick the Winner.
As I am saying, I am sitting one cold night in Mindy's, when in walks Hot Horse Herbie and his ever-loving fiancée, Miss Cutie Andrews. Now, Hot Horse gets his name from the fact that he has always got a hot horse for somebody to bet on. In short, Herbie is a tout and makes his living that way. Such as it is. Miss Cutie Andrews, on the other hand, is more than 100% all right in anybody's line. And it is a constant wonder to all citizens why she puts up with Herbie. But she does, and this makes her all the more all right. Well, Hot Horse and Cutie come over to me and sit down, and we speak as follows.
Hiya, Broadway.
Herbie, how are you? Cutie, how goes it?
Pretty good, Broadway.
Broadway, I have got a proposition for you.
Oh?
How would you like to go to Miami, Florida?
Doing what?
As my guest.
Your guest?
Tell you what, I have a ticket here for tomorrow's train.
I do not understand. Why do you have a ticket for me?
Well, me and Cutie always goes down for the season at Hialeah. We each already have a ticket.
Herbie, wait a minute. I still do not understand what this has got to do with me.
Let me tell him, Herbie.
I think I make it very clear.
Broadway.
Yeah, Cutie?
Remember old Mr. Donlin?
Donlin? Oh, sure. Yeah, what about him?
He is also going to Miami, Florida.
Oh, that is nice. He will like it.
Maybe. He died, Broadway.
I am sorry.
Yeah. He was a nice old guy. Anyway, his home was in Miami. They are sending him back there. And the railroad company says he has got to be accompanied by a passenger.
Wait a minute. You want me? Oh, no, that is out.
But look, Broadway, you get a free trip to the land of sunshine. You will bask in the sun and bathe in the waters of the Gulf. Like Cutie and me will do.
When there is a racetrack around? I will lay more than a little 6 to 5. You cannot even point in the direction of the Gulf when you are in Miami.
Please, Broadway, do this for me.
Find somebody else.
I cannot.
I will not do it.
Oh, look, it's starting to snow outside. Paper says the temperature's going to drop way down.
Cutie, I am talking business.
I'll bet we're in for one of those early cold winters. Snow's getting thicker.
Yeah, it is.
You know, it never snows in Miami.
Cutie, what has that got to do with what we are talking about?
Nothing. Nothing.
That's what I say.
Well, guess we'll have to find someone else, Herbie. Too bad you won't go with us, Broadway.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
How long will you stay?
Long enough to make a killing. I got the names of some pretty hot horses.
Tell you what, I will do it for you as a favor. But only as a favor, you understand?
Oh, sure. We understand, Broadway.
Uh-huh. I guess you do understand, Cutie. So, that is how I find myself in Miami, Florida. But going down there on the train, I am sitting with Cutie Andrews, and for the first time, I get to know her real well. It is very surprising what I learn about her. Like, for example, what she tells me the second day out.
I like to ride on trains.
Me, I can take 'em or leave 'em alone.
I guess it's not the train. It's what I see.
Scenery?
I like to go through the little towns. Look at the people. Their houses.
I do not notice them.
I do. Broadway, what kind of a house do you like?
House? You mean to live in?
Yeah, to live in.
Well, one is as good as another, as long as it is a house. Why?
I like the little white ones with the green shutters and vines growing over.
It is something I never think much about.
I do. Lots of times. I'd like a house like that, Broadway. Give me a slice of the moon thrown in, I got as much chance of getting it.
Cutie, look, it is none of my business, but about you and Hot Horse Herbie.
We were going to be married 10 times. Did you know he once won $11,000 on a race?
No.
Well, he did. Blew it right back on the next one. It's like that all the time. I've been wearing this engagement ring so long my arm's green up to the elbow.
Well, why do you stick with him?
Why? Maybe I feel sorry for the little guy. Always reaching for something he can't touch.
You are a 100% all right doll, Cutie.
Yeah, 100%. I'll trade you half for one look at a little white house with green shutters and vines growing over it. Gotta have soft music for all this, Broadway.
I hope you get that little house someday, Cutie.
Maybe I will. Who knows? Maybe I will. Maybe Herbie'll hit a streak someday.
Aha, here you are. Been looking for you. Look, I've been going through the form. I got a stack of hot horses that'll set me up, but good. But good.
I hope it does, Herbie.
Mm-hmm. See what I mean, Broadway?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing at all, Herbie. Nothing at all.
Well, we get to Miami, Florida, and put up at a hotel. Cutie says no more about the little white house. It's like she forgets all about it. But I do not. I keep rooting for Herbie to pick the winners. But he does not. He is not able to get in the money. We are almost broke and are at the track one day when the scene is as follows.
You see Herbie anyplace Broadway?
Uh-uh.
The last I saw of him, he was trying to tout somebody for a bet.
With his luck?
Yeah, with his luck. Well, we missed 2 weeks of winter back in New York.
How do we get back?
Oh, there's Herbie.
Where?
Over there by the mutual windows. Talking to the tall guy smoking the pipe.
Which one?
The one in the suit that looks like it is never pressed.
Oh, I see him.
Wonder who he is.
I never see the guy before.
Oh, Herbie must be slipping. You'll never get that character to split a bet with him.
Maybe it is the best he can do. After all, Herbie uses up most of the suckers on bad bets.
Yeah, but look at that citizen. He can't have a dime.
Yeah, he is a little seedy.
Well, come on, Broadway. Let's go over. Maybe Herbie knows what he's doing.
Hiya, Broadway. Cutie.
Hi.
Hi.
Meet Professor Stanley Woodley. Prof, this is Broadway.
How do you do?
Pretty good.
And meet my fiancée, Miss Cutie Andrews.
It's a great pleasure, Miss Andrews.
Huh? Oh, sure. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
I was just telling the prof that he ought to try a bet once in a while. Right, Broadway?
You mean you are at the track, but you do not bet?
Well, I came here to study the people. I like to watch them, whether they win or lose.
Is that professor just a gag?
I beg your pardon?
I mean, you're a professor?
Sure he is. From Princeton. That right, Professor?
Yes, that's right. I had a bad case of pneumonia and came down here to recuperate.
Oh.
I was telling the prof that it's a big kick to have a C-note or thereabouts on a winner.
Really, I never bet. I'm just interested in people. I walk around and look at them.
You kidding?
Kidding? No, I'm not. You see, I'm a professor of psychology.
What's that?
Well, Mr. Herbie, I suppose you can call it the study of people.
That's all you do?
Yes.
Look, Prof, the next race is just coming up. Now, I got a hot horse that can do good.
I don't know if I should or not.
Oh, why not? Just a C-note.
C-note?
$100.
Oh, no, not that much.
A 50 then?
I don't think so.
A 25?
I don't know.
Look, make it a 10 spot. Hey, but you gotta hurry. It's post time.
Well, all right, I'll do it.
Okay, come on. We got just time to lay it on.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Andrews, Mr. Broadway?
Sure. What's the matter, Cutie?
Oh, nothing. Looks like a nice guy.
Yeah, he does.
Things must be getting pretty tough for Herbie when he has to tout a guy like that.
Yeah, I guess so.
I hate the whole thing, Broadway. I hate it.
I know. But maybe someday...
Yeah, maybe someday. But there's an awful lot of corners to turn first.
Well, the horse Herbie gives Professor Woodley wins. And Herbie sings his bad luck because he does not have a big better instead of Woodley. But it is better than nothing. That same night, it seems Herbie invites Woodley to eat with us. We are finished eating, and Herbie goes off to see what's good for the next day. I am paying no attention to much of anything until I hear Professor Woodley say,
No, I'm a bachelor, Miss Andrews.
You must get pretty lonesome.
Well, not exactly. I have my work. It keeps me pretty busy. I have my home.
Home? You have a home?
Well, a lot of people wouldn't call it much of a home, but I like it. It's my own.
Yeah. Your own. Where is it?
Princeton. Fairly close to the university.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess there's not much excitement, is there?
Not real excitement, no.
But you like it.
Yes, I do.
What about your home? You live alone?
I have a housekeeper.
Oh. Nobody else?
No, no one.
What kind of house you got?
Just a small white one.
It's got green shutters?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Oh, I don't know. And what kind of vines grow over it?
Why, this is the most amazing thing I've ever heard. You couldn't possibly know all this.
Oh, that's what you think, Professor.
Yes, but you've never seen me before.
I've seen the house.
Oh, you're joking.
I wish I was, Professor. I wish I was.
Broadway, is she joking with me?
She is not kidding you, Professor.
Oh, it's really astonishing. Go on, Miss Andrews. What else?
I don't see any more.
Oh, please, I hope I haven't offended you.
No.
But you were so accurate in your description.
Forget it, Professor. There are 1,000,001 little white houses with green shutters and vines. But they all belong to somebody else.
And that is all the talk about white houses and green shutters. But I noticed that Professor Woodley looks more at Cutie than he does before. And she looks at him, too, like she has seen a man for the first time. Well, it comes up a few more days, and it is late afternoon, and Herbie comes rushing in to where Cutie and me are sitting.
Cutie, Broadway, this is it.
Huh? What do you say?
What's got into you, Herbie?
Listen, Professor Woodley.
What about him?
Here we are thinking he is a $2 bet. But listen, I catch a quick look in his wallet today. You know what I see?
No, what do you see?
The guy has got big bills back to back. He is loaded.
So what?
So what? Broadway, she asked, so what?
Well, so do I, as a matter of fact.
Look, you two, use your heads. I am looking for a citizen with enough cabbage to lay a big bet so we can clean up. I find him, and you ask, so what? You crazy?
Lay off the guy, Herbie.
What?
He's a nice guy.
He's Santa Claus.
Sure, you pick one of your hot horses, get him to lay his money. What if the horse loses?
I got a horse that can't lose, breezing along.
That is a good horse.
And he is ripe. Look, all we gotta do is con Woodley into the bet.
You're figuring on getting him to put up his whole bankroll?
Why not? If he wins, I get a split. A good one.
And if he loses?
So he loses. What's it to you? Well?
Nothing, I guess.
Okay. You're always yammering about that joint with the shutters. Okay. Here's our chance to grab it.
We had 1,000,000 chances before.
And this is another one. Cutie, this time we take it.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Pick the Winner.
So, that is that. Herbie has it all figured to con the professor into putting his role on breezing along. I know Cutie does not like this because by now she is more than somewhat interested in Woodley. But Herbie is pretty excited, and he remembers something I tell him. I wish I never told him, because he is going to use it to con Professor Woodley.
That makes it perfect, Broadway. Just perfect.
Look, Herbie, maybe it is all the money he has.
So what? I ain't got a red cent. I see my chance to make a fast pitch. What do you want me to do, throw it out the window?
Cutie does not like any part of it.
She will. Look, you tell me the professor is wild when she tells him about his house.
So?
So? When she tells him she has a dream about breezing along.
Herbie, that guy is not a dope. You think he's going to fall for that?
No. He falls for Cutie.
Do not do it, Herbie.
Since when is it any of your business?
I guess it is not.
You guess right. Okay, Cutie tells him...
Cutie tells who what?
Hiya, Cutie. Listen, I got it all worked out.
What have you got worked out?
Woodley's a cinch to listen to you. Now, all you gotta do is tell him you had a dream about breezing along.
You fool. Do you think he'll go for that?
Play it right and he will. You don't mention the horse, just something about wind, stuff like that. Make it look good.
You've got a pretty slim idea about his brains.
But a pretty fat idea about you and him.
What's that crack for?
What do you think? Every time he looks at you, he drips sugar. You do, too.
Cut that out, Herbie.
You and a professor.
Do not talk like that, Herbie.
Who asked for you?
Let her alone.
Shut up. Is it any of your business?
He's right, Broadway. It's between me and him. You were going to say something, Herbie?
Want me to?
Why not?
Okay. You and him don't mix, cutie. He's Princeton.
I'm 42nd Street. Is that it?
And there's nothing wrong with it as long as you don't step off.
Shut up.
No, I won't. Figure how you'd look at Princeton. That'd be good for a lot of laughs, wouldn't it?
Please, Herbie. Please.
Think about it for a while. Think hard, cutie.
Oh.
You maybe want me to leave, cutie?
No. No, Broadway.
I am very sorry I hear all this.
How can a guy be so right, Broadway?
Herbie, right?
Yeah. Me, Mrs. Princeton, with a white house and green shutters.
Look, cutie, what are you going to do?
Do? Play it his way.
Of course, Breezing Along is a good horse. Maybe he will win.
Maybe.
And if he does, Herbie'll get a good split.
And me? I lose either way, Broadway. I lose either way.
I know what cutie means. If the horse loses, she is a part of conning Professor Woodley into losing his money. If Breezing Along wins, then Herbie has got his stake, and she is stuck with it. Well, it comes up the next day, and Herbie has got Professor Woodley to have breakfast with us. And the scene is as follows.
Say, Professor.
Hmm? Oh, yes, Herbie.
You say you're a professor of psychology? That is right?
Yes, why?
Well, maybe you know something about dreams.
Well, in what way?
Cutie tells me when I see her this morning that she has had a funny dream last night. Is that right, Cutie? You hear me, Cutie?
Yes. I heard you.
What was the dream, Miss Andrews?
Nothing much.
Oh, maybe you'd rather not talk about it.
But she would. Go ahead, Cutie. Tell us.
I dreamt I was walking along Flagler Boulevard when a wind started to blow in from the north. It was a cold, hard wind, and then
Yes? What then?
a horse ran across in front of me, and that's all.
What do you make of it, Professor?
Oh, it's hard to say. A dream like that can mean any number of things.
You know, Cutie has a lot of dreams. Sometimes what she dreams come true. Like that house of yours, Professor.
Oh, yes. Yes, she told me what it was like, and I'm sure she never saw it before.
Yeah. Hey.
What's the matter, Herbie?
Hey, I just happened to think. There is a horse in the fifth today. A horse named Breezing Along.
So?
Don't you get it? Wind, breeze, horse. Cutie's dream? Breezing along.
Herbie, that's a little far-fetched, isn't it?
Oh, no, it's not. Look, Professor, let's play the hunch.
You're asking me to bet on a horse on the strength of a dream?
Why not? It's better than just a hunch. And Breezing Along is a good horse. And he figures to go to the post at a little better than 3-1.
I'm afraid you can't talk me into it, Herbie.
Look, put a bet on him. I got him all handicapped. He can't lose. Not after that dream.
It was a very convenient dream, wasn't it?
Convenient dream, Professor?
Yes, very. Would you advise me to bet on the horse, Miss Andrews?
Sure she would, Professor. That right, Cutie?
If I had any money, I'd bet it all on Breezing Along.
All right. I'll bet. How much, Herbie?
How much can you put on him?
I have $5,000.
On you?
No, in the bank here. I'll put up half of it.
It's a deal. Horse, I expect a little split for my tip.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, you wait here. I'll get a form sheet, and I'll find out what the odds are going to be.
Do you have very many dreams like this one, Miss Andrews?
No. Let's forget it.
Broadway.
Yeah?
That $5,000 is all the money I have in the world. Even losing only half of it would be rather bad.
Well, look, Professor, you can still change your mind.
But Miss Andrews advised me to place the bet because of her dream. I'm sure she wouldn't tell me to do such a thing if she...
Forget it.
Of course. You know, I've never believed in hunches before, but I do believe that there are times when odd, peculiar things happen. Your dream, for example, Miss Andrews. It's really very odd that you should have described it as you did.
What's funny about it? I told it like I dreamt it.
Yes, but you... Well, never mind. Maybe I should forget my training, scientific training, and play the hunch.
Is that what you are going to do?
Yes, Broadway. That is exactly what I'm going to do. Because of Miss Andrews.
Okay. Play it. Play it, you sucker, all the way. Maybe you don't know that Herbie never won a big bet in his life. He's a jinx, a hoodoo. You'll end up in the rain if you go along with him. Out in the rain with no coat and no umbrella. Play it his way. Go ahead. See if I care.
Are you still going through with it, Professor Woodley?
Yes, Broadway. Now more than ever, I'm going to play my hunch.
And he does. He goes to the bank, and when he comes out, he hands Herbie 2,500 potatoes. But it's a very funny thing that he does not go to the track with us. And we do not see Cutie that afternoon either. But Herbie does not care because he figures he is all to the good. However, breezing along loses, and a 20-to-1 shot cops the race. Herbie cannot believe his bad luck. Then we go back to the hotel, and the first thing Herbie does is go see Cutie.
This is very funny. She does not show up at the track. She does not answer the door.
Well, try the door.
Oh, yeah. It's open. Cutie. Cutie. Hey! Cutie! Broadway.
What is the matter?
Look, all her stuff's gone. She does a run out. How do you like that? She does a run out on me.
Maybe she is very tired of waiting for something, Herbie.
For what? Someday I was going to make a steak. I have bad luck today, or I'd had it right now.
Herbie.
What?
Maybe you better read this note.
What note?
It is right here on the dresser.
Let me see. So she's going to marry the professor. Okay, let her.
You are not sure?
Me? Nah. If I forget your 10, she'll come back.
I am not so sure.
Why shouldn't she?
Well, I do not know right now. But I think you are wrong, Herbie. Now, you may think that is the end of the story, but it is not. Because the payoff comes later when we are back in New York. And what the payoff is, I will tell you in a minute. Well, Herbie and I get back to New York when Herbie manages to hit one good race and we get the fare. Then I do not see him for almost a week, until one night I am sitting in Mindy's when who comes in but Herbie. He sits down and speaks as follows.
Broadway, today I hear from Mr. and Mrs. Professor Woodley.
Huh? You what?
I get a letter from them.
And what does it say?
Look, there is a check for $1,000. Now, it is a cashier's check, so I know it is good.
They send you a check for $1,000?
That is right. And do you know why?
I wish I did. But you tell me.
You remember the dream I cook up for Cutie to tell the professor so I can con him into a bet?
Oh, sure. The one about the cold wind from the north and the horse?
That is the one. Well, the professor plays a hunch about that dream.
Now, wait a minute. He gives you the money to bet on breezing along.
Sure. But the other half he plays on another horse.
But he does not know one horse from another.
But he bets, and he wins. On a 20-to-1 shot in the same race that breezing along is in.
Now, wait a minute. Where does he get the tip? Besides, he guesses that the dream is a phony.
Sure. But listen to this. I will read you something from the letter. I thought it rather peculiar that Miss Andrews, now Mrs. Woodley, should describe a cold north wind. That same morning, I had looked at the entries for the races and had seen the name Mistral. I played the hunch. The horse won. So, I am sending you our check for $1,000 in the hope you will not think too harshly of us.
Mistral? Mistral? I do not get it.
I do not get it either. Until I look in the dictionary and see that minstrel means...
Yeah, what?
A cold north wind.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Pick the Winner. Listen in again next week for The Damon Runyon Theater.
Here, transcribed, is another in NBC's outstanding parade of new shows. 4-Star Playhouse, a repertory company of 4 great Hollywood stars.
This is Rosalind Russell.
This is Fred McMurray.
This is Loretta Young.
This is Robert Cummings.
Yes, these are the stars heard weekly on 4-Star Playhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our 4-star players and star of tonight's play, Miss Rosalind Russell.
Thank you, and welcome to our Playhouse again. Every Sunday evening at this time, Fred McMurray, Loretta Young, Robert Cummings, and I appear in new dramatizations of stories selected from Cosmopolitan magazine. Stories by the world's leading writers of popular fiction. Tonight you'll find me playing the part of Judy Norris, a musical comedy star who finds a cure for the nerves that are part of the price of her success. You'll be relieved to hear that I don't sing. It's our new approach to musicals, no music, except chin music. Good talk, that is, and lots of laughter, we hope. Now, here is Robert Carson's taut comedy, Paradise, USA. The surgical mask over my face smelled of rubber and germicide. It reminded me of when I had my impacted wisdom tooth removed. Only this was serious. In fact, Dr. Riley was wasting his valuable time on me. I was going to die. The biggest specialist in New York had practically guaranteed that 5 years before. I was a goner.
Breathe deeply, Mrs. Erpenwort Norfolk.
What?
Breathe deeply, Mrs. Erpenwort Norfolk.
Oh, I thought you called me Mrs. Erpenwort.
Nonsense, Mrs. Erpenwort Norfolk.
I'm going to die.
Nonsense.
You want to bet money?
Nonsense.
You'll see.
Nonsense.
You'll see. I didn't have much longer. I tried remembering things. I had to remember everything quickly and live it all over again quickly, in case my memory didn't exist where I was going. Let's see. It had all started in the spring, of course. There'd been another cocktail party. I was an old-fashioned girl myself. I'd had too many old-fashions. Thinking to myself that I'd probably need 2 sleeping tablets to conk me off that night, I became nastier than usual with everybody. I was munching moodily on $3 worth of caviar when the crew haircut with 6 feet a man underneath it sat down next to me.
Hello.
And goodbye.
Who are you?
Both of you. Depart. Go away.
Both of them.
Either you are identical twins or I need glasses. Or have I had too many glasses?
I'm just Paul Terrace, and you've had too many glasses.
I'm Judy Norris, and make of it what you will.
I've heard the name.
I invented the electric light.
Didn't I hear you sing in Oklahoma?
No, I've never been west of the Mississippi.
Oh, no, I mean the musical comedy Oklahoma.
Only it was Tennessee.
You danced a little. You sang a lot, off-key.
You go home.
No, you sang in a brassy, unusual voice. I liked it.
I know. It made you think of your boyhood days in your father's sawmill. But I get $2,000 a week for singing that way. Is that bad?
You ought to eat. Let's go someplace.
To sober me up, I presume, huh?
No, so I can sit and look at you. You're so lovely.
Eating?
Any old way.
Oh, all right. And I may yet invent the electric light. Then I'll be able to see where I'm going. Wholesale. Well, how did you discover this graveyard beanery? With a pirate map?
Well, the food's very good here.
Yeah, the flies like it.
I used to have a studio near here.
Studio?
Mm-hmm. I paint.
Oh, and what do you paint?
Pictures.
Well, I didn't think you needed a studio to paint Tom Sawyer's fence.
That was whitewash.
Ah, I suppose you want to do a portrait of me.
No, your face is beautiful, but it's rather empty.
What do you suggest I do to fill it up?
Have some more stew.
Oh, I don't know if I should take this guy straight or with a dash of strychnine.
Where do you live?
Oh, I have a humble little 14-room retreat on Park Avenue.
I'll take you home.
Oh, no. No, you must never see the bitter squalor of my life.
Are there buses on Park Avenue? It's a little off my beat, you know.
It's only 4 miles, and I have my French heels on. Let's walk.
Okay. Hey, nice apartment you have here.
Not bad for $1,000 a month.
Nice place.
I'm curious, nature boy. Aren't you going to make a pass?
Who at?
Well, I could call my maid.
Very nice diggings.
Now,
here.
Look, you, I have a pain in my head. It's called migraine. They don't know what it comes from. But if I sit still and talk, I suffer more. So let's go to a newsreel theater, you and I, or you go home, huh?
I'll go home.
Shall we draw that up in treaty form?
Tell me, are you working now?
Well, I was in a show this season, but it folded. What about it?
Well, I want to court you for a few days, but I'm strapped for money.
Do tell.
Will you lend me $100?
Well, I'm an expensive date. Why not make it $500?
100's enough. I'll pay you back the first of the month.
Will a check be okay?
Good as gold.
Better. My gold sings in a brassy voice. Off key, remember? But thank you for your confidence in your dream girl, namely me.
I'll pay you back first of the month.
You said that. Do you always say everything? Twice, thrice, and thrice?
Make the check payable to Paul Terrace.
You know, you're a million laughs. I'll do it.
Paulterris.
How do you spell dollars?
DOLL.
Oh, thank you. Here you are now, my barefoot Romeo.
Thank you.
And if, dear one, it bounceth, think not that your love was false, but she has at other times ere now been stuck but good.
It won't bounce.
And may I say, Mac, that never has the bite been put on me in quite so novel a fashion to court me yet.
Well, I mean it.
You know, if you were tight for dough, why didn't you ask me straight out for a loan?
I love you.
I know. You loved me in Oklahoma, only I wasn't in it.
You know, you need a guy like me.
Not like you need that 100. And when, may I ask, may I look forward to seeing you and my century?
Well, I'll ring you from New Jersey. I live there.
Just reverse the charges.
No, wait. Let's make a date right now. We'll save a toll call.
Name the Boward Twisting Place.
Meet me at 59th Street and 5th Avenue tomorrow at 1.
Primed for lunch, or shall I come at?
Well, I can't afford lunch and dinner. Just dinner. I'll buy you dinner.
Oh, no, Buck. Let's live off nature. I know a couple of swans in Central Park.
Huh?
Oh, I'll see you tomorrow. I was puzzled and disturbed. I didn't know how to take this Paul Terrace. His calmness and patience, so unlike my own temperament, confused me. And yet it appealed in a strange way. I went to meet him on Fifth Avenue. Everything around me represented the New York battleground where I'd fought to fame and fortune, never relaxing a minute. But there was Paul Terrace, with his borrowed $100 and seedy air, looking pleased and at peace. He irritated me. We had a rousing time at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I was footsore and peevish when Paul finally brought me to my apartment door. Won't you come in for a fraction of a second?
No, gotta get back to Jersey and get my sleep.
Well, you picked the right place for it.
I want to tell you I had a very pleasant day today.
Well, we must do it again sometime, in 10 years or so.
Well, next time we'll go to the Museum of Modern Art.
By next time, it won't be so modern anymore.
I'll give you a ring.
Say, you just don't give up, do you?
Well, not with you.
Why not?
You need me.
What for?
For what you need.
This could go on forever.
It's just what I want.
What?
Good night, Judy. Sleep tight.
Funny thing. That's just what I did. And without sleeping pills. I reached for the prescription, all right, but all at once I realized that my head didn't ache and my hand didn't shake. I put down the bottle of pills and turned out the light, and the Sandman crept into the room and slugged me. Boom! For the first time in years, I slept dreamlessly all night. But in the morning, my agent Jerry Malone came in to dangle fame and fortune to me again.
Judy, you've got to like this. It means fame and fortune.
You mean heartaches and insomnia.
Music by Rutgers and Malletberg, dancing by Alistair Tho. You in it. How can it miss?
It can't. But if it does, it's my second flop in the same season, and I bruise easily.
Now, Judy.
No, Jerry.
No, Jerry, no, Jerry. Look, what's Mary Martin got that you haven't got?
South Pacific and Ezio Pinza. Next question.
You can't stay away from Broadway too long, kid.
Oh, no, I know.
No, say you'll think about it.
I'll think about it.
Thanks, Judy. Well, I'll get in touch with you at the end of next week.
Oh, Jerry.
Yeah?
If you see a long, sad guy sitting down in the lobby named Paul Terrace, send him up, will you? He solves things for me.
Well, are you going to do the musical, Judy?
No, I don't know, Paul. I can't afford 2 failures in 1 year.
What do you do?
I don't know. Might go to California, pan gold.
Oh, come on now, no kidding.
I'd go to Europe, but I can never find the powder room in foreign countries.
What?
Of course, I could try the Channel.
No, look, avoid... Save your money, stay here.
If I stay here, somebody will put me to work, and my head will ache again.
Not necessarily.
Inevitably.
Not if we get married.
Married? You to me to you?
Why not?
Oh, well, thanks awfully, but you mustn't feel the $100 obligates you.
I love you.
You say that as if you were giving the correct time.
But I do.
You wouldn't like being married to me, Paul. I'm temperamental and mean unless everything goes perfectly.
Well, it might go perfectly.
Oh, Paul. No. You are nice, and you're a quiet, likable square, and you relax me. But there's such a thing as being so relaxed you can't move a muscle. And after all, I don't want that either.
Okay, let's go to 57th Street.
Gee, can we? I always wanted to go to 57th Street.
Well, I'm meeting Tad Halloran at an art gallery where some of my pictures are hanging.
On the wall or on gallows?
You like Tad Halloran?
Look, don't you ever answer my questions.
He's my roommate. He's a sculptor.
What's Ted Halloran's name?
Of course I answer your questions.
What time is it?
Let's go.
Oh.
Well, Miss Norris, where did Paul ever find you?
He blew a moose horn, and out of the woods I did plunge.
I saw her in Oklahoma.
There are no meese in Oklahoma.
But you mustn't come to art galleries, Miss Norris. May I call you Judy, You mustn't come to art galleries, Judy. You make art look uncouth and ugly.
That's sweet of you, Halloran. But how much could anyone louse up a painting like, say, that accident hanging up there on the wall?
I painted that.
Blindfolded?
It's one of Paul's abstract things. Don't you like it?
Oh, well, I'm getting used to it.
Well, let me explain it.
No, Paul, let me guess.
She's wonderful, Paul.
Now, tell me, Paul, how much are you asking for that mishmash up there?
$50.
$1,000.
Sold to the beautiful patron of arts for 1,000 seeds. Where do I make out the check?
Now, Judy, I won't let you buy that painting.
Paul, are you nuts? Think of all the groceries that'll buy her.
She is not buying that painting.
But I love it.
She loves it, Paul. I love food. You love her. Perfect.
And I'm going to marry you.
Huh?
What?
We're getting married.
What?
Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Paul Terrace. Well.
No. Now, look, I was married once to an actor. We were both infatuated with him, but my infatuation didn't last. Now, I don't want to try it again. Now, is that clear?
Perfectly. Let's go, Judy.
Where?
To get a marriage license.
Now, wait a minute, Paul. Marriage is a big step for a girl.
It's a big step for a boy, too.
Are you sure you want to take it?
I'm sure I want to take it, and I'm sure you ought to take it.
But
Now, come on, my car's outside.
Oh, well, kill or cure.
Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Paul Terrace. This time for Paul.
Thanks, Ted.
Now, about our honeymoon, Paul.
Oh, yes. You must go on a nice long honeymoon.
How about Honolulu?
Wonderful. I'd like that.
You'd like that. You'd like Bermuda better.
No, I've been there.
We're going to New Jersey.
Oh, Paul. Paul, have you ever been to Niagara Falls?
Yes, I have.
I haven't.
Good, you go there.
We are going to Paradise, New Jersey, where I live.
Where we live, Paul.
We?
Well, don't be stuffy, Judy. You're going to love being our wife.
the four-star Playhouse dramatization of Robert Carson's Cosmopolitan magazine story, Paradise, USA, starring Rosalind Russell.
We went to live in Paradise, New Jersey. All three of us. Paul painted, Ted sculpted. Ted wasn't a bad fellow after all. In fact, he was gay and charming and quite insane, and a good tonic for my several bad moments in Paradise. I used to bring him coffee and crackers while he was at work, and we talked at length, sometimes even making sense.
Good coffee.
Thanks.
One of the many rewards of marriage.
Well, why not try it yourself?
I can't get married. Got to have a girl.
Well?
I always just seem to miss the boat.
Well, don't go by boat. Take the train.
You know, I might. Well, I got to finish this head.
Ted, how long have you known Paul?
I met him right after the war.
Is he a good painter?
He was a great one once.
Well, what happened?
Clashed with another painter named Adolf Hitler. His bomber crashed and he almost lost his right arm.
Oh.
And he had to learn to paint all over again with his left arm.
Oh, he never said a thing about that to me.
Oh, he'll start clicking again. Just wait.
You like him, don't you?
I like him and everything about him.
Thanks.
And if Paul weren't the nice guy he is,
Yes?
I wouldn't be the nice guy I am, or seem to be, to new and superficial observers. Now beat it, kid. Posterity is waiting for this marble I am hewing.
Well, hurry then. Take the train. Oh, it's lovely here, Paul. So quiet, peaceful.
Yeah. Paradise has its points.
One of its nicer points is this porch.
Like New Jersey better?
I now regard NJ as ready for statehood.
A month ago, you wanted it run out of town.
A month ago, I was still having my headaches.
See?
Oh, Paul, I have a lady in the balcony. She has a question.
Shoot, lady.
It's about her platinum wedding ring set with diamonds. Even such teensy diamonds run into letters.
I had a wristwatch. Pretty good one, like flyers used with lots of gadgets. It belonged to my bombardier. He wanted me to have it after. Well, anyhow, I gave it to a man on 3rd Avenue, and the man on 3rd Avenue gave me the ring, even Stephen.
Oh, what about your bombardier?
He'd understand.
Paul.
Yeah, on account of he'd know that anyone I loved would deserve what it took to get the ring.
Paul,
Uh-huh.
Oh, nothing. You're very good to me. You're good for me.
I'm dull.
You're good for me, and you keep me from blowing my top.
Okay.
Well, no appointed woman is really chic without her top.
Yeah, that's logic.
I don't have hangovers, and I don't take stuff to put me to sleep anymore. Paradise, oh, it's wonderful.
Well, don't you miss the excitement of Broadway? The stage, the lights, people creating things?
Oh, well,
Yeah. Well, that answers my question. But I'm not worried. I've got you where I want you. I still owe you that $100.
Deepened into summer. Paul began to paint portraits in his spare time. And he began to paint mine, too. New York jitters, sleepless nights, cocktail parties. They were far, far away. And then one day, the serpent entered Paradise. My agent had a great new musical for me. At first, I didn't listen. My agent showed me my shrinking bank account. I heard applause again. I saw the rave notices. I thought of all I'd fought for, being abandoned. I said, go home, I'll let you know. I asked Tad for his advice. Coffee, Michelangelo?
Thanks, Judy. Just set it down where I'm bound to sit on it.
Oh, how's it coming?
2 more weeks and some lucky fellow will have an original Ted Halloran for his tombstone.
Tad, people like us, painters, sculptors, actors, singers, we've got to paint and act and sculpt and sing, haven't we? Tad, haven't we?
They've been talking to you.
I've been asked to do a show.
Yeah, I saw the car drive over that character.
Oh, what'll I do?
No, ask your husband, Judy.
Oh, I know his answer. It'll give you a headache.
Life gives you a headache.
Tell me what to do.
I can't, Judy. Paul's my friend, and Paul's your husband. He makes the jokes where you're concerned.
Oh, if he'd only be more like you about these things.
Those are hard words, Judy, for Paul and me.
Tad.
Yeah.
Nothing.
We all have our work and our own minds to make up. Well, thanks for the coffee, Judy. Back to work I go.
But, Paul, it's sure to be a hit.
No, Judy, you'll get headaches again.
But you could work in my New York apartment.
No.
You could go off and paint in the West Indies.
I won't paint in the West Indies when my wife is singing off-key in the West 40s.
Off-key?
Well, anyhow.
Well, what about the bankroll I've got just for singing off-key in the 40s? What about the bankroll I had, that is?
Oh, I see.
Paul, now wait a minute.
I didn't know I was eating into your capital that
Well,
fast.
I didn't mean that, Paul. I only meant that the money is going and I have to get more.
I think you're right, Judy. I think you ought to go back to New York for a while.
Now, please
I need my work and you need yours. When we need each other, well, the trains are running, aren't they, both ways?
Well, will you see me off at the train tomorrow?
Sure. Tomorrow.
Paul didn't see me off. Paul didn't feel well, he said. Tad saw me off. Just before the train pulled out, he handed me a roll of bills.
Paul gave me this to give to you. $100, he says he owes you.
In New York, plans began for the show in September. Then the cocktail parties, the hangovers. I didn't sleep. I had headaches. I hired and fired my maids. I redecorated the apartment. I wasn't feeling any too well. I went to see a doctor.
Nothing out of the ordinary at all, Mrs. Terrace. Just going to have a baby, that's all.
That's all?
Well, sorry to spoil the Cabbage Patch version for you.
Doctor, the biggest specialist in New York said I could not have a child, that it would kill me.
Perhaps that's what you wanted him to tell you.
But he was the biggest specialist in New York.
Well, come back in a month and we'll see. That is, if you're still alive, Mrs. Terry.
Yes?
Judy?
Who is it?
Michelangelo.
Tad Halloran, where are you? Can you come over right away?
It'd be better if you went down to a bar on 32nd Street and 3rd Avenue where Paul is getting drunk.
Drunk? Paul?
And not working since you left.
What?
You needed him, Judy. Now he needs you. See to it.
32nd and 3rd. 32nd and 3rd. Paul!
Oh, Judy.
Oh, Paul, darling. Tad just phoned me.
Television. Bases full.
Now, Paul, you mustn't do this. Now come with me.
I've discovered my right arm can lift a glass, and it's great.
Oh, dear. This may not be the time or place to say this, but I'm going to have a baby.
I'm going to have another bourbon. Baby?
We could go back to my apartment.
When?
Right now.
Right now? You can't have a baby right now.
No, Paul. No.
Joe, hot water, towels, plenty of hot water.
Paul, you don't understand.
Hot bourbon, there's scalpels, towels.
Paul, it's not for a long time.
The alcohol, vermouth, and 2 olives.
Oh,
the ambulance.
Now, get out of here. I don't want my baby to look like a martini. Come on. We went back to paradise again, and this time it was paradise. This time it stuck. Paul painted again. He began selling some work. He finished up my portrait because I wanted him to, because I wanted him to have it if I shouldn't be around sometime soon. Snow fell. On a still winter's night, the baby arrived. Of course, everything went wrong, just as the big New York specialist said it would. But the doctor let Paul in to talk to me for the very last time on Earth.
Only a moment, Mr. Terrace.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Judy.
I'm sorry, Paul.
Oh, what for?
I did love you. You've got to believe that.
I know.
Keep the picture, Paul. Always keep it.
Of course.
No, you must forget me.
Forget you?
Yes. Yes, you must.
Forget you?
Yes, please.
Forget you?
You must.
Forget?
Yes.
There. That does it, Mrs. Erpenwurfenwuffle.
How are you, Mrs. Erpenwerfen-Wuffel?
Oh, me?
Well, how do you feel now, Mrs. Erpenwerfen-Terrace?
I'm dead.
Hiya, Judy.
Paul.
Hi.
You dead, too?
Not very.
Oh, I died. It was a lovely scene.
Oh, you presented me with a beautiful little girl, and the doctor says you can have 6 more.
Oh, then I just dreamed it. It was a dream.
And so's the baby.
Oh, Paul. Is she nice?
Well, yes.
Paul!
It's nothing serious, only that voice of hers.
Voice? It's a lie. Whoever heard of a newborn baby singing off key? That takes practice.
You have been listening to Four Star Playhouse, tonight starring Rosalind Russell in Robert Carson's story, Paradise, USA, adapted for radio by Milton Geiger. Ira Grossell was featured as Paul. Others in the cast were Shepard Menken, Dan O'Herlihy, and Ken Christie. Four Star Playhouse is directed by Warren Lewis. Music composed and conducted by Albert Harris. Portions were transcribed. Rosalind Russell will soon be seen in the Columbia Pictures comedy Tell It to the Judge. Each week at this time, one of our four-star players, Rosalind Russell, Fred McMurray, Loretta Young, and Robert Cummings, will be heard in a special adaptation of a popular fiction story selected from Cosmopolitan magazine, written by the world's foremost fiction authors. Next week on Four Star Playhouse, Loretta Young will be starred in Virginia Faulkner's delightful comedy, Once Upon a Horse.
The United States Steel Corporation, 500,000 employees and stockholders, presents the Theater Guild on the Air. The United States Steel Corporation presents the Theater Guild, one of America's foremost theatrical producers, bringing into your home every Sunday evening from the stage of the Vanderbilt Theater in New York the most famous plays of Broadway. Tonight, as a special Christmas offering, we bring you Louisa May Alcott's beloved story, Little Women, starring Katharine Hepburn as Jo, and featuring Oscar Homolka as the Professor, John Lodge as Brooke, Frances Reed as Meg, Judith Parrish as Amy, Susan Douglas as Beth, and Elliot Reed as Laurie. And here is Lawrence Langner, co-director with Teresa Helburn of the Theater Guild, to tell you something about the play and the players. Mr. Langner.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure most of you listening tonight remember Jo, Amy, Beth, and Meg, the 4 March girls immortalized by Louisa May Alcott in Little Women. Their shy romances and courage and adversity have endeared them to generations of Americans. Little Women is classified as fiction, but it's pretty common knowledge that Miss Alcott was writing about her own family. And of course, in the case of the resolute, auburn head Jo, she was writing about herself. I can think of no more fitting play for Christmas than Little Women, because in tender fashion, in the fashion of 3/4 of a century ago, it's a simple and eloquent argument for kindness and goodwill. I think it's fitting, too, that tonight Katharine Hepburn should play Jo, a role in which she was most successful on the screen. Kate Hepburn is a great favorite with the Theater Guild. I'm sure many of you enjoyed her in our stage productions of Jane Eyre, The Philadelphia Story, and Without Love. Our cast tonight also includes Oscar Homolka, one of the stars of the Broadway success I Remember Mama. He plays the part of the professor. And now the curtain rises on Little Women.
It's late afternoon on a Christmas day many years ago in Civil War times. We're in New England, in the home of the March family. By the light of the fire, we can see 4 girls grouped together. 3 are sitting rather primly in their chairs sewing, but the 4th is lying on the floor with her long legs, dressed in pantalettes, stretched out. She reminds you a little of a healthy young colt. Looking up at the ceiling, she says,
Christopher Columbus is awful to be poor. I don't like it one bit.
That's Jo.
Joe, I wish you wouldn't lie on the floor. The time comes when we have to put aside such romping ways. And please, don't say Christopher Columbus.
That's Meg, a proper young lady very conscious of the approach of womanhood.
Still, Joe's right. It isn't fair for some girls to have pretty things. Pretty boots, pretty gloves, pretty petticoats, and pretty handkerchiefs. And for us to have nothing.
And that's Amy, a little vain and fond of luxury.
Still, we have each other, and we have Mommy, and we have Father, even though he's far away.
And that's Beth, who loves her piano and is a ray of sunshine in the house. And they're grouped together on a Christmas day in Civil War times.
How well I remember it. It seems so long ago. Father was away serving as a chaplain to the armies at the front. Mommy had tried all the harder to make it like one of the old Christmases. She'd fixed us a wonderful Christmas breakfast. Sausages, popovers, pie. But at the last moment, we learned about a family who were even harder up than we. So we took them our breakfast. And then it didn't seem like Christmas at all. And for a while we just sat, feeling glum. But then something happened, a great event in our lives. The doorbell rang. We looked at each other, wondering. Mommy went to the door.
Yes? How do you do? Mr. Lawrence next door sends his compliments. He heard about your children giving away their breakfast, so he sent this by way of appreciation and to make up for what they've done.
Why, it's...
Open it.
They'll like it. It's awfully good. Goodbye.
Children, look, a dinner for you.
Christopher,
Cranberry ice cream. Oh, to think that Mr. Lawrence sent
They
it.
hardly know us. They've never even paid the slightest attention to us.
We've never even spoken with them.
I'm sure it was all the boy's idea since he brought it.
Oh, he did look nice.
What does it all mean? Maybe it means they want to know us better. That's what we hoped. Because for years we looked across longingly toward the fine Lawrence home next door. But the days went by and we heard no more from the Lawrences. Then one gray afternoon, the four of us were together. Meg, Amy, Beth, and I. Amy was drawing. Meg and Beth were knitting.
I do feel properly sad.
I'm as sad and drippy as the day.
So am I.
Christopher Columbus, I'm going to do something.
Joe, such slang.
I like strong words that mean something. And strong actions, too.
What are you going to do,
I
Joe?
don't know, but something. Are we going to sit here and be dismal?
What else can we do?
Believe me, when I'm a famous authoress and have made a lot of money from my stories, I'm not going to sit around feeling mopey and sighing and waiting for things to come to us. I'm going after whatever we want and deserve and should have.
Have you finished the story you were going to send away, Joe?
Almost. A couple of pages more and it'll be finished.
What else is going to happen?
Oh, just that... Well, Hugo gets a potion from the witch to make Zara love him, and another to kill Roderigo. The potions are switched. Hugo dies in agony. Then Roderigo in his cell tears his chains apart in a spasm of rapture and goes to confront Don Pedro. Don Pedro runs a sword through him. Roderigo rolls dead down the circular stairway, and Don Pedro hurls himself from the parapet to the rocks below. It's just a matter of cleaning up loose ends. 2 pages will do it.
Oh, it'll be wonderful.
Joe, it's the best you've ever written.
You ought to write a sequel.
She can't. The characters are all dead, lying on rocks and parapets.
I can easily think up more characters.
I wish the stories were a little more tender sometimes. Rodrigo never even had a chance to express his love for Zara.
Oh, we can assume they love each other. I want action, not love. Makes me sick the way women behave in stories.
How do they behave?
Dreadfully. First they blush all over the place. That means love has done its fatal work. Then the lovers start having keepsakes that they moon over. It's all disgusting.
Joe, such language.
I hope none of us ever start behaving that way. You remember that, girls, because if you do, I'll hate you. I'll just hate you.
If only things could happen in life like they do in stories. The nice things.
Well, why can't they? It's a matter of making them happen. Now, for instance, that house over there, the Lawrence mansion. That's what I was thinking about.
What about? What do you mean?
Well, now, look. See up there? The Lawrence boy is sitting in the solarium again.
Yes.
All bundled up. Laurie, they call him. Oh. He's been shut up since Christmas with a cold or something.
His old grandfather's awfully strict with him.
I know. Makes him study all the time, poor fellow. Looks like fun, too. His tutor will be in a little while, and they'll sit there with his lessons from 4 till 6. I've watched them.
There are 4 men over there. A grandfather, a tutor, a boy, and a butler.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pay him a visit right now.
Joe, of all the improper suggestions.
Well, why not, Meg? We've lived next to them for years.
But we don't know them. We haven't been introduced.
I'm sure they want to know us. Why else would they send us that Christmas feast?
That was very kind of them, and Mommy has written to thank them.
Does it have to end there? Oh, it makes me angry. Now, look. I'm going to get a dish of blancmange, and I'll simply go over...
Joe, if you ever do such an unladylike thing...
What'll you do?
Mommy will be mortified. She's often said it's nice to be neighborly, and I'm going to be neighborly.
Joe!
Anybody want to come?
Don't you dare. It's wrong. It's rash. It isn't nice.
Christopher Columbus, I'm going.
Master Lawrence, will you now explain to me the circumstances of Cataline's conspiracies as revealed in the orations of Cicero?
Cataline's Catiline conspired with some other people, didn't he?
Yeah, correct so far. Continue.
Let's see. Cicero...
Master Lawrence, your eye keeps wandering to the window of the house next door. Please keep your mind on your lessons.
I'm sorry, sir. It looks so jolly over there. At the window where the flowers are, they seldom close the curtains, and all grouped around like that with the light from the fire, it looks so cheerful.
Yes, no doubt. Continue.
Yes, sir. Catiline...
By Jove. That is a pleasing picture over there. The family group around the hearth.
Yes, sir.
Delightful. Now then, what were we talking about?
The rivers of France.
Oh, yes. Please name the 4 chief rivers of France.
No, we weren't, sir.
Huh?
We were talking about Catiline.
Catiline?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. Yes?
Pardon me, Mr. Brooke, but a young lady from next door is here and says she's come to visit Master Lawrence.
What?
She has some blancmange with her.
Oh, jolly. Can't we let her in?
But Mr. Lawrence has given strict orders that the young master is to stay in the solarium and see no one except you, sir, for his lesson.
Quite right, he has. Until you're absolutely better.
But I'm all right, sir.
We'll have to say Master Lawrence is not receiving the master's orders.
I've told her, so now she insists on seeing the master. She says the orders are a great mistake, and she wants to tell him so.
Good heavens.
I think you'd better talk to her, Mr. Brooke.
I'd better. Master Lawrence, please stay here. Is there anything I can do for you, miss?
Yes, sir, there is. I'd like to speak to Mr. Lawrence, please.
Well, he's in his study, and we never disturb him in his study.
Are you afraid of him?
Miss, we obey his instructions.
Which is his study? Because I'd like to speak to him a moment, and I'll go in myself, if you don't
Well,
mind.
really, I don't think that is,
Why are you all so afraid of him? I'm sure he's really a kind man at heart. I'm not afraid of him because he's already shown that
What's this? Who's not afraid of who?
Well, Mr. Lawrence, I don't...
Mr. Lawrence, we were just talking about you.
Indeed?
Yes. I was saying I was sure you were really a kind man at heart. After all, you sent us that wonderful dinner at Christmas time, and...
Ah, yes, my grandson's idea.
Well, I know that your grandson has been sick, and so I brought over some blancmange we made this morning. It'll slide down his throat easily, and...
How charming of you. Mr. Brooke, why are you standing here in the hall arguing with this young lady?
Well, sir, I don't know.
Everybody seemed to think I'd broken the rules of the household, so I wanted to talk to you, Mr. Lawrence. Sir, don't you think you're really too strict with the boy?
Miss March, I really think that
Just a second, Mr. Brooke. Let her go on.
You see, I think you have too many rules here. Your grandson so seldom gets out, and he studies so hard. Now, if he could come to our house for tea now and then and have some fun, I'm sure it would do him good.
So you think I'm too harsh with him, eh? And you're not afraid of me. Well, bless you. Maybe I do watch over him like an old grandmother. You see, we lost his father and mother long ago, and so he's my responsibility. But I'm sure no harm could come to him in that delightful home of yours, so I'll tell you what. Tomorrow the boy shall come to you for tea, if he won't be in the way.
Indeed, he won't.
You're very kind to invite him. And now, Mr. Brooke, will you escort this young lady safely back to her house?
I'm not a young lady, sir, and I don't need to be escorted.
Nonsense. You shan't go alone. Mr. Brooke.
Yes, sir. My arm, Miss March?
Well...
Give my regards to your family, Miss March.
Oh, I will indeed, sir. Don't you think it's a little silly escorting me 40 yards across the lawn to my own house?
Well, we couldn't let you go alone.
I've been running around here since I was a child.
Yes, but you're not a child now, miss. That is, hardly.
Oh, look out for that ice, Mr. Brooke.
Oh, thank you.
You're Master Lawrence's tutor, aren't you, sir?
Yes, I am.
You must be very learned.
Well, the more one learns, the more one finds to be learned, Miss March.
How true that must be.
Miss March, you are the second of the 4 sisters?
Yes, I'm Joe. The oldest is Meg.
Oh, yes.
She's the pretty one with the blonde hair. She's lovely.
Meg. Oh, yes.
Well, here we are, Mr. Brooke. It was nice of you to...
Joe, did you actually...
Meg, dear. I'd like you to meet Mr. Brooke, Master Lawrence's tutor.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do? I'm charmed. And now I must return. Good day, Miss March, and, Miss March.
Good day, Mr.
Good day,
Brooke.
Mr. Brooke, and thank you.
Joe, how could you? How could you?
Oh, Meg, they were awfully nice to me. Really, Meg. Why, Meg, you're blushing.
From that day on, we saw quite a bit of the Lawrence family. The boy Laurie often came to our house, but I couldn't have foreseen then all that my neighborly visit would lead to. One spring day in the garden with Laurie, I was reading him a story I'd just finished.
Go on.
The Count stood as one changed to stone, and turning to the bewildered crowd, Ferdinand added, with a mysterious smile upon his lips, "To you, my gallant friends, I can only wish that your wooing may prosper as mine has done, and that you may all win as fair a bride as I have by my masked marriage."
Joe, it's capital. Christopher Columbus.
I took it to the newspaper office yesterday. Nobody in the family knows I'm to hear the editor's verdict next week.
Josephine March, a real authoress.
If they use that story, they'll pay me $1.50 for it. In time, I can help support the family.
And now I have a secret for you.
Well, out with it.
Oh, this is rich. You promise not to tell.
Come on now.
Well, you remember last week Meg was looking for a glove she lost?
At the party you gave, yup.
Well...
Have you found it?
No, but,
Why are you so mysterious?
I know where it is.
Where?
Well...
Come on, tell me.
Mr. Brooke.
What about him?
His pocket.
You mean Mr. Brooke has it in his pocket?
His inside pocket. Mm-hmm. I caught him looking at it this morning. When I came in the room, he quickly stuffed it away and looked in the other direction. Well, what do you think?
But they've hardly ever spoken.
Well, that's not necessary.
I think it's dreadful.
Why, what's the matter?
It's awful. I don't know why you think it's so funny.
Oh, I thought it was jolly. I thought you'd be pleased.
Pleased? Oh, I hate this sort of thing. Lover business. I hate it.
I thought I was bringing you some plummy news.
Don't you see, Laurie? Our family's always been so close. We mean so much to each other. And now this means it's all going to change. If Meg leaves, it'll never be the same. It'll all break up and... Oh, I hope she doesn't go.
Joe, why should you feel that way?
I do, that's all.
Joe?
Yes, Mommy?
Could you come in the house a minute?
All right, Mommy.
There's something I must tell you.
Amy, Beth, come downstairs. Family meeting. Coming.
What's it about?
I don't know. Don't you know?
No, what is it, Mommy?
Well, you'll hear in a moment.
Coming. What's it about? We're all here now.
You look worried, Mommy.
Children, I want you to be brave. It's about your father.
Oh,
Father?
Mommy.
A telegram has just come. Your husband is very ill in Washington Hospital.
Oh.
Please come at once.
Oh,
Now, don't cry, children. Now, above all, we must think clearly and quickly and face our tasks. I must leave for Washington tonight to be with your father. The train goes at 8 o'clock. Don't cry, Beth.
I won't, Mommy.
Joe, I've written a letter to Aunt March. For your father, I'm not ashamed to beg from our relatives. I've asked her for money for the trip here. Without it, I can't afford to go. Will you take it and do all you can to persuade her?
She'll croak about it something awful. She has such a temper.
I know, but we must try.
I'll go, Mommy.
Meg, I want you to get my black leather trunk from the attic.
What's this? A trip to Washington? Stuff and nonsense.
Aunt March, you must,
Oh,
please.
I always said it was foolishness, your father trotting off to war.
Aunt March, I beg you.
I told him wars are won by soldiers, not chaplains.
Aunt March, listen, please.
Now, maybe next time he'll listen to me and not go off, leaving others to look after his family and treat them to trips to Washington.
Aunt March, you have no right to put it that way. Father is sick.
Silence, girl, and mend your manners. Trip to Washington, I say again, rubbish, stuff and nonsense.
Mommy, why isn't Joe back yet?
I can't imagine. I'm beginning to get worried. What can she be doing, children?
I don't know. She's been gone so long.
I have to go soon.
Oh, isn't it just like Joe suddenly to disappear when... Oh, the door.
I'll answer it.
Madam.
Oh, Oh, yes, Mr. Brooks.
Mr. Lawrence, hearing of your trip, has just commissioned me to go to Washington to transact for him certain necessary business there. And, since we shall be traveling on the same train, he instructed me to place myself at your disposal and offer myself as escort for the journey. Whatever I can, I shall do, both on the journey and in Washington.
Oh, Mommy. How generous. Will you thank Mr. Lawrence? I accept gratefully.
Oh, I am glad, madam.
You don't know how reassuring this is to us, Mr. Brooks.
I am happy to be of service, Miss Meg.
The journey to Washington can be a fearful experience, I'm told.
Oh, yes.
The constant shaking in the dust and the spring rain.
Yes, indeed.
Sometimes there are floods, I know, and whole bridges collapsing.
And portions of the track washed away and simply disappearing.
And just knowing that you will be watching over Mother will be a great comfort.
Thank you, Miss Meg. And may I say...
Mommy!
Oh, Joe, there you are, dear.
Oh, thank goodness I'm on time. Oh, Mommy, Aunt March was simply dreadful. She simply said no, just a flat no, so
But dear, she did send money over. One of her maids brought it. She must have changed her mind. She sent enough for the train fare.
Oh, she did? Well, you're going to need a lot more than that, and this'll help you. You can buy something Father needs with it.
With what, dear?
Here, take it.
Heavens, Joe!
$25.
25? Why, Joe!
My word.
Wherever did you get it?
Look.
Oh, Joe, your hair, your beautiful hair.
Yup. I sold it to the wig maker. He gave me that for it. Snipped it right off.
Joe, it was your crowning glory.
No man will ever be stirred by you now.
Oh, well, what do I care for such nonsense? Father is sick. He needs help. I wanted to help him. Besides, it'll do my brains good to get that mop off them.
Joe, how can you say that about your hair?
Oh, Joe, let me hug you, girl. It was a fine thing you did to sacrifice your greatest beauty.
Now, Mommy, you'd better be going for the train.
Oh, Joe, that impetuous spirit of yours that leads to such kind, impulsive deeds. It could also lead to trouble. Watch it when I'm gone, girl.
Yes, Mommy.
Meg, dear, my womanly Meg, your heart rules your head. See that it doesn't when it shouldn't.
I shall, Mommy.
Beth, your only fault is fear of what lies before you. Have courage, Beth.
I will, Mommy.
Amy, we all think so well of you that you sometimes think too well of yourself. Be careful.
Yes, Mommy.
Now, I must leave you. Be what your father wanted you to be. His little women.
So for the first time in our lives, we were left alone. News came from Washington that Father was improving, and we breathed more easily. Mr. Brooks sent us stiff little bulletins every day, signed...
Your faithful and obedient servant, John Brooks.
Meg read them aloud over and over again, including the signature. And so, though they were miles apart, this threat to our family seemed to grow and grow, and my heart stood still with fear as I watched her. Then... Meg, Amy, and I were sitting at home early one evening. Beth was out, but Laurie was with us.
Joe, stop gloating over that check.
Oh, how can I help it? $1.50. It'll pay for some medicine for Father.
Of course.
And the next time, they'll give me more.
Now, this is what I would call a snippy nose.
Amy, what on earth are you doing?
Is she at that business again? Amy, I wish you wouldn't.
What is it?
I'm drawing noses.
What?
I don't like my nose.
So she spends time drawing noses she'd like to have if she could choose a different one.
Now, here's an upsy-daisy little nose that I don't like, but some men might.
Amy, really? Talking about men and whether they'll like you.
Horrid, isn't she?
I know you don't like love.
Now, girls, really.
Beth is back.
Why's she knocking? That's funny. I'll open it. Well, come in. What's the matter?
Stand back. Don't come near me.
What is
Beth.
it?
You stand back and I'll come in.
All right.
What is it, Bessie?
Mercy, Beth, tell us.
I went to the Hummels again. Family Mother was looking after the baby has been sick. Tonight I held her while Mrs. Hummel went for the doctor. She died in my arms.
Oh.
You poor girl.
Oh, Amy hasn't had scarlet fever. She must stand back.
Heavens.
Have you had it, Laura?
Yes, I have.
So have I.
Beth, you've been over there 3 times this week, haven't you?
Yes, I have a fever. Doctor told me to come home at once.
Bethy, darling, sit down. Your head is like an oven. I'm afraid... Amy, you've got to leave now. Go to Aunt March.
I don't want to.
You must. You've got to.
But I don't want to
Amy,
leave.
please be...
Come, Joe. We've got to get Beth to bed.
Yes, come on, Bethy, to your room.
I'm all right.
Come, dear. We'll help you.
That's it. We'll get you into bed, dear. We'll get you into
They're
bed.
right, Amy. You've got to leave.
Can't I help?
Not here, you can't. Why, if you get it too, it'd be a catastrophe. This is a bad thing.
Still, I wish
Now, Amy, look, you can help most by going. Look, I'll follow the example of the worthy Mr. Brooke. I'll put myself in charge of bulletins, and every day I'll drop in on you and let you know how things are.
Will you, Laurie?
Why, of course. And I'll do even more. I'll bring you surprises.
Oh.
I'll bring you a flower from our garden every day. And I'll bring you pictures of handsome men and women with interesting noses.
Do you promise, Laurie?
Of course.
Well, I'll go then.
Good girl.
Laurie.
Yes, Joe?
Laurie. Could you go for our doctor, Dr. Bangs?
Of course, at once. Look, Amy's going to be sensible and go to your aunt's.
I'm glad, Amy.
I'll go right
now. Wait
now.
Wait a minute. Before you go, one thing. We mustn't write a word to Mommy. If we did, she'd come at once and leave Father. That would be dreadful.
I'm afraid she would.
So not a word. Oh, I could lash myself. If I hadn't been so intent on my stories, I'd have been going to the Hummels instead of Beth. Each time, all three of us left it to her.
Joe, don't blame yourself.
We'll make it up if we can.
Joe, if there's anything I can do, please understand. All I want is to help you in every possible way.
Oh, thanks, Laurie.
The crisis came a week later. Beth was very sick, and one day as she lay on her bed mumbling incoherently, we finally sent a wire to Mommy. We waited anxiously for her to come. That night, none of us slept. Mr. Lawrence paced in the living room downstairs. Laurie lay on the hearthrug. Meg and I stayed in the room with Beth, sleeping in turns at the foot of her bed. The hours went by.
What's she doing? With her hands, look.
She's playing the piano on the bed covers.
Can you tell the tune?
It's what she always played. Sing it to her, Meg. She's smiling, Meg.
Oh, Meg, don't.
I'm so wicked, Joe.
No, you're not, Meg.
I am. That day Beth went to the Hummels when I wouldn't go. It was because I wanted to sit home and read Mr. Brooks' letters over and over. It was wicked of me.
Meg.
I've only talked to him 3 or 4 times. Mother said that my heart rules my head. She was right. Oh, Joe, if Beth gets better, I'll never let myself have such thoughts again.
Don't say that, Meg.
God, help Beth get better. There's nothing I won't do. Amen.
Meg, she's breathing more easily.
Oh.
Her forehead is cooler. She's sleeping naturally. The change has come, Meg.
Oh.
There's the carriage.
It's stopping at our door.
That's Mommy, and there's Father, too. They've come.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, Meg, they've come in time.
The curtain has fallen on the first act of the Theatre Guild production of Little Women, presented by U.S. Steel and starring Katharine Hepburn. Before our play continues, here is George Hicks with a Christmas message.
The night was dark and cold, and there was snow on the hills of Judea as a weary man led a donkey into the outskirts of a town in southern Palestine. He and his wife had come a long way. According to the Romans, the date was 754. According to our calendar, it was 1 day B.C., and the man and his wife were named Joseph and Mary. Through the crowded streets of Bethlehem, they went to the inn, but it was filled and there was no room for them. So they took refuge in the only place they could find, a warm stable. And there in the stable, a boy was born. A manger was his crib. At about that time, 3 wise men entered the city of Jerusalem. They said that they'd been led by a star out of the east to find the newborn child who would be king of his people. And they bore gifts of gold and incense for the infant. The 3 wise men were directed to Bethlehem because an ancient prophecy had foretold the birth of the ruler there. In the stable, as the happy parents were admiring their firstborn, shepherds came, bringing presents. They told how they'd been tending their sheep on the hills around Bethlehem when an angel appeared and said, "I bring you tidings of great joy. This day is born a Savior, Christ the Lord." The angel had sent them to the stable. And then the sky was filled with angels saying, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men.
We pause now for station identification.
Get ready, Bethy. Here comes Father now.
To think I've heard my 4 girls singing together again. How good that sounded with my little Beth at the piano again. Are you all right, Beth?
Oh, yes, Father.
But now, Father and Bethy are going back to bed. Come, Beth.
Yes, Mommy. It was so good to get up and all be together again.
The most joyful reunion party that ever happened.
Now you must rest, both of you.
We'll go with you, Beth.
Thanks, Meg. Amy.
Come, dear.
Coming.
Joe, why so solemn-faced about a celebration?
It's wonderful they're both getting well.
Well, then why the gloomy countenance?
This house is full of suspense and foreboding. There's an unfinished matter to be settled. It hangs over us like a sword.
You mean Brooke and Meg?
Yes. Mommy came back calling Mr. Brooke John.
Really?
Down in Washington, he spoke to her and Father, wondered if he might, at the proper time, address his attentions to Miss Margaret. They said yes.
Wonderful. Well, have you finally reconciled yourself to the idea?
Of course I haven't. I hate it.
Why, Joe, do you want me to make you a wager? I'll wager you'll be next, Joe.
Please, Laurie, don't say that. Don't you see what's happening? Our whole family is going to smash.
Don't be so melodramatic about it, Joe. I guess I'd better let you get over your gloom, so I'll clear out. What? Joe, look there in the hall. Old Brooke left his umbrella in your umbrella stand, the sly dog. I'm sure it's an excuse to come back at the proper moment.
Miss Margaret.
Oh, Mr. Brooke.
Forgive the intrusion. I hope it's not untimely. I came to inquire about your father. That is, I came for my umbrella. That is,
He's in the umbrella stand. I mean, it's doing very nicely, thank you.
Oh, Miss March. It's so good to see you laughing and happiness returning to this home.
We owe much of it to you, sir.
Oh, does that mean that I might share in this joy?
One surely deserves the happiness one brings to others.
Margaret,
Mr. Brooke.
Are you afraid of me, Margaret?
How can I be afraid of one who's been so good to Father?
Margaret, do you suppose, is it possible? Can it be? Oh, Margaret, I love you. I love you.
Now, look, Joe, I've been trying to talk to you.
I know you have,
You
Laurie.
keep running away from me.
I know I do.
Now, sit still for a moment, Joe. We've got to have this out.
No, let's not, Laurie. We're such good friends. Don't you see?
I don't see. That's just what I mean. Oh, look, Joe. After a little more schooling, Grandfather's going to put me to work in one of his offices and...
Laurie, please don't go on.
But this is what I've been trying to say.
I wish you wouldn't.
Joe, for months I've been in and out of this house. Do you think I had any reason for coming except to see you? I love you, Joe. Won't you marry me?
That's what I was afraid of.
Why?
Oh, Laurie, I didn't want it to come to this. I so much wanted that you shouldn't get hurt. You've meant so much to me that...
But that's what I mean, Joe. What we mean to each other.
Laurie, I don't love you.
Well, couldn't you learn to?
No. Love doesn't come that way.
I'm so terribly sorry.
Oh, this is kind of a jolt. I've banked on this for such a long time.
You mustn't anymore, Laurie.
This isn't something a person can just put aside. I'll ask you again, Joe.
And so you see, Mommy, I've got to get away.
Away?
I'm so horrid and restless, and with things as they are with Laurie, I've got to leave.
What do you want to do, dear?
Mommy, you remember that Mrs. Kirk and her 2 children? She went to New York to start a boarding home.
Yes?
Well, I thought I might write to her and ask for a position as governess. Then I could be in New York and get more ideas for stories. I've sold 3 stories now, and I'm sure I could get along. That's what I want to do, Mommy. I've got to get away.
Perhaps it would be best for both you and Laurie.
Poor Laurie. I feel as if I'm stabbing my best friend.
Well, I want you to value your freedom till you tire of it, because only then will you learn there is something better.
Oh, thank you, Mommy. You see, I want action, not love.
I wrote to Mrs. Kirk, and she gave me a position. I arrived in New York on a clear fall day, and I felt the world was before me. My room was a skylight room with a simple bare table to work at. Mrs. Kirk's children were a handful, but my evenings were my own, and then I worked like a demon. At first, I didn't speak very much to other people at the boarding house. But one day, a man was playing a piano in the parlor. I stopped, standing in the doorway, listening. He was an Austrian professor.
Oh, excuse me. I did not see you.
Oh, please don't stop. It's so beautiful. What's the name of it? I'd so love to send it to my sister Beth.
The music is Tchaikovsky for a poem by Goethe. Nur wer die Sehnsucht kennt, weiß, was ich leide.
Nur wer die
Wait, I give you in English. None but the lonely heart can know my sorrow. Alone and parted, far from joy and gladness, my senses fail. A burning fire devours me. None but the lonely heart can know my sadness.
My senses fail. A burning fire devours me. He means he can hardly bear the beauty in his heart because of his longing.
That is it. And Tchaikovsky felt that as you feel it. And so he makes this music that is so heartbreaking and so beautiful.
How I wish I could write something like that. Something splendid that would set other hearts on fire.
That is genius. It is not given to all, that so divine gift. But you wish to write, my little friend?
Yes, I do. That's my longing. And I'm not doing too badly. I've sold 2 stories since I've been here.
That is good, good. Could I read them, perhaps?
Oh, would you? I'd so love to have your opinion.
I should be happy. You have the ardent spirit. I like that. Where have these 2 stories appeared?
A magazine, The Weekly Volcano.
Weekly Volcano? I do not think I know this.
You probably haven't come across it.
You let me have the stories. I would love to read them.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Morning, Miss March.
Good morning, Mamie. Mamie, are you going in to clean the professor's room?
Try to. Kind of hopeless, if you see what I mean.
I see what you mean.
Books, papers.
Pipes and old flutes. What's that half-finished boat over there?
Something he was making for the kids. He's always making something. Come in, that's all right. Everybody walks in down here. He likes it.
Oh, no. I just wanted to leave my stories for him. Only I don't know where to put them. They'd be lost in all this.
Up there on the mantelpiece. You'll see them there.
With these books?
Sure.
Shakespeare, Dante, Homer, Plato? I wouldn't dare. Oh, well, there they go. The Weekly Volcano, The Greek Slave, or Constantine the Avenger, etc.
Look, the poor man.
Why, he's been donning his own socks.
Sure, there ain't nothing he don't do. Always working, always helping somebody. You know what he's doing here, don't you?
No, what?
We found out by accident. He's really a famous professor from the University of Vienna, mind you. And he left that and came over here to look after his 2 orphan nephews. Oh, what he don't do for those children. Such a good man. He'd probably be in some university here, and he came not knowing much English, so he stays here and gives lessons.
Mamie, give me a couple of those socks. He needn't know. I'll fix them up, and you can slip them back when they're done. But, don't tell him, please.
Not a word.
Miss Marsh? Josephine Marsh?
What is it, Mrs. Kirk?
Some visitors here for you.
Oh, yes, I'll be right down.
They're in the parlor.
Amy, Joe, and Aunt Marge.
Good afternoon, Josephine.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you. What a wonderful surprise. How did it happen? What's it about? Oh, I'm so happy. Joe, you look fine. So do you, and you too, Aunt Marge.
Stuff and nonsense. I don't do anything of the sort. I'm an old woman and my bones are gouty. Why should I go around looking like a young chit?
You do to me, Aunt Marge.
Rubbish, utter rubbish.
How is Mommy and Father? And how is Bethy?
Beth is better, but she's not as rosy as she used to be.
Oh, why doesn't my Bethy get strong?
I don't know. Joe, guess where we're off to?
Where? Tell me.
Europe.
Oh, Amy, how wonderful.
Yes, we're taking my old bones to Vichy to try the waters. I'm taking Amy for the trip.
Also to look after you.
Nonsense, I can look after myself. All I seem to do is to provide transportation for your impoverished family. Trips to Washington, trips to New York, trips to Europe.
You're awfully good to us, Aunt March.
Well, I don't mean to be. And it wouldn't be necessary if you weren't all so addle-pated. Meg gets married. She doesn't marry. A poor tutor, yes, she does. And you snub the wealthiest young man in town. Mark my word, someday you'll all learn to take my advice.
Maybe we will, Aunt March.
Joe, did you see Laurie when he was here?
Laurie? In New York?
You mean he didn't come to see you?
No, I never saw a sign of him.
He went on a business trip with his grandfather. They're in Paris now. Maybe we'll see them there. But he'll be back home soon.
Laurie in New York and never came to see me.
Well, what do you expect, you willful girl, after the way you treated him?
We were such good friends.
He was awfully hurt, Joe, when you left. But he still loves you. Oh, Joe, if you just let him know, somehow I know he'd...
No, Amy, it's nothing like that.
Do you want to go in my place, Joe? You ought to, really, and then maybe you'd see him.
Oh, no, of course not. I wouldn't think of it.
Well, we have to be at the steamship office before it closes. Come, Amy.
Come in. Oh, Professor.
Miss March, I have read these stories. You would like perhaps to discuss them?
Oh, yes, I would like to. Come in, won't you?
Good.
You look a little frightening. Did you like the stories?
I must be honest. I was disappointed.
You were?
Now, this, what is it called?
The Curse of the Coventrys, Constantine the Avenger?
Yes. Miss March, why do you write these artificial characters? Villains, vipers, murderesses, witches. Oh, such women. Miss March, why don't you...
Well, I tried.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to hurt you. What a blundering fool I am. Forgive me.
Please, it isn't that. Don't pay any attention to me. It's just that I've made a mess of everything as I always do. But I never thought I never thought he'd come to New York.
Laurie? Is this your very good friend?
Yes, in a way. He came to New York and never even saw me. But then, why should he?
I see. And then on top of that, the professor comes blundering and makes things worse.
No. If I can't stand the truth, I'm not good for anything. I didn't think the stories were very good. But the curse of the Coventrys was the blessing of the Marches. And Constantine the Avenger paid the butcher's bill. And the Duke's daughter is going to send Beth to the mountains next summer where she ought to be.
That is what I have thought. And so I said to myself, maybe I have no right to speak. And then I have thought, no, I have no right to be silent. For look you, Miss March, you have talent.
Oh, do you really think so?
Otherwise I would not say it. But be true to that talent. Sweep mud in the street before you cheapen it. While you are young, write about the things in your heart. The brave, simple things you understand now. And maybe later, when you know the weight of sorrow and on the human heart, then you can write of those poor, wretched murderers and make them live and breathe with your pen, as Shakespeare did. Look, I brought him for you. I give you this book. Between these covers is a whole library. Read it, and he will help you.
Oh, thank you. I'll try.
And you are not angry with the blundering professor who takes the wrong time for his lectures?
No, I'm so grateful. And I'm happy that you would talk to me.
Miss March, I sometimes get from a friend seats for the Academy of Music. Would you accompany me sometimes?
Oh, I'd love it.
In the following weeks, we went out often together. To concerts, then to plays and museums and operas. Forgotten were the weekly volcano and the curse of the Coventrys. But instead, I was suddenly filled with the beauty of Mozart, Beethoven, Rembrandt, and Leonardo. Filled, and a little giddy, too, perhaps. I remember one evening as we came back late to the boarding house in the hall downstairs.
Oh, it is good to see you so flushed and happy.
Oh, I've had a wonderful time, Professor. I've made up my mind. I've decided to be an opera singer.
Wait, don't decide yet. After the circus, you felt a bareback ride that was the most beautiful of all careers. And after the museum, you decided to be a painter and...
But I'm going to be all of them. Oh, Professor, you're fun to be with. I wish you could meet my family. They'd enjoy you. I keep writing them all about you.
You do?
Oh, yes, and they always ask questions about you in their letters.
Indeed?
Oh, yes. For example, when... Why, look at that. A telegram for me. Mrs. Kirk must have left it here. Oh, no.
My little friend, what is it?
It's my sister, Beth. Mother says I must come home right away.
I'm very sorry.
Yes, I'll pack tonight. I'll leave on the morning train.
What can I do for you?
Well, you'll be busy with your lessons in the morning.
But when will I see you? You will be back?
Well, I don't know, Professor. You see, the writing, the weekly volcano and all that, I burned those up. There's nothing left of all that work but ashes. All that is finished. And if I'm not going to write those, I can't really afford to live here.
I can't tell you how all this grieves me.
Professor, will you come and see us sometime?
May I? Shall I?
Yes, I want you to.
Tell me, your sister and that friend in Europe, are they back yet?
They're on their way, I think.
I see.
Yes. This is awfully sudden, isn't it?
Terribly sudden.
Poor Beth.
What do we hear from Amy, Mommy?
She'll be home next month. Tell me something, Joe.
What, Mommy?
Would it hurt you terribly if you learned that Laurie had learned to care for somebody else?
Amy?
Well, I was only reading between the lines. Amy's letters have said a lot about Laurie, and we've had letters from Laurie, too, full of Amy.
Laurie and Amy.
Would it hurt you terribly?
Wouldn't I be selfish if it did? Laurie and Amy. It's wonderful, isn't it, Mommy? It's right, isn't it? It's really fine.
I hope you feel that way, because that's how I think it will be.
Mommy was right. Laurie and Amy came back husband and wife, hilariously happy, knowing that they always really loved each other and always had been meant for each other. And they set up housekeeping in a beautiful little house nearby. Then there were just Beth and I.
Sit with me, Joe.
I'll never leave you, Bethy.
Joe, you always reminded me of a seagull, fond of the wind and dreaming of flying far out to sea. Mommy said I was more like a cricket, chirping contentedly at home. I guess very soon I'll be home forever.
Beth closed her eyes. She slept quietly, and she never woke again. And we laid her to rest. Then it was November. The snow fell quietly and gently in our town. Our house was very quiet. But soon there began preparations for another Christmas, and Meg and Amy, Brooke and Laurie were in and out. And I didn't know which was harder to bear, the loneliness or the laughter. I only know that I began to go for long walks. And sometimes I went up into the garret again, where I'd written my very first stories and wrote a few words. And one time I showed them to Mommy and Father.
Why, dear, this is fine. It's
Joe,
so different.
It's beautiful.
Why, Father, you have a tear in your eye.
It's so fine, Joe.
But this isn't anything. It's nothing I've done. It's just everything about you and Mommy and Meg and Amy and Bethy. Things I remembered you all saying and doing. And I sent it off, and it was printed at once. And again I went tramping through the winter snow. Only the snow was turning to sleet and rain, and the world was dismal. I was very, very lonely. Except that everywhere was the merriment of Christmas. And then, just a step from home...
Miss Joe!
Professor!
Miss Joe, I come to see you.
Oh, my friend. How did you know? How did you know I wanted to see you above all else?
I said I would come.
Yes, and you have. I hoped you would.
But what do you do without any umbrella in this terrible weather? Here, come under mine.
I will. Here
That's
I
it.
am. It's turned to rain.
And raining harder.
Come to our house is just this way. Oh, Professor, how did you happen to come?
I have been invited by a nearby college to discuss a position they offer me.
Christopher Columbus, that's fine.
Also, I read somewhere one of your stories. It made me feel you had found yourself and were no more restless and discontented.
But my name wasn't on that story.
It was about your family, no?
Yes, it was. It was.
You have told me of them, and at once I recognized them, and I knew it was you, a different you.
That's right. Thanks to you, Professor. Oh, I've missed you so. I've been so lonely for you.
Is that true?
Yes, Professor.
Then, would it be possible?
Yes.
Do you think that you and I...
Yes, Professor?
Here, hold the umbrella over you. You are getting wet.
I'm all right. Please go on with what you were saying, Professor.
This is your house?
Yes, this is our home, Professor.
They are making music inside.
Yes, they're all together.
Perhaps I'm through.
No, please don't go. Don't go. Come in, Professor.
Joe, before we go in...
Yes?
I want to ask you...
Yes?
Oh, how stupid of me. I meant to stop at some stores for presents for you and your family. And now, Joe, I come with empty arms.
Not empty now, Professor.
Joe, I love you.
Heart's dearest. Welcome home.
The curtain has fallen on the Theatre Guild production, Little Women, presented by U.S. Steel and starring Katharine Hepburn. Here again is Lawrence Langner to tell you about next week's Theatre Guild play to be presented by United States Steel. Mr. Langner.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we want to wish you all a very happy Christmas. And we send our special good wishes to all those actors and actresses who are away from their homes and families, playing in theaters all over the country and for our troops abroad. Since this is the holiday season, we have selected Walter Houston in Knickerbocker Holiday, the famous musical by Maxwell Anderson with music by Kurt Weill, for next Sunday's program. Walter Houston will play Peter Stuyvesant, the role he created on Broadway, and in which he'll sing the delightful September song, which has probably been responsible for more May and December marriages than anything on record. With Mr. Houston will be David Brooks from the Broadway success Bloomer Girl and Jean Darling from our own musical Carousel.
Great scenes from great plays with your host, Walter Hamden, and starring tonight Mr. Henry Fonda in Young Mr. Lincoln. On behalf of the families of the Protestant Episcopal Church in your own community and the Episcopal Actors Guild, we welcome you to another half hour of great scenes from great plays, transcribed by famous artists of stage, screen, and radio. And now your host, the distinguished actor-manager, Mr. Walter Hamden.
Thank you, and good evening. Our play tonight is memorable for its portrayal of one of our greatest men in his youth. It's called Young Mr. Lincoln. Now, though he's already tall and well-known out in Illinois, in tonight's story, Abraham Lincoln has not yet cast his long, historic shadow on our land. He's just young Lincoln. And our play deals with just one episode in his life, an episode which is an inspiring illustration of his greatness. And here to portray this man for us is the distinguished star of the current Broadway hit, Mr. Roberts. I'm pleased to have you meet Mr. Henry Fonda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamden. You know, we sort of always think of Lincoln as a sorrowful man of history. You forget about Abe, the young fellow full of sass, country humor, and homely beginnings. His downright plainness, for one, a kind of twinkling honesty, and already that sense of justice burning inside him. That's what this story shows. That's the Springfield Lincoln that came to be America's Lincoln.
Yes, Henry, our play shows the greatness born of humility. So let us raise the curtain now on Young Mr. Lincoln, adapted for radio by Alan Sloan and starring Henry Fonda. The heart of Springfield in Illinois back in America's youngish days is like most small towns of the time, a public square formed by courthouse and church, store and tavern, bank and blacksmithy, plain-clad people on the wooden sidewalks, the gentry in smart carriages on dirt roads. But the young man who comes riding in upon a borrowed pony is quite unlike most people, so much so he's quickly recognized even in the state capitol.
Hey, what are you doing in Springfield?
Going to be a lawyer, friend.
Oh, what do you know about law?
Not enough to hurt me.
An ungainly figure, legs too long, pantaloons too short, coat too skimpy, hat too high, horse too small even, and his face...
Say, Abe, I got a watch rightfully belongs to you.
How come, friend?
Fella said I was to keep it till I met someone uglier than me. Boy, you've won it.
If you're going on looks, friend, maybe you better throw in the chain, too.
Young Mr. Lincoln came to Springfield to be a lawyer. Behind him, the rail-splitting, the love and the loss of a girl called Anne, the hard study of law in borrowed books. Ahead, small cases, tall tales told down in the courthouse square.
I told him, sure, I'm common folks. Lord must have loved the common folks. He made so many of them.
Say, Abe.
How's that?
Hey, look there. Isn't that Steve Douglas walking there with the lady?
Sure is. Don't he strut, though?
Ah, look at that. She's gone and caught her parasol in the cottonwood tree.
Look at him stretch, though. Well, now, my legs will come in handy there.
Please don't tear it, Mr. Douglas. Do be careful.
Excuse me, ma'am. Now I'll fetch it down. There.
Why, thank you, Mr.
May I present Mr. Abraham Lincoln, Mr. Lincoln, Miss Mary Todd.
It's a pleasure, ma'am, I'm sure.
Thank you. I've heard some mighty fine things about you.
Well, ma'am, just don't you believe all you hear.
I hear you've got that murder case on for tomorrow.
That's true, but I don't hear, Mr. Douglas, that your silver tongue is assisting the state to prosecute. If it was, I reckon I wouldn't have a chance.
Oh, balderdash. I had been approached on the matter, but previous commitments...
Of a political nature?
Interfered.
Naturally. Well, ma'am, I'll be leaving now, if you'll allow.
I hope we'll meet again, Mr. Lincoln. Won't you call?
Ma'am, it'll take a court order to stop me.
So that's Abraham Lincoln. My.
Very quaint. You should see him in court.
Oh, yes. What is this case you spoke of?
Oh, a village affair. 2 young men held for the murder of a third. Lincoln is defending the 2 brothers. The state requested my advice, but to my opinion it was unnecessary. Lincoln can't win.
I should like to go to the trial.
Would you accompany me and see him make a fool of himself?
Why, yes, I'd be delighted. I'd like to see him in court.
Oh, yes, oh, yes. The Honorable Court of the 8th Judicial Circuit of the State of Illinois is now in session. Judge Herbert A. Ball presiding.
All right, Mr. Clerk, let's get started.
Yes, Your Honor. The State of Illinois versus Matt Clay and Adam Clay, brothers, charged with the murder of Henry C., known as Scrub White.
Is the state ready, Mr. Felder? May it please the court, the state is ready. Ready, sir, and waiting. And the defense? The defense!
Oh, as soon as I fix these galluses of mine, Your Honor, I'll pitch in like a dog into a root. Now, Ed, you being the last of these 12 good men and true, I got a right to challenge as jurors. Mind if I ask you, you drink?
Well, yes.
Cuss?
Well, yes.
Got a job?
Well, no.
Like to loaf?
Yes.
Ever tell a lie?
Why, sure.
And you're just the kind of honest man I'm looking for. Take your place. Mr. Prosecutor, it's your move.
Gentlemen of the jury, the good book says, thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill. But Matt Clay and Adam Clay did not heed that commandment. 2 against 1. They came at Scrub White with their deadly weapons. Scrub White, a man, an American who loved life, loved the blue heavens, the soft caress of the wind, the gentleness of a woman's smile. He loved life, but he is dead. And there, gentlemen, sit his murderers. I tell you, gentlemen, they ought to be wiped out as a man wipeth a plate.
Friend, I hope you aren't going to charge a state mileage for all the traveling you've done up and down in front of that jury.
Your Honor, I would like to call Sheriff Billings. Sheriff, as duly sworn officer of the law, have you ever seen this knife before?
Yes, sir. It's a knife they killed Scrub with.
Sheriff, did you see him do it?
No, but counsel will voice his objections to the court.
Sheriff, what else did you find at the scene?
A jug of liquor, about 3/4 full.
They'd been drinking?
As usual, they said.
That's all. Your witness, Mr. Lincoln.
Sheriff, where's that jug now?
In my jail.
And he left?
Well, some.
How much?
Oh, about 1/4.
Who drank it?
Well...
That's all.
Your Honor, I submit that in attempting to discredit the witness, an officer of the law, my worthy colleague, is not only casting discredit upon the state, but in so doing is departing the merits of the case itself. I object.
Sustained. Mr. Lincoln, I'll ask you to confine your remarks to this.
Trial goes on. Young Mr. Lincoln makes his small points, but the trend of the trial is clear. The state has a case. And so that night, after adjournment, young Mr. Lincoln rides out from town to visit the mother of his 2 clients.
Well, Mother Clay, I split you some kindling. People used to say I could sink an axe deeper than anybody they ever did see. Now, I want you to do something for me. But first, you mustn't be afraid of me.
I ain't, sir. It's for my boys, I'm afraid.
I know, but you've got to answer me some questions. You've got to tell me the truth. Bible says to.
Yes, I know.
Well, then, will you answer me straight?
I'll try.
All right, then. Mrs. Clay, which one of your boys killed Scrub White? You've got to tell me. Was it Adam? Was it Matt, then? Tell me. I'm your lawyer. You can trust me.
I can't tell you. I just can't.
I don't want to scare you, ma'am, but I've got a fight on my hands. I've got to know what I'm doing. I've got to know. Whose knife was it, then? Adam's or...
I can't. I trust you, sir, but I can't tell.
Why? Why not?
Because it'd be like choosing between them to live or die.
But what made them both say they'd done it?
Well, Matt said it 'cause he's the oldest. And Adam, he said it 'cause Matt's got a wife and baby, I reckon. Mr. Lincoln, I'd like to help you, but I can't choose between my boys.
Just one more question. Could I stretch out here in front of the hearth and do some work?
Work?
Writing. Sort of note down some ideas about the trial. I have to figure things out. Need some paper, too.
Oh, paper. Well, we don't have none, but could you use this, maybe?
Reckon I could, but ma'am, I hate to take your almanac.
Hey, Abe Lincoln.
Right here. What's the trouble?
Down to the jail. There's a mob down there yelling for blood. They're out to hang the Clay boys.
You'll have to excuse me, Miss Clay. I better get right down there.
String him up! Lynch him!
Lynch him!
Lynch him! Lynch him!
Hold on, you men. Hold on. Now listen to me.
Get out of the way!
Run him down! Get off them steps. We got nothing against you, Lincoln, but get down.
Which one of you is man enough to make me? Well, that's better.
Ain't nobody scared of you. Go get him, man!
Well, I thought I'd find that big mouth of yours here telling others what to do.
Get off in there, Lincoln, or we'll give it to you, too!
Well, first time I ever heard of you trying to break into jail. Now, gentlemen, all joking aside, let's look at this matter from my side. You all know I'm a fresh lawyer trying to get ahead. What are you boys trying to do? Do me out of my first clients?
Go ahead, eh?
It's more than that, though. I can get other clients, I hope, but hanging these without the pomp and show of law, why, that's a little permanent.
I guess you're right.
The chief trouble is when you start taking the law into your own hands, you're just as apt in the confusion and fun to hang somebody who's not a murderer as somebody who is. Might get so a fella can't pass a tree or look at a rope without feeling uneasy.
He makes sense.
So we sort of lose our heads times like this and do things together we'd be mighty ashamed to do by ourselves. Why, take Jeremiah Carter there. There's not a finer, more God-fearing man in Springfield. Jeremiah, I wouldn't be surprised if you were to go right home now, take down a certain book and look into it. Maybe you'll just happen to hit on these words. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. That's all I've got to say, friends. Good night. Reckon I'll see y'all tomorrow, though, at the trial.
Mr. Felder, you may resume for the state. Your Honor, I should like to recall my witness, Mr. J. Palmer Cass. Mr. Cass. Mr. Cass, just what did you and Scrub White do the day of the murder?
Objection.
Sustained? Or the day of the occurrence?
Well, Scrub and me had a little argument, and he went off by himself. Next thing I knew, I heard shouting, and I run as fast as I could. When I got there, Scrub was laying on the ground, and these two fellas were standing over him.
Where was the knife?
Why, on the ground between them.
Your witness, Mr. Lincoln.
Brother Cass, what was this argument about between you and the late Scrub?
Rather not say.
I'd rather you did say.
Well, if you got to know, it was politics.
That's so?
Yeah. I said I figured you had more sense in politics than Stephen Douglas. And Scrub said you had no more sense than a hen in a duck pond.
You see, Miss Todd, that man Lincoln is hopeless.
Yes, Mr. Douglas. I'm afraid he is.
Now let's see what further blunders
Your
the man
Honor,
will make.
I would like to call a surprise witness. May it please the court, the state desires to call at this time an eyewitness, Mrs. Abigail Clay.
Miss Abigail Clay?
What does he expect to gain by calling her?
Abigail Clay.
Do I have to go?
Reckon so. Reckon there isn't anything I can do about it.
Take a stand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Say I do.
I do.
You are the mother of Adam and Matt Clay here?
Yes, sir.
You love your boys, don't you, Mrs. Clay?
Yes, sir.
You'd like to save their lives, wouldn't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm sure you would. Now, you were present the night Scrub White was killed?
I seen him fighting.
Don't be afraid of me. I have no desire to see you lose your two only sons. No man could wish that less. So, Mrs. Clay, on behalf of the great state of Illinois, on behalf of the people, I offer you the life of one of your sons, provided you tell me which of your boys stabbed and killed Scrub White. Don't prompt her, Mr. Lincoln. Let her answer.
I can't.
Mrs. Clay, don't you know that under the law both your boys are equally guilty of murder? That they may both be hanged?
I won't tell you. You can't make me tell.
Don't you understand? I'm offering you the life of one son. Take it and tell us which one killed Scrub.
No.
Don't you know that this court can make you answer, that you can be sent to jail yourself? That by your mistaken affection, you're deliberately sending both boys to the gallows? Don't you know, Abigail?
That's enough of that.
Your Honor, I object.
Your Honor, I protest against the prosecution's attempt to force this woman to decide which of her sons shall live and which die. In her eyes, those boys hold equal place.
Your Honor, the law...
I may not know much of the law, Mr. Prosecutor, but I do know what's right and what's wrong, and I know that what you're doing, what you're asking, is wrong. Your Honor, look at this woman, a plain, ordinary countrywoman, can't even write her own name. But has she no feelings, no heart?
Your Honor, please.
Mr. Lincoln.
Gentlemen of the jury, I've seen Mrs. Abigail Clay only 3 times in my life, but I know everything there is to know about her, and so do you. We've seen women like her, hundreds, working in the fields, working in the kitchens, nursing the sick and helpless children. And I will tell you that such a woman will never answer the question that's been put to her here. It will take a higher court than man can summon to force her to do that, and a higher justice to judge her. Mrs. Clay, I'd rather see both your sons taken from you than see you break your heart by saving one at the expense of the other. So don't, Mrs. Clay. Don't you tell them.
May it please the court, the state wishes to spare the jury any more harrowing outbursts. And so I call to the stand one other eyewitness to the murder of Scrub White. Recall Palmer Cass to the stand. Very simply now, Mr. Cass, where were you at the time Scrub White was killed?
100 yards away, I reckon.
You saw the killing with your own eyes?
Yes, sir, I saw it.
Will you tell us how you happened to see so clearly?
Well, it was moon bright.
I see. Moon bright. The moon was full.
Sure was, bright as day.
Therefore, you could clearly see which boy pulled the knife.
Yes, sir.
The defendants will stand up. Now tell us, Mr. Cass, which of the defendants did you see stab and kill Scrub White?
That one. The big one, Adam. Yippee! Hang him! That's him!
Mr. Lincoln, your witness, if there is anything you can think of to ask him.
Oh, reckon I'll think of something. Brother Cass, can you read?
Why, sure.
That's good. But first, you're sure it was Adam Clay you saw kill Scrub White?
That's what I said.
And you stick to that?
Yep.
Reason you could see him was it was moon bright.
Moon bright it was.
All right.
All right. Huh?
That's all.
There now, Miss Todd. He's hanged his clients. What do you think of your Mr. Lincoln now?
I think I'd like to leave, Mr. Douglas. Would you be so kind?
Cass!
Hey?
You said you could read. Read this.
Huh?
This page. Just the line I got marked with a pencil. Read that line, J. Palmer Cass. Read it clear and strong to the court.
This here?
That there. Read it. Right from the almanac.
Well, I don't hanker to, but on the evening of April 16th...
The night of the killing, that is. Go on, read.
The moon will be in its first quarter. It will set at 10:21.
And the murder, by your own testimony, took place at 11. So it couldn't have been moon bright, could it? You couldn't have seen it, could you? You didn't see it, did you? Did you? No, you lied. You weren't trying to save anybody's neck but your own, Cass, were you?
No!
Why did you lie?
I didn't.
You did, and I'll tell you why. That argument you had wasn't over politics. Me and Douglas. Everybody knows what you and Scrub argue about. It was liquor and women and money.
No, sir, you're wrong, sir.
It was nothing.
It was a friendly
I'll
fight.
tell you what
he
you
was
did.
my friend.
You heard a row. You saw a fight. You saw Scrub fall. You ran over, and he was still living.
No, I don't remember. I was drinking. I was drunk. I didn't know what I was doing.
Then may God have mercy on your soul, Cass. Because when you saw that knife Matt dropped, a knife he had used in self-defense, you picked it up, and you stabbed Scrub in the back and killed him.
No, I don't remember.
These two boys, Matt and Adam, each knew he didn't do it, and each thought the other did, and that's why each confessed. And their mother couldn't say because she didn't want to hang them both. They were helpless because you killed him. You lied, and your own lie tripped you up. Now deny you did it now, can you? Answer me.
I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to. But you did. That's all. Your witness, Mr. Prosecutor.
Mr. Lincoln, sir.
It's all right, Mrs. Clay. It's going to be all right now.
We ain't got much, but after what you done, why, I want you to take this.
Now, ma'am, there's no call to... Why, thank you, ma'am. Hope all my clients pay off as fast.
Mr. Lincoln?
Well, howdy, Steve.
My, congratulations.
And mine, Mr. Lincoln.
Why, Miss Todd, you've been here all this long while?
Yes, and I must tell you...
Very masterly, Lincoln. Very well handled.
Reckon neither one of us better underestimate the other from here on out.
I imagine not. Now, Miss Todd?
Mr. Douglas, if I might speak to Mr. Lincoln.
Why, yes, of course.
Alone.
Well, I bid you good day. Good day.
Mr. Lincoln.
Ma'am?
Mr. Lincoln, I saw everything. And I think, well, I'll just say thank you, Mr. Lincoln.
Why, thank you, ma'am.
Would you accompany me home?
I'd be proud to someday, ma'am. Right now, I reckon I'll saddle up and kind of ride out a bit. I want to get the smell of the country in my nose. I'm riding out. Won't be far. Good day, Miss Todd.
Good day, Mr. Lincoln. Not far. I think you'll go far, Mr. Lincoln. Very far.
In tonight's powerful drama, young Abraham Lincoln's resourcefulness changed an almost certain legal defeat into a triumph that saved the lives of two innocent brothers and brought a vicious murderer to justice. So it was that throughout his entire life, Lincoln's resourcefulness often enabled him actually to do the good he knew in his heart ought to be done. Yes, it was Abraham Lincoln's determined resourcefulness, along with his love of truth, his courage, his deep sympathy for people, and the firm foundation of his faith in God, that enabled him to do so much in making a better world, as he constantly made himself a better man. How can we show our resourcefulness? What can each of us do right now to make ourselves better individuals and thus help in building a better world? Well, one answer is to give freely of our hearts and our time to the one institution that must grow stronger and stronger if the world and our present civilization are to be saved from destruction. That institution is the church. If you are already a church member, you know how much the church has done to help you build a stronger and more secure life, how it has helped you find the warm and welcome companionship of Christian neighbors. If you're not a member of any church, or one long inactive, we urge you to be resourceful now and find out for yourself just how much active church membership can do for you. In choosing a church, you may find what you want in the Episcopal Church. Of course, you are always welcome at your nearest Episcopal church, and its clergyman is ready and eager to meet and talk with you, to explain to you what the Episcopal Church stands for, and how it offers you a faith to live by in these trying times. Why not decide right now to visit your nearest Episcopal church at morning services next Sunday? That will be a resourceful first step toward building a better world by making yourself a better person.
This is Walter Hamden. I'd like to thank our guests, and especially you, Henry Fonda, for a stirring performance. Next week, friends, it will be Christmas Eve. In the significant spirit of the evening, we'll have the privilege of presenting two distinguished stars in an inspiring program you will long remember. We call it Christmas Carols. Our guests will be Miss Gladys Swarthout and Mr. Lawrence Tibbett. I hope you'll join us.
Music on tonight's transcribed program was composed and conducted by Nathan Cole.
This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half-hour, Favorite Story. This week's favorite story recalls a conflict as old as human nature, the struggle of woman for her rights in what we sometimes call a man's world, her right to vote or follow her own profession. And it wasn't so many years ago that a woman was frowned upon for writing novels. Then suddenly the literary world found itself with a bloodless revolution on its hands. Fewer ladies of leisure, more and more ladies of letters. And far from London, in a country parsonage, was Jane Austen, who had a warm heart, a wise heart, for all her 19 years. Jane had a winning smile, too. Yes, and many suitors to boot. Jane could have married any one of them if there hadn't been something she wanted to do first. And while others were noisily asserting woman's literary rights, our Jane was quietly proving them. Oh, not too convincingly at first, perhaps to suit the publishers in London, for they promptly returned Jane's youthful manuscript, First Impressions, and it was consigned with many tears to the very bottom drawer. It wasn't till many years and many tears later that our Jane, now Aunt Jane, who might have married but never did, reached into that bottom drawer and pulled out her first impression of life. The manuscript, First Impressions, became the novel, Pride and Prejudice, rewritten with the understanding of that heart still young, but so much wiser, with all the warmth of that winning smile, and written by a woman. What did the gentleman have to say about it? Well, Sir Walter Scott said he'd rather have written that one book, Pride and Prejudice, than all his noisy novels put together. And the Prince Regent asked Miss Austen, please, wouldn't she dedicate her next novel to him? Pride and Prejudice is a comedy of first impressions, of the flaws in all of us, which, after all, make us human. The famous American painter and scenic designer, Mr. Oliver Smith, chose this as his own favorite story. So here's Act One of Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice.
Oh, what a lovely party. Lizzie, where is she?
Mother, calm yourself, or that fan will fly out of your hand.
Oh, what matter when I'm about to fly out of my head? Where is she? Where is she?
Who, Mother, who?
Who, indeed? Jane, of course. Have some compassion on my nerves, Lizzie.
I'm full of compassion, Mother, but I haven't the faintest idea where Jane is.
Well, she must be found. The first bachelor in months with a fortune to boot, and Jane disappears. Oh, how will I ever find husbands for my daughters if they won't cooperate?
Jane.
Go away. Go away.
Oh, my poor Jane. Aren't you ashamed, hiding in the library?
Oh, Lizzie, I can't bear it. Being thrown in a man's head this way, it isn't proper. It isn't fair.
Of course it isn't. But don't blame Mother. Sometimes she gets a little frantic with 5 daughters on her hands.
But why must I be sacrificed? You escape because you're not afraid to stand up to Mother. You have spirit and courage. If only I had a little. Then I could stand up to her, too.
Why don't you anyway? It'd be good for you. Now, here's what you do.
Jane! Jane, there you are, you wicked child. How could you do this to your mother? And you, Lizzie, why didn't you tell me at once?
Mother, Jane has something to tell you.
Oh, time now. Another dance just started. Come along, Jane.
Mother?
That's it, Jane.
Mother, I don't want to marry Mr. Bingley.
What? How do you know you don't? You haven't met him yet. Come along, dear. Come along.
Lizzie, help me.
Oh, Mother, won't you listen to me, then?
You be about finding a partner for yourself, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. It's high time you had a husband and children. Oh, 2 dances wasted already. Come on, Jane. Don't dally.
What's that? Who's there?
Excuse me, I really couldn't help it.
How long have you been in that chair? I consider you very rude.
For chuckling?
for eavesdropping.
But supposing I'd interrupted that tender display of motherly love with a cough or a sneeze or a snore, you'd never have forgiven me. I'd never have forgiven myself.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself.
Well, until that scene a moment ago, the evening's been such a bore. I'll never forgive Bingley for dragging me down here from London.
Oh, then you're a good friend of our host?
Yes, my name is Darcy, his closest friend. As such, I really ought to warn him, to be on guard. But knowing him so well, I'm sure there's no danger.
Of his falling in love with my sister?
Of his falling in love with anyone. Old Bingley couldn't be guilty of such bad taste.
Men of excellent taste have been known to fall in love.
But not in such provincial surroundings. Whereas every such ball as this becomes a bazaar for promoting marriages. For that very reason, I took refuge in the library.
You consider yourself in danger?
In greater danger than Bingley.
Oh?
You see, I'm worth a great deal more money. That would make a difference to the provincial mind, I believe.
It seems to me the difference is more in your own mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't make such a point of it.
Well, your sister was right a moment ago when she said you had spirit.
But I haven't an even temper to go with it. I'd better return to the ball.
Ending our acquaintance so abruptly.
I see no reason for prolonging it any further.
But I can think of nothing more delightful.
And I can think of nothing more distasteful. Good evening. Jane, I'm ashamed of you. Have you no pride? No principles?
Pride? Principles?
What about the stand you were going to take?
But that was when I didn't think I could fall in love with him. So now I need your help. Mother means well, but...
But what?
Well, she's rather forced me on Charles. Oh, not that he minds. But there's his friend, Mr. Darcy. Charles thinks very highly of him. A moment ago, when Charles went to get the punch, Mr. Darcy talked to him for quite a while. I could tell he was talking about us.
Us?
Well, our family.
Jane, how do you know?
Well, he wants Mr. Darcy to meet you.
Oh, no. I mean, Jane...
You will come. Oh, please, you must. This Mr. Darcy's approval, I can tell it means everything. And you can so help to counteract the bad impression Mamma made.
Oh, Jane, dearest...
Oh, yes, you can. Please. You have tact and...
Tact?
And a way of putting things.
Yes. I certainly have.
But hang it all, Darcy, I've fallen in love with a girl. What do I care about her family?
You've a family of your own in London, Bingley. Friends there, too. Now, if I'm able to take back glowing reports of this family here, well...
Oh, all right. But this could prove embarrassing.
It should prove interesting.
Oh, hush now, they're coming.
Mr. Bingley, may I present my sister? Miss Bennet, Mr. Bingley. Miss Bennet, Mr. Darcy.
Your servant, madam.
What? Oh, your servant, Mr. Darcy. I mean...
My sister means she's so happy.
I'm sure that's what she meant.
Darcy.
Lizzie.
There goes the music. Well, Miss Bennet?
What, Mr. Bingley?
You two will want to get better acquainted. Well?
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 We're quite at your mercy, aren't we? My sister and I.
How do you mean?
Well, you were in the library when... Oh, you haven't told him what you overheard. I mean...
I had planned to wait.
Yes?
And let my decision rest on my impression of the, sister.
Oh. And what is your impression?
I'm afraid a further acquaintance will be necessary.
I see. Mr. Darcy, Jane's happiness means a great deal to me.
Ah, well, in that case, I want to be fair. Now, I imagine Bingley will be a frequent caller at your home. You won't mind if I come along?
But... No. Of course not.
Good. That way I'll have more time to form an impression of the, sister.
Why won't you tell me? Why won't you tell me?
Lydia. As Mother would say, have compassion on our nerves.
But Mamma's not here, and that's what's suspicious.
I want to know why Lizzie got Mama to go visiting today, and why Jane is so nervous today.
I'm not nervous, Lydia.
Oh, yes, you are. It's when you're nervous that you always hit the wrong keys. See?
Oh, Lydia, please.
Then I'm right. It's today Mr. Bingley's going to ask Jane. Oh, at last, at last.
At last? He's only been calling for a week.
Oh, yes, but what a miserable week it's been for me. I used to receive George Wickham every day until Mr. Darcy started coming to the house.
It will only be for a little while longer, Lydia.
But George's regiment won't be stationed here forever. And you can't blame my Wickham for wanting to stay away. After all...
Lydia, I prefer not to be reminded.
But in all fairness, I do think we should hear Mr. Darcy's side of the story before we go leaping at conclusions.
I, for one, would not be inclined to believe anything Mr. Darcy had to say.
Oh, here they come. Oh, Jane, Lizzie, they're just now coming through the gate.
Oh, where's my shawl?
Oh, I left it. Lizzie, you're not going to leave me. What will I say to him?
You'll know when the time comes.
What will I do? Should I be playing when Hill shows him in?
Yes, do anything. As for me, I'm ducking into the garden to avoid Mr. Darcy.
She always ducks into the garden to avoid him because she knows that's the first place he'll look for her.
Lydia.
Your shawl, sister dear.
Miss Bennet. I say, Miss Bennet. I thought I might find you in the garden.
Indeed?
I mean, I'd hoped I might. You see, I'm going up to London tomorrow.
You? Oh, what a pity. We shall miss you, Mr. Darcy.
I wish you really meant that, Miss Bennet. Because I shall miss you very much.
Then I take it I succeeded in conveying a favorable impression?
Very favorable.
In that case, I trust you'll stick to your end of the bargain.
My end?
To carry a good report of our family to London.
I assure you I will.
We appreciate your kindness. And now...
I'll take my leave, of course. But first...
Yes?
I really don't know how to begin. You see, I've struggled, but in vain. Quite against my will, Miss Bennet. I've fallen in love with you.
Oh.
Miss Bennet, in the house, a proposal is taking place.
While in the garden, let me see now. Loving me against your will, you want to marry me? Surely against your better judgment?
I didn't mean to... Forget what I said.
But there's so much I'd have to forget. For example, your treatment of George Wickham.
Wickham? What's he been telling you?
Your father's godson. And yet you've withheld every penny your father set aside for him to study law.
That's the story he tells everyone.
You presume to deny it?
No, I don't deny it because it's the truth. But not the whole truth. George Wickham hadn't the least intention of studying law with that money. His whole life has been one of complete idleness and dissipation. I've paid his debts and covered his losses for so long.
How generous of you.
It's not that. I naturally feel responsible for his actions. But what's the use? I can see from the look in your eyes you don't want to believe what I'm telling you. Simply because his story fits in better with your preconceived notions of me.
I believe you came into the garden to say goodbye. We got a little off the subject, Mr. Darcy.
Elizabeth, you must believe in me. Because I love you.
The original subject, Mr. Darcy.
Elizabeth,
Lizzie, he's asked her. He's asked her. Mr. Bingley's asked Jane and... Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt anything.
You didn't, Lydia. It's quite all right. Mr. Darcy and I were just saying goodbye.
Before we go on with Act 2 of Oliver Smith's favorite story, let's have a look at the evening paper. Well, a change in women's styles is certainly with us. The new fullness in skirts, particularly. It says here more freedom of movement will be necessary, as the waltz is definitely replacing the minuet. And here's another official note. It has been announced by the Lord Mayor that the streets of London will have gas lighting this year, for the first time in history. But here's welcome news. Napoleon's army is routed at Leipzig, as the tide continues to turn against the Emperor's forces. And now that we've scanned the front pages of this evening paper for the year 1813, we can turn to the literary section on the back page.
And read that the bookstalls are running out of copies of the bestseller Pride and Prejudice by the new young authoress Jane Austen. Which reminds us that we must return to the Bennet household. And there we come face to face with the old war horse, Mrs. Bennet, that is, in high dudgeon.
Lydia! Where is she? Where is she, girl?
Where's who, Mama?
Lizzie, your sister Elizabeth, child. Tell me where you saw her last.
In the morning room. In the drawing room. No, upstairs.
Oh, don't shatter my nerves. I'll look for her myself. No, don't go away. You'll have to help her pack.
Pack? Where's Lizzie going, Mama?
Yes. Where am I going? Oh, there you are, Lizzie. I just received a letter in the post from your Aunt Gardner, Lizzie dear. She asked if I could spare one of my doves for a week. If I could spare one.
But, Mother...
Come, we must get you packed. You leave for London in the morning.
London? Oh, no, Mother.
Oh, just think. You'll have a whole week there, dear. Look what your sister Jane did in a week.
You mean you're sending me there to...
Well, surely you know what a wonderful place London is to catch a husband.
Mother!
So come along. Don't dally, dear.
Mother, I can't go to London.
Can't go? You must go.
I can't, I tell you.
Why can't you? Oh, I get no cooperation. First, you let Mr. Darcy slip right through your fingers. I know you could have gotten a proposal if you'd half tried. And now...
It's no use, Mama. She simply won't do what's best for her. So, why don't I go in her place?
You? Oh, but you're so young.
Not too young.
But, would you know how to act?
Oh, I promise to be on my best behavior. Most of the time.
Very well. You may go.
Oh, Mama, thank you. Lizzie, do you hear?
Mother, are you sure London's the place for Lydia?
Mama, don't listen to her. She's just afraid now I'll catch her husband before she does.
Lydia.
Lydia. Oh, all right. End up an old maid. See if I care. As for me, I'm going to London.
Oh, no. I can't believe it. Oh, it's too horrible.
Mother, get hold of yourself.
Oh,
Uncle Gardner writes that they're doing everything they can to find them and bring them back.
But how will they know where to look? Oh, that dreadful George Wickham running off with my dove Lydia. And we don't even know if they're met. Oh, dear.
The captain of his regiment has offered to help, Mother. Apparently this has happened before.
Oh, my poor Lydia. But we've always thought so highly of Mr. Wickham. Why, I remember you used to say...
Yes, I remember what I used to say.
Well, this certainly proves one thing. You can't rely on first impressions. Now, can you, my dear?
No, Mother. No, you can't.
Yes, tell me. What is it, Hill? Is there a letter?
Beg pardon, madam.
Oh, no mail. Still no word.
And what is it, Hill?
There's a Mrs. Wickham to see you.
Mrs. Wickham?
We don't know any Mrs. Wickham. Unless she's a relative of...
What's that? You mean you don't even know your own daughter?
Lydia! Oh, my homing pigeon. Are you married?
Married.
Oh.
Mama, I've got my Wickham outside in the carriage.
I think it might be just as well if he stayed there.
Mama!
Lizzie, I'm dying to meet my son-in-law.
Let's just be thankful he is your son-in-law.
Mama, make her stop.
How much did he settle for?
Whatever do you mean?
You know what I mean. How much did Uncle Gardner have to pay him before he'd marry you?
Why, Lizzie, what a thing to say. Oh, I believe he did give him a few £100 for traveling expenses.
I thought so.
Well, a married man needs more money than a single one.
Elizabeth, how will we ever pay your Uncle Gardner back?
I don't believe we'll have to. Because we all know Uncle Gardner hasn't that much money in the first place. Come now, Lydia. Who supplied the money?
You tricked me into telling you one thing that was supposed to be a secret. You'll not trick me again. Let's talk about my wedding instead. Oh, really, it was most thrilling.
Beg pardon, Miss Bennet.
Yes, Hill, what is it?
The Lady Catherine de Bourgh is here to see you.
To see me?
Doesn't anyone want to hear about my wedding?
I ushered Lady Catherine into the library.
Well, you can usher her right out again. Tell her I'm, too ill to see her.
Oh, it was most exciting,
Elizabeth,
really. It was.
Are you out of your mind? Mr. Darcy's aunt here. But of course you'll see her.
Considering it almost didn't come off,
I know why she's come.
Uncle Gardner was
Hill,
called away on business, you know.
You'll have to tell the Lady Catherine...
I thought Mr. Darcy might have to take his place and give me away, but
Lydia.
he came...
Lydia. What was that again, dear? Mr. Darcy was at your wedding?
Yes. Did I say that? Oh, I did, didn't I?
Why would Mr. Darcy be there for your marriage, unless he had some special interest in it?
Well, now, let me tell you about my journey here.
No. First, you'll tell me about Mr. Darcy.
But there's no reason to tell, really.
Except it was he who supplied the money that made your marriage possible.
Oh, Mama.
Oh, there, Lydia. What should I tell her ladyship, Miss Bennet?
Don't tell her a thing. I'll go in and see her. I'll see her. But if you sent her to try and make me change my mind...
Oh, Mama, aren't you proud of me? Married and everything. And you were right. London is a simply wonderful place to catch a husband.
Good morning, Lady Catherine.
Good morning. Doubtless you know why I've come.
Yes, I know.
Then I take it you're willing to set aside your own feelings in the matter.
But I've made up my mind, Lady Catherine. No matter how much you may plead for Mr. Darcy...
Oh, then he has proposed.
Yes, of course. Lady Catherine, just what did you come here for?
Why, to prevent your marrying my nephew. What else?
To prevent it?
I see. You can see how impossible such a marriage would be. Family could not afford such a catastrophe. Therefore, I must ask you to stop encouraging him.
Lady Catherine, your nephew can assure you that encouragement is the one thing I most certainly have not given him.
Then my fears are groundless?
Until a few moments ago, I'd have said they most certainly were. Lady Catherine, I am indebted to you for your visit here this afternoon. You've made me see something for the first time.
Why, whatever do you mean?
I mean, Lady Catherine, that if you still intend to save your nephew for posterity, you're going to have to act fast. You're going to have to get to London before I do, if you want to avert a catastrophe.
Flowers,
Cabby!
lady.
Cabby!
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Darcy. Oh, excuse me. Mr. Darcy.
Elizabeth.
Oh, excuse me, please. Oh, I thought I'd never catch up with you. I'm all out of breath. I was so afraid I'd be too late.
Too late?
Yes. Too late to be forgiven. Because I do love you.
What?
Before I was afraid to admit it, even to myself. Now I'm proud to admit it.
Oh, Elizabeth, my dearest.
I know what you did for Lydia.
Oh, but look here, if you think I did it just to...
No. I know why you did it. Because you felt responsible for Wickham's actions and wanted to atone for them. All the Lady Catherines in the world can't destroy a sense of honor like that.
Oh, Lizzie.
Mr. Darcy, putting your arms around me here in public?
My arms belong around you.
But your pride. Remember your pride?
Pride is a thing of the past, Miss Bennet. I'm going to kiss you, Lizzie.
Right here?
Right now. Unless you have a prejudice against men who kiss women in public.
Prejudice is a thing of the past, Mr. Darcy.
Oh, Elizabeth.
Besides, Londoners must be used to this sort of thing.
You mean it happens all the time?
Why, what a foolish question, Mr. Darcy. Surely you know what a wonderful place they say London is to catch a husband.
That's Pride and Prejudice, Jane Austen's excellent advice on how to catch a husband. Such good advice, in fact, that Miss Austen never took it herself, for she died a spinster at the early age of 42. Verna Felton played Mrs. Bennet, Helen Craig of the Broadway stage was Lizzie, and William Conrad the ingratiating Mr. Darcy. Maestro Claude Sweeten created an early 19th century atmosphere with his customary skill, and the famous artist, Mr. Oliver Smith, chose Pride and Prejudice as his favorite story.
Everyman's Theater, written and created by Arch Obler. Oxidol invites you to hear Catwife, a mystery drama that will give you a thrill a minute, featuring Betty Winkler and Raymond Edward Johnson.
Catwife is especially written for radio, part of a series of 1941-style entertainment brought to you each Friday at this time and over this station by Procter & Gamble, the makers of high-test Oxidol.
Wait, though. Are you putting up with some old-style laundry soap? An old-fashioned slowpoke soap because you feel it's economical and saving you money? Well, look, here's the way many of these soaps can and do actually lose money for you. Enough money so you'll be ahead using a laundry soap like Oxidol. First, those slowpoke soaps don't make as much suds. Well, every bit of Oxidol goes to making suds. The result is that Oxidol gives more suds, cup for cup, than 23 popular laundry soaps we tested against. Second, Oxidol suds last straight through your wash. Old-fashioned, less economical soaps don't last this long, as you know from experience. And compared to them, Oxidol can cut your laundry soap bills as much as 1/4. You'll save that in the amount of soap you use alone. And third, you don't scrub and boil clothes with Oxidol. You save that wear and tear and tatter and fray of constant washboard scrubbing. Because Oxidol soaks dirt out in 10 minutes. Throw your boiler and washboard away. Why, 10 minutes soaking in thick Oxidol suds, a good douse, and a few quick rubs for extra dirty spots like collars and cuffs, a rinse, and you're through. Clothes sparkling clean with so much less washing wear that they'll last longer and look better, too. Hundreds of thousands of women have found this out by actual trial. And thousands more are changing to Oxidol every week because it's so economical to use. Compared to old-style, inefficient soaps, you get more suds and use less soap. And you get clothes clean and fresh with far less wear and tear than if you'd scrubbed and boiled them. Remember that when you buy laundry soap tomorrow. And now here's our writer-creator, Arch Oboler, to introduce tonight's 1941-style radio program.
Since the time when mankind sat around fires and caves, stories of the mysterious and unusual have been the most welcome. You and I like to be thrilled. So tonight, just for fun, let's listen to the story of a man and his wife. A very unusual wife.
I got that on mine. I don't know the rest of the
Hey, girls, cut it out.
Hey, woman with all
Linda, for the love of... Cut it out, will you? The old man will be standing here in a minute.
Yeah, so what? Give me my drink, Queenie. Oh, baby, do I feel swell.
Hey, look what time it is. Come on, Queenie. We better blow out of here.
Yeah. No, don't go. I don't want to be alone.
What do you mean alone? Your husband's here, ain't he?
Ah, that guy. What does he know about having fun? Work. Makes me sicker. I've never been sick before. That's pretty good, huh, Kenny? Come on, stick around. Let's have some more fun. St. Louis woman with all a diamond ring.
For heaven's sake, Linda.
Well, speak of the devil. Hiya, Johnny boy. Come on in. The water's fine. Only it ain't water.
Linda, for heaven's sake, I'm trying to work.
Go away. You're spoiling my party. Throw him out of here, Kenny. He's only my husband.
Linda, take it easy.
Get out of here. You, whatever your name is.
Okay.
And take that woman with you. Go on, clear out.
No, wait. Don't listen to him. It's my house. What, you kick them out.
Linda,
my friends.
I begged with you.
Kick them out.
With you to keep these people out of this house while I'm trying to get some work done. Haven't you any consideration at all?
You kick them out. My friends.
Yes, and I'll do it again every time I find them here. They're no good, not a one of them. You've promised me time and time again to give them up.
I'll call them back. I'll call them all back. You can't tell me what to do. Not me. They're my friends, mine. I'd give a dozen of you for one of them.
All right, Linda. If that's the way you feel. You haven't got a grain of loyalty in you. All I ask is a little peace and quiet in my own home, and I can't even have that.
Go away.
Night after night, you and these people yowling and screaming like a pack of alley cats, and you the worst of all. I'm through, Linda. I'm through with you for good.
Oh, no, you're not.
Keep away from me. Keep away. Oh, Linda.
You see? You're not through with me at all. You'll never be through with me. Never.
Oh, Linda.
Now, let me go. Let me go. I don't want you, you fool. You're not through with me. I'm through with you.
No.
I'm tired of you. Do you hear me? Tired of you. I'm going to get so far away from that smug face of yours I couldn't see it with a telescope.
Linda, my wife.
Your wife. Why do you think I married you?
Oh, You loved me.
I married you because I was sick of working in a two-bit barber shop, because I was sick of living in a hall bedroom wearing bargain sale dresses. I wanted dough, plenty of it, all I could get. And you were the best chance to get it that came my way.
No, Linda, you did love me. You must have loved me.
Oh, well, I loved you about as much as that canary up there loves its cage. I told myself I'd stay with you a year, divorce you, stick you for plenty of alimony, and then get out.
We've been married 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years. Because you fooled me. That's why.
I fooled you.
Yeah. You started to make a lot of money. More money than I ever thought you could make. So you're giving me the air.
No, Linda, I love you. I didn't mean what I said. I didn't.
Well, I did.
Linda, don't leave me. You're no good. I know you're no good, but heaven help me, I love you. I'll never love anybody else.
Get out of my way.
No, I won't let you go. You've got to stay.
Get your hands off
You're no
me.
good. You cost me my self-respect, but you stay with me. You stay with me or I'll cut you off without a cent. You'll never get a dime from me, not a dime. Stop that. Stop laughing.
Oh, you sap. You fat-headed sap.
Stop that.
Mm-hmm. So you're gonna cut me off without a cent, are you? Why, you fool. I've got everything that belongs to you now. You hear me? Everything.
What are you talking about?
This house. It's in my name, isn't it? The car. It's in my name, isn't it?
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I? Well, listen to this, my darling husband. I cleaned out the bank account yesterday.
Oh, no.
Every cent of it. I won't be in the street. Oh, no. You will. Now, this is my house. Get your things and get out of here.
I'll kill you.
No,
I'll kill you.
No, let me go. Let me go. Oh. Touch me again and I'll tear your eyes out.
You cat.
Get out of my way.
That's what you are, a cat. A big, white, heartless cat.
Get out of my way.
You think like one, you screech like one, you claw like one. You even look like one. Your eyes, they're cat's eyes. That's what they are, cat's eyes. A cat, that's what you are. A white cat. I didn't marry a woman, I married a cat.
Keep it up.
Laugh
Keep
at
it
me.
up. You're doing swell.
Go ahead, laugh at me. You're a cat, a sneaking, yowling cat. A cat. You're a cat. A cat. Cat. You're a cat.
Now, that's enough of that. I don't like it.
A cat.
Stop saying it.
A cat, you hear me? A cat.
John. Stop staring at me like that. Stop staring at me. John. What's happening to me? John, my head. I can hardly see. John, help me. John.
Linda.
What are you staring at? What are you staring at? What are you...
Linda! Linda!
Now, John, you've got to control yourself. Everything will be all right.
Doctor, what have I done? What have I done?
John, please pull yourself together.
I can't.
You are not entirely to blame for what happened.
Oh, I did it. I'm to blame. What'll I do? What'll I do?
Stop talking like that. It's preposterous to say you were to blame. She was in a hysterical condition.
I know.
The suggestion that she was a cat caught her in an unguarded moment and resulted in temporary neurosis.
But she... Doctor, can I go in and see her?
But I tell you, she's sleeping.
I know, but... Doctor, I've got to see her. I've got to look at her. I've got to make sure she's all right. Don't you see? I've got to make sure.
Now, John, please. You've had a hard time of it. You'd better get to bed and get some rest.
No. Doctor, listen to me. I've got to see her again. I've got to make sure she's all right. I can't rest until I know.
But I tell you... Oh, very well. Just for a moment.
Yes.
Be very quiet.
Yes.
There. You see? She's resting very nicely.
Doctor, look. What? Her hands. Look at her hands. And her teeth. Linda.
No, John. You'll waken her. John.
Linda. Oh, Doctor, listen to her.
Steady, John.
I can't stand it, I tell you. Doctor, what is it? What's happening to her?
I don't know, John. I don't know.
Oh, listen to her. What'll I do? What'll I do?
Fingers into claws. Teeth into fangs. It can't be happening.
But it is.
And yet I've seen it with my own eyes.
You've got to do something, Doctor. You've got to. You're my friend. You've got to help me.
But what? In the name of all that's rational, what?
Well, think. There must be something you can do. A drug, something.
Oh, John, I don't know what to say. I can't think. I'll call in someone else. Yes, that's it. I'll inform the authorities. They'll take care of everything.
No. Wait, Doctor, wait.
What's the matter? What is it?
You're going to inform the authorities?
Yes, of course. Don't you see, my boy, it's the simplest way out of this.
Way out?
Of course. For you and for me.
What do you mean?
This horrible thing that's happened to Linda, it goes beyond just you and me. It goes beyond the normal into the supernatural. The world should know about it.
No, stop. You mean you're going to let everyone know what's happened to Linda?
Of course I am.
But you can't do that. She's my wife. Do you hear me? My wife.
No. Now don't get excited again, John. Listen sensibly. We owe it to science.
Science? Who cares about science? She's Linda. She's my wife. And I cursed her to God, and I turned her into a yowling beast. It's my shame, mine. And you're not going to tell anyone else about it. No one.
It's my duty, John. I must inform the authorities.
No. Keep away from that phone. Keep away, I say.
I'm sorry, John. I must call.
John. My friend.
And now, while we get our breath back, and, well, I, for one, need a breathing spell, well, let me remind you of those dazzling snowy white washes Oxidol gets every week. As much as 9 to 11 tintometer shades whiter than soap after soap we tested against. And yet washable colored things come out bright and lovely looking wash after wash. It's easy on hands, too. It doesn't harm your manicure or ruin your fresh nail polish. All these things Oxidol promises and will give you if you use it Monday.
No. Try to sleep, darling. Try to sleep. Yes, I know, darling, but it's almost morning. You must rest. Sleep, Linda, sleep, my darling. All right, darling, I won't cry. I've got to be strong. I've got to help you. And I did help you. He was going to tell them about you. Everyone. They'd have taken you away from me, locked you up, pointed at you, laughed at you. But I stopped him, Linda. I stopped him for you. He called me friend. But you're my wife, beloved. And I love you. I pleased you, haven't I, my darling? I never could please you before, could I? But now I've pleased you. I'll tell them he never came here, and no one will ever know, darling. No one but you and I. What is it, darling? What's the matter? Why are you getting up? What is it? Why go to the window? What do you want out there? Oh, if I could only understand you. If I could only know what you're trying to say to me. Oh, no. Linda, stop. On my knees, I'm begging you to stop. Linda, beloved, stop. Yes, I'm coming.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, it's you.
I found this note saying you wanted to talk to me. And, Jay, I hope you're not going to quit taking milk from me.
No, I'm not going to stop taking milk. That's what I wanted to see you about. I want milk. More milk. Cream. Everything.
Well, sure. How much do you want?
4 bottles of milk. No, 6.
6?
Yes, and cream. 6 bottles of cream.
Is something wrong, Mr. Taylor?
Wrong? Why do you think something's wrong?
Well, I only meant...
You meant what? Speak up, you meant what?
Well, don't get sore, Mr. Taylor. I just meant, well, you don't look so well, and, well, you know how it is. Sometimes a fella has a couple too many and starts ordering all the milk in the world.
You fool, I'm not drunk. Do you want some of that milk, or do I have to get another milkman?
No, I'll get it for you.
Well, hurry.
6 quarts, 6 cream. Only him and his old lady. The guy's nuts.
Well, good morning, Mr. Taylor. Early again this morning, ain't you?
Morning.
My first customer every morning for the last 3 days. I was saying to my wife this morning...
Yes, Mr. Heinrich. Some other time. I'm in a hurry. My order, please.
Sure, but you didn't give me an order yet. How about a nice broiling steak?
No, nothing like that.
But broiling a
No,
steak...
stop it. I'm in a hurry, I tell you.
All right. You don't have to get so excited, Mr. Taylor. Now, if you'll tell me what you want, I'll get it for you.
Oh, well, I don't know exactly. A couple of pounds of fresh liver. Yes, that's it, fresh liver.
What? Again?
You heard me?
Oh, sure, I heard you, but look here, for 3 days now, ever since your wife went away, you eat nothing but liver.
Are you going to fill my order?
Sure, I'll fill your order. Nice and fresh, huh? So, 2 pounds, yeah. There we are. Say, you'd think you was raising cats or something.
What? Why do you say that?
Well, you buy liver every day. Oh, this morning I caught a couple of mice in a trap. Maybe you'd like to take them along for the cat, too. Huh?
Don't say that! Don't say that!
Mr. Taylor, the liver... Forgot. Man's crazy. What did I say that was wrong? Cats like to eat mice.
Oh, my Linda. My dearest Linda. Close to me. Oh, so close to me. Oh, my darling, my darling. It's better this way. You can't leave me now. I'll have you with me always. I'll keep you here. Yes. Just you and I. I won't answer it. They'll go away. All right, I'll answer it. Linda, it can't be anyone that knows. He's dead. I buried him, Linda. You know that. No. Stay here, my beloved. They mustn't see you. Be very quiet. Very quiet. Yes, I'm coming. Well, what is it?
Are you the owner of this building?
Yes, what do you want?
Kerrigan's the name. I'm your neighbor. I've got that place across the alley from you.
Oh, my neighbor?
Yeah, Kerrigan's the name. I'm with the department.
Department?
Yeah, I'm desk sergeant at the 3rd District Station.
A policeman?
Yeah, I'm off duty today, so I thought I'd drop over and speak to you. Do you mind if I step in for a moment?
Step in? Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you. Well, you got a nice place here.
Yes, nice, very nice.
You know the same contractors made this place as made mine. You didn't know that, I bet.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, an Irishman by the name of Gil Hooley. Jumped out of the 10th story window, they tell me, the day after the stock market crash. Lucky for him, too. If he was alive now, some of the people along here that bought places from him would murder him. What with the trouble they're having.
Oh, trouble?
Yeah, cheap material, plaster cracking, floor sagging, stuff like that.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Now, you take my place. I've had to have a new roof put on and new gutters put in, and I never know what'll go wrong next. Anything wrong around here?
Here? Oh, no, nothing at all.
Well, then you're lucky. Say.
What's the matter?
I just remember why I come over. If you don't mind, I'll tell you.
Yes?
Now, it ain't me that's complaining, Mr. Taylor. I'm the kind of a man that can sleep in a boiler factory. But it's my Ella.
Ah, there's a light sleeper for you. I always say that if a star in heaven twinkles too much, the noise wakes up me Ella.
What's the trouble?
Oh, no trouble at all, Mr. Taylor. Like I'm telling you, I'm the last man in the world to go around having trouble with me neighbors. But you know how the women are. Always finding something to make a fuss about. Oh, say, I'm not disturbing her, am I?
Disturbing?
Yeah, you know, your missus. She's not sleeping in the bedroom there, is she?
No, of course not. There's no one in there.
I thought maybe seeing the doors closed.
No, I tell you there's no one in there. My wife is out of town.
Ah, well, that's fine. I always like to talk things over man to man without the women around. That's why I made my Ella stay home. Let me handle this, I says. There's anything wrong, I says. Let me do the talking and we'll stay good.
What is it? What's wrong? What do you want to tell me?
Well, to put it plain, it's the cat.
Cat?
Yeah, the cat. You just got it, didn't you?
You had a cat?
Yeah, it started a few nights ago. Now, it ain't disturbed me none, like I says, but my Ella. Well, you see, our bedroom window faces right on the alley, and by golly, she hears every meow that animal makes.
You're wrong.
Huh?
I have no cat.
But my Ella I heard it, too, for that matter.
I have no cat.
But I'm telling you, it came from this house.
And I tell you I have no cat. Isn't that sufficient?
Well, now, seeing as you put it so plain, I'll be speaking up plain myself. I'm telling you, I heard a cat yowling last night, and the night before, and the night before that. And as sure as my name's Thomas Kerrigan, it came right from this house. Now, what do you say to that?
Get out.
Now, wait a second, me bucko. Don't get on your high horse.
Get out. Get out of my house.
Well, you sure are making a lot of noise about nothing, young fella. But it's your house, and if that's the kind of a neighbor you want to be, I guess I can...
What are you standing there for? Get out. Get out.
Now, just a minute. Take it easy. No cat, eh? Well, what was that I just heard?
Nothing at all. You've got no right to be coming...
You may not be a liar, but you sure are something close to it. If that ain't a cat in that bedroom there, then I ain't never heard a cat.
Get out! Get out of here!
Oh, no, I won't. Listen to that cat. If that ain't creating a public nuisance, I'd like to know what it is.
It's none of your business. Get out of here. This is my house. Get out of here.
Stop pulling at me, bucko. I may be off duty, but I'm still an officer of the law, and I'm telling you, that cat in there is violating the city ordinance. Now, if you don't make it shut up and disturbing me, Ella, I will.
Stay away from that door. Stay away from that door.
Say, listen to it. That ain't no cat you got in there.
Yes, I lied. It is a cat. It's just a cat. But I'll make it be quiet. But go away.
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy. If it's just a cat, what are you getting so excited about? Just look at her.
No.
Look at her. Your eyes blazing. What's going on here? I think I'll have a look.
No. Stay away.
Oh, no. Get away. Take it away.
I told you to go.
My gun. I'll get my gun. My gun.
Linda, did you hear him? His gun. Yes. Close to me. Yes, darling, stay close to me. If he comes back, you'll... No, they won't hurt you. I won't let them. I did this to you, I did. I cursed you to God. No, they won't hurt you. They won't. Wait there. I've got to find it. They won't hurt you, Linda. No, they can't. I've got it. Now they won't hurt you, Linda. I swear it. They won't ever hurt you. No, don't look at my hand. No, why shouldn't you look at it? Yes. There's a gun in my hand. But not to hurt you, darling. It's just to help you. I swear it. To help you. Yes, so close to me. I must do it quickly. No, don't try to pull away. No, Linda, stay here. I must hold you. I must. He'll be back in a moment. I mustn't miss. Linda, my darling. I heard my beloved. I heard you. Wait for me, my beloved.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight's play, Catwife, featured Betty Winkler and Raymond Edward Johnson. Music by Gordon Jenkins. About next week. Well, the actors, two of our favorites, Mr. and Mrs. Houston, Walter Houston and Ann Sunderland. The play, a story of two people who perhaps lived in your own town, who lived a strange, excitement-filled life that you perhaps knew nothing about. The title of the play, Mr. and Mrs. Chump.
Before we leave you, just one more word about next Monday's wash. Well, you've heard me tell of Oxidol's economy, the white, clean washes you get, its safety to every washable color. Well, it's all up to you now. If you want those results in Monday's wash, and even if some other laundry soap is your favorite now, well, ask for Oxidol, Oxydol, tomorrow. You'll always be glad you changed.
And be back with us next Friday at this same time for Everyman's Theater. Everyman's Theater brings you something new, something different every single week. And next Friday, it's Mr. and Mrs. Walter Houston in a great new radio play, Mr. and Mrs. Chump. Thank you, and good night.